Good morning and welcome to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee this June 24th, 2024. I'm Jason Schreier, this year's chair of the committee, City Council for the Elmwood East Kildonan Ward. I'm joined as well with Jeff Rawadi, the City Council for North Kildonan, as well as Russ Wyatt, City Council for the Transcona Ward. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. And we are joined by representatives of the administration this morning, and you will get to know them yet again. And Clerk Harris, where do we go from here?
So we'll do a motion to accept the minutes from the last meeting.
Motion to accept those minutes from Councillor Wyatt. And motion carries. Those in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
And then a motion for the minutes from the Residents Advisory Group.
And Councillor Rawadi moves acceptance of the minutes from the Residents Advisory Group. And those in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we do have a delegation today. Ken Brown is to be heard with respect to plan approval for 12851365 Devonshire Drive, Report 5, DAS Ed 12. 2013. Ken, I'm just going to ask you to unmute and turn on your mic, and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
This is for item 5?
Correct.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today. I just wanted to make sure there was no questions about what we were proposing here. We have basically this is an extension of what we were working on last year, which is 4 buildings, which we did on the south side very successfully on Devonshire Drive. This is the other side of it to complete the street. We have submitted our plans. They've been the planners are in acceptance of them, and if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. A slightly better looking version of me, it looked like. I thought I was looking in Zoom. Any questions for Mr. Brown?
Do we have the plans?
Yeah.
That's the one with the light. This is first time here.
Sorry?
This is the first time here.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Just a moment, Mr. Brown. Councillor Wyatt is looking it over. Did Mr. Brown offer us his address? Does he have to do that?
No, this is just
Is that a change in format?
it's important for public hearings.
It's here.
We also do just have it.
Have you been with us before, Mr. Brown?
I have been at a few. We've done Transcona Boulevard, Peguis, and we did Devonshire as well. Sometimes Jazreen, who's to my right here, has been in attendance.
Kannst du Deutsch sprechen?
Ich kann Deutsch sprechen, ja.
Was ich glaubte, ja, du hast ein bisschen Akzent. Aber sehr gut.
Das ist eine lange Zeit, als ich Deutsch gesprochen habe, aber ja.
Are you out of Calgary, Mr. Brown?
No, I'm in Winnipeg here. A lifelong Winnipegger.
I mean, other than, I don't know how it's coded here. 0.0, yeah, okay, 0.001B dash 006B. Do you have that one?
Sure. I'll put that up. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to pull it up?
Do you want me to share it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that one. But all the other ones are the same kind of, you know, brown, gray tones. You know what I'm getting at?
So what we looked at was we took the colors, so the buildings mirror the ones on the other side. So that's the aesthetic that we're after in terms of the structure of the buildings. And then the colors we varied to make our architectural advice was to vary up the colors between the buildings. And as you know, trends change and things become modern, this is the feedback that we're getting is on trend.
Is there any way to introduce brighter colors on the other remaining ones? This one's fine. The one you have up now is fine. But on the other two? There's two others, right?
I mean, I mean,
Everything is the same. I've been to Calgary. I've seen your products out there. You guys introduce colors. But we see in Winnipeg here, you get the same bland gray and black and brown everywhere, everywhere.
this is what is currently like when we have people who do pre-sales and they pick their own colors, this is the trend that's happening.
Yeah, I know. But we can push the trend. At the end of the day, people look at price point, right? What's your price? Your price point per unit?
This is, you know, $400,000 product.
Okay. So is there any way you could take the other two? I don't mind approving this one, but I would like the other two back so you can get started.
Okay.
Okay. But I like to see the other two come back with brighter colors.
Okay. If we're able to start the first two buildings or the first building in particular, then that would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. So I'll approve
Councilor,
this here landscape plan.
Councilor White,
Yes, sir.
can I get your attention?
because it's a single application package, we wouldn't be able to just approve part of it.
Why not?
It doesn't, it's not separable, like all the entire plan is one package.
The community committee has authority over plan approvals.
They do, absolutely,
And
yeah.
if we have authority, then I'm gonna approve one building. We have the
I don't
authority.
know
to
if
do that.
it'll, like, we can certainly try it, but I believe
Yeah.
that it'll prevent
He
them
can,
from.
if I approve this building, then he can pull permits on that. Where's the other, there's four buildings here. Where's the fourth one? I've got one, two.
Should be 4 there in the package.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. So where's this one in relation to the other ones?
They're all in a row. The sixplex is actually where we would like to start, and that is the furthest west. Yeah.
I have no idea which is the sixplex. 1, 2, 3.
That was the first one you looked at. Is the one you asked me 1 to 6 there?
6. The first one you put on the screen.
That's right. Yes.
So that's the one you want to start.
Yes.
And that one is located where on your site? So that's like closer to Ken Bouchard.
Correct.
So no, I'll approve that one so we can pull permits. Because that's what they want to do.
It's only one application, like it's plan approval and then the numbers in front of it. I haven't done this before. We could attempt, there's a bit of a risk factor in
What's
that,
the risk factor?
they can't proceed to their development permit until the plan approval associated with this site is completely executed. So I've never come across a plan approval being approved in part.
I would be willing to, if you approved it, then submit to you new colors in the next week and have a special meeting to approve the other.
It's not your to request a special meeting of this. That's up to us.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm gonna approve building. I'm gonna label them. A, B, C, and D. A, B, C, and D. So I'll approve building A. And let the permits department get their stuff sorted out so they can issue the permit. I don't see why they couldn't get going. It's not like we're dealing with a fly-by-night firm. We're dealing with Daytona. They're as big as Qualico. So I trust that they'll come back with bright colors on B, C, D for our next meeting, so I can approve it right away.
I do have some wording. We actually had some recent precedents on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, really?
So we could approve, it would be page 4 of the plans,
Okay,
page 4 of 22. Subject to the following condition, it would be that the remainder of the plans, the final plan showing, I'll get you to come up with the wording for that, come back to EKT for plan approval and thereafter maintained to the satisfaction of the director.
so you're labeling these 1.
It's just
2,
sheet 4 on the stamp.
2, 3. Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
4. So yeah, it's 4. So we're approving 4. And that allows it to move and then bring back some yellows, brings back some pinks, bring back some blues, bring back some color. We
Okay.
sit in the city 6 months of the year in darkness and snow. Let's brighten it up, guys.
Mingle pink for Transcona.
You'll be surprised that people will slowly adapt. And when they first put up the Eiffel Tower in Paris, everybody hated it. How can you think of Paris without the Eiffel Tower?
Just that we need to be approved to allow them to pull permits on this one project.
If we could put this on the front page of the City Winnipeg Tourism Board, that would be great too.
Well, probably I can't help you with that. If you can, that's more power to you if you do. But anyway, I appreciate the business you're doing in the ward. I just wanna brighten it up because everything is looking so brown.
Page 4, page 2.
There's nothing wrong with brown, but it's like everything's brown
Wait,
or gray,
What's that?
gray or, you know, like,
Site plan, that's why.
you know, or beige, like, you know, let's brighten things up. I mean,
We've done this.
anyway, those are my thoughts. Am I missing something on the discussion?
Sorry, we're just trying to make sure that it works.
Okay,
Yeah, we're kind of come up with some wording.
done. Here, I'll give this back to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll see you next month.
Okay,
Thank
Does-
you.
you don't need anything else from me?
No, but if you wanna send by the planner in my office in advance, I'll look at so that we don't waste time here, that'd be good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, at this,
So I guess I'm suspending the rules to deal with that now.
like, if yes, if you wish, you can. All right, you can make a motion.
So done.
All right, so Councillor Wyatt is moving a motion to
Deal with report 5 now.
or not to suspend the rules to deal with report item number 5, plan approval of 1285 1365 Devonshire Drive West. Given the submitted plans and all right, those in favor, all right, motion carries. We're now dealing with report item 5, the Councillor Wyatt. Oh, excuse me. Any further comment by our
Just some
planner or by our
important
clerk?
things to note, Dylan,
Right.
just to confirm, would we be okay to approve the plans with the exception of pages 3, 5, and 6? 3, 5, and 6 on the condition that plan approval on the remainder come to East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee. Are there other pages that need to be included to allow them to pull permits on that one project?
I've just taken a quick look through them.
Okay.
One moment. We'd also maybe, so we need both the color rendering component as well as the elevation, so I just want to make sure it's the right. Counselor, did you say the $6 that you wanted to approve? Was it the the
Yeah.
6 unit that you wanted to approve?
Page 4.
Right,
Yeah,
we just have to also pair it with the
Yeah,
elevations later on.
it's the building that's closest to Ken Bouchard. On Devonshire there.
So it'd also be page 8. It's needed.
Page 8 is needed, okay.
Page 7 is needed.
6, 7, 8. Oh wait, I was doing the exception. So I got 3, 5, and 6 that aren't needed, that we aren't approving.
Oh, so we need the color elevations, we need the renderings, we need the site plan, and we need the landscaping plan
Okay.
all together in order to allow us to go forward.
Okay.
So the ones that we do need are 8, 9.
Okay.
7. And 4.
Okay.
And 1 and 2. Excluding all the 5-plexes. For 1 and 2.
Okay.
And that is. Let me just check one last one. Oh, and then. Also page 10.
So to confirm, we need 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. And for pages 1 and 2. That was approved with the exception.
I don't know how you want to word it. You could even just, for 1 and 2, just the 2 5-plexes, or just the 5-plex, because everything, or sorry, just the 6-plex, not the 3 5-plexes.
Will be 6.
So you could just focus it on 6.
Okay. And then we will refer the remainder of the plans back to the applicant.
Yes.
Okay. For plans back to applicant. So just final confirmation on here, it would be to approve plans pages 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Limited only to the 6-plex, and that the remainder of the plans be referred back to the applicant for submission to the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee.
Yeah, that's
for the next general meeting.
Would it be possible that we submitted, would it be approved by, email approval by Russ's office?
It would need to be through either delegated authority of the director or through the meeting.
It's in the zoning. It's in the zoning.
we have done that in the past, but it's rare.
We can have a special meeting.
No. When's our next meeting?
Not until September.
Not until September, correct.
Are you kidding me?
It's the last one of the.
We might need a special meeting.
Yeah, might have to have.
I might need one anyway, so
Really?
yeah.
Looks like we might have to have a special meeting then, all right.
Next one, September 4th.
So when's the drop dead date for us to have meetings now with the probe?
22nd or 23rd, but just let me bear. 21st or 22nd, I think, earlier than that. July 22nd to August 31st.
When's the last council meeting?
Last council meeting is on the
July 18th.
the 7th.
Oh,
July 27th?
Oh, sorry.
sorry, July 18th.
Look at the wrong one. Okay, next one will be
18th.
July 18th.
18, I thought, yeah, all right.
So when is
That's a Thursday.
when is prorogation
So
day?
what is the 22nd?
22nd is,
That's the
that's a
deadline.
Monday.
Is that prorogation? That's the last day for.
That's the first day
Or
of,
we could do it
this
this
first day of
Friday.
prorogation.
So we have to have it before the 22nd. Us.
Trying to find my phone.
From our perspective, we can have that to you the end of the week.
Left my phone in the other room. Hold on.
One or two, with the exception of the 5-plex, is correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the interaction between the clerks and our planner Dylan Shislin for making good time and reacting to Councillor Wyatt's
Aye.
motions.
Well, we could do it on the 19th, maybe the day after council.
Okay. That works for me.
Noon?
I did.
I noon.
So July 19th?
Noon, yeah.
We would still need to seek approvals.
Yep.
Yep, move around.
Friday, July 19th, 12 p.m.
Done. Okay.
So it'd probably be best if I just say remainder of the plans be referred back to the applicant for submission to
Yeah.
East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee, and then we'll just work on.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Question?
All right, the question, okay,
Aye.
for this.
I.
All right. And then I'm sorry.
We know the
It's not, I'm not convinced that it's the question is understood by the clerk, let alone the chair. Question on what, sorry, on
So
the
we're-
motion or on,
Well, we're moving the item 4,
yes,
page 4. And call a special meeting for the 19th at noon. So we could have the rest of it considered.
Do we want to specify special meeting in the motion, or should we just put,
Up to you.
I think we could do without, and I mean, you know.
Okay, so a special meeting in July as determined by the clerk.
yes. I will need that, especially cooperation, this works fine.
Sounds good.
Yeah, all right, the motion is understood by the councillors.
Yes.
All right, seeing that, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Do we have any other delegations, Mr. Chairman?
that does conclude delegations today.
Brown, Mr. Brown, thank you very much. And, Pam?
Thank you.
Works.
All right, before we go to that, it is time for announcements if we wish. It has been the weekend of summer solstice, beginning of summer, Indigenous recognition and celebration, as well as festivals, Olympic 150 festivals throughout different parts of the city. I myself have had a few. Olympic 150 celebration in conjunction with the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation that's 2 days ago on Saturday, June 22nd. All day want to thank Leilani and all those that work and all those that have volunteered for Happy Days on Henderson this year. It was a fantastic day of the community, at least 1/3 of which came from St. Vital, River Heights North, and Transcona, North Kildonan. And we're just a wonderful annual event. And it was just excellent. And the same weekend, Indian City just had their album release at the Blue Note Park right downtown, in which I attended, and Jay Bodner, member, with Vince Fontaine, his son Jace Bodner came in and did a cameo. It was fantastic. I also got to see this Indigenous Day. Shanine Robinson performed as well at Neon Lights, and the The cameo guest appearance was done by none other than Counselor Rossi, who performed with Shanine's band as well. And any notices from my fellow councillors? We're good? Okay, thank you. Now we're on to reports. And we start with report item number 1. Clerk Harris, take it away, please.
So we have the traffic signalization at Main and Fernbank monthly updates. We do have David Patman in the meeting. David, I'm just asking you to turn on your video. Hey, David, we're unable to hear you. Doesn't look like you're muted. It appears to be a microphone option issue. Still do not have you coming through.
Yes, maybe we can put him towards the end of the agenda till he sorts out his stuff.
Fair enough. All right, so you're okay. I see that. See consensus. Therefore, we'll go to report item number 2. That's a per capita grant for the Glen Elm Neighborhood Association. My neighborhood, not that they get any special treatment, but they are a rather active neighborhood in the Elmwood East Kelowna ward, and they are asking for the per capita grant of $1,475. And I say yes to 1,000 for, I mean, the whole amount, but what's the 1,000 from the per capita? The per capita is very limited, and I'm going to see if I can get the other $475 or $500 from another source of funding from within the council's purview.
So that's $1,000.
$1,000 now and $500 pending, and they can keep me on this. And that's just to optimize.
Somebody else in the chat?
Oh yes, please, Councillor Rawadi, if you would take the chair.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I move $1,000 from the per capita
Okay.
budget for the Glen Elm Neighborhood Association for their excellent year-round activities and projects.
Motion's been heard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried. You wish me to keep the chair for the third item there?
Yes, please, thank you. That's right. Land dedication reserve for item 3, River Elm School, River Elm School Community playground enhancement, and it's a long time coming, is my understanding, and they are asking for 20,000. I believe I'm just gonna check this again.
Correct.
20,000, and that is from the land dedication reserve. And so yes, I move $20,000 from the land dedication reserve to the River Elm School Community Playground Enhancement Project.
Okay, motion's been heard. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. I'm sure back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Browadi. And we are on item number 4. Take it away, Councilor.
Item 4.
Sir.
So, my understanding is I have the funds for this. Is that correct, Brendan?
Correct.
So this is a request, this is a trail that goes through Helen Marsh Park that is actively used. It's a park on the south side of Pandora Avenue West, between Burnay and Atwood, Atwood, and connects down to Hatcher. There's a trail here already, a pathway, but this is to allow the department to asphalt it. It's not a long path, but unfortunately, asphalt costs $48,000 even for a short path. So, based on, okay, I'm just reading the budget here. I'm not too sure why they're throwing in stuff here that I never asked for, but Accessible picnic table, all right. All right, I'm gonna move approval.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5. Oh, we've done item number 5, right?
Yes,
So we're on to 6.
item 6, I like to approve the names, striking these ones off the list.
Okay, if I just made to introduce the title, just
Oh,
request
sure,
for
sorry.
new request for new street names to be added to the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee Street Name Reserve List.
Right.
That is the title. However, you do wish a modification of that to take off names as well.
Where was this from? Developer?
This.
Precinct J. It's 12.
Welcome.
Okay, so I want to strike off, Akeko Ada Rizi Carrix.
Okay,
So the first 4. I want to strike off Cloudburst. Hollow or Halo, whatever you want to call it. I want to strike off Outlook. Or for whatever advertising for Microsoft. I want to strike off Star Sedge, so whatever that is.
Okay.
And Stipa.
Okay.
So the names that I'm going to approve are Chinook, Dropseed, Fauna Grasslands, Moonglade, Needlegrass Pond, Tawny, Twilight.
understood.
I'm not too sure, it was just around coming up with these names.
It's fascinating to see. I like to know more about where they get this. It's sort of like, deciding on the name for cars, but
I want names that are
Fascinating.
relatively easy to pronounce.
some that nice, neat names.
Well, that might not be politically correct these days, but
What is that?
Easy stuff.
I'm not gonna get myself into trouble by repeating that, so I'll continue on.
All right, it is.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we get this, all this is understood by the clerk.
So it would be
It's
that.
quite a mouthful to it.
So it would be concurring in the recommendation as amended that the following names be added to the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Street Name Reserve List: Chinook, Dropseed, Fauna, Grasslands, Moonglade, Needlegrass, Pond, Tawny, and Twilight.
Correct.
And that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing.
Did you add any to that list? Okay, all right, understood by the clerk.
Well, can we just pick up the phone? Your phone must be broken. Qualco headquarters.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fascinating,
Okay, so,
Call the question.
all right, motion's being heard. Any further discussion?
no,
Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And we're on to item number 7, extension of time plan of subdivision and rezoning for 301, 305, and 309 Harold Avenue East and abutting city-owned parcel.
extended to December of 2024, is that enough time? Typically, we do more than that.
I'm not sure where that. date
You're gonna-
comes from, but you.
I'm gonna move an extension to December 22nd of 2025.
2025.
Yeah. Give them the time. That doesn't seem like lots.
Yeah.
So, and I have no idea when they filed it, so. Yeah.
That is understood.
Market out there is not great.
Call the question on that one.
All right, excuse me, the question being an extension of time.
To December 22nd, 2025.
All right, that's understood. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, okay,
Excuse me,
yeah, that's fine.
all right. Item 8.
It makes the extension of time rezoning southeast corner of Molson Street and Concordia Avenue.
Go a little bit for you.
Please, Council, everybody. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right.
And I'll move, number 9.
Number 9, extension of time subdivision rezoning 70 Lexington Park and unnumbered Lexington Park, DSZ 14/2020. Councilor Brody moves extension of time. Those in favor, motion carries. All right, and do we, Yes, now we come to the hearings portion, which we start in 8 minutes.
Do we have new items on the agenda? Do we want to do it now?
May as well start.
Okay, do we have someone to move suspension of the rules?
Counselor White, or Counselor Wadi with suspension of rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're on to new items.
Counselor, would you just like me to work my way down the list?
I've got them written here. I think it's the same as yours, I hope.
Yep, should be.
Plessy Road, Dougal to Kildare. Is that the first item?
Yep.
So I would like to move that, this on to Public Works to consider moving the speed limit to increase the speed limit on Plessy Road from Dougal to Kildare from, or Kildare in brackets, the terminus of or the beginning of the 60-kilometer, that it be considered an increase in speed from 50 to 60. Before, we didn't have any traffic lights along there. We didn't have pedestrian crossings. We now have pedestrian crossings at schools and everything. What I've noticed is it's become a bit of a speed trap, especially by the underpass, but in other areas too. And I think it just should be consistent right through. That'll take it from Dougal North to Grassy at 60 if we do this. So I'll move that on.
Right,
to-
and this is, the motion is to refer to Public
Correct,
Works.
the request.
All right, for a report from them.
Well, I'll deal with it there.
All right, is there no time, is there any timeline on this?
I'll deal with it there.
All right, so there's no timeline here on the report. On the motion.
No, I'll move there. I'll find out from the staff if they need time wise. I don't want to do it here until I talk.
This is understood by the clerk.
Yeah, so it's
Quiet, everybody, please. We got a meeting going on. Sorry.
requested to direct the Winnipeg Public Service to report back on increasing the speed limit.
What's that?
It's a report back to increase the speed limit from 50 to 60 kilometers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not a report back, but they'll do it there.
Okay.
Sending it there for them to consider.
SPCR BW.
Yeah, I just want to send this on and then I'll move the motion on reporting and time frame there.
Okay. All right. Just general report back to, yeah, okay, got it.
That is understood by the
Understood.
counselors on the clerk. All right, seeing no more discussion, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next one is to request a written report for the September meeting of Community Services to give us an update on the green space master plan.
All right,
Again, I'm on the committee. I'll put timeframes around it then and everything. September is my request, but it probably will be longer. But I'm putting that in there just to kind of get it moving. We're spending $900,000, counselors, on the green space master plan. I'd like to get it written up.
Okay.
fair enough. All right, any further discussion? It is understood by the clerk?
Yes.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Anything further, Council?
Yeah, I'm moving, again, same thing, sort of thing, a written report request for the September meeting. By the way, when I say September, I mean, it's going to the next meeting of Community Services for consideration for a report in September. On the forestry master plan, we need more funds to forestry. I'd like to see what's happening.
Do we have,
I do want one point of clarification on that. Just to be clear, we want this motion to go to the next meeting of Community Services for the report back to come in September.
Right.
Okay, that was my understanding. I just want to.
On both of those, yeah,
Excellent.
good question. Well, that's my motion, Mr. Chairperson.
all right. Understood by the clerk, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And again, the same thing, a written report to report back, to the next meeting of Community Services for a report in September on the Dutch elm disease control program and its status.
All right.
That's, yeah.
In my first term here, Councillor White, you were the first to explain, because you were saying when you were approving plans, development plans, you would say specifically American elm, American elm. And then I was kind of confused by that, given what was going on in my own our neighborhood of Glen Ellen and what I've had to do in terms of funding for reforestation, the largest neighborhood reforestation project in the city for one neighborhood. You would explain that they had developed a new sturdy strain.
I believe so.
All right.
I can't go from memory because I don't remember things like you can, so.
Oh, no, your memory's pretty good. Mine's not, that's just not by any means the worst at
You're a
all.
bit younger than,
No.
well, you look younger.
I've been calling you young Russell for 35 years. I always will.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this? Seeing none of those in favor, motion carried.
Like to request, this is, again, I'm not sure if it's Public Works or Community Services, one of the committees. In the past, we had the ability to sign off on the removal of trees on public boulevards. I'd like us to reestablish that policy along with when that is requested. The councilors are informed in terms of the timing or the plan for that tree's replacement. These trees are coming down everywhere and we don't know when they're coming back in, yet we've given forestry more money.
And you want this report for the entire city?
I want a policy established that this is a requirement. So it'll go on to the standing committee discussion. Which committee would that be? Would it be?
Same policy committee on being
Okay,
No, I thank you for that.
yeah.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor, motion carries.
This is a public works one. I just report on this. By the time they do the report, what I like to get is a understanding, a written report on pothole repair and the length of time that it's taking in 2024 to respond to pothole repair requests.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I believe we do continue a systemic chronic
I hit one yesterday.
problem. Pardon me?
I hit one yesterday,
Yeah,
so. And avoided a whole bunch of others. Okay, so I'm moving that on to public works, please.
okay. Motion to be heard. Any further discussion? Thank you for that
Comment that, yeah, no, they definitely are worse this year than normal, and it seems that the roads did take a bigger beating. That said, I mean, it is time to get caught up. I noticed on the weekend that Gateway in the priority one section was done quite recently, but Gateway, not in the priority one section, is not done. Still a busy street. They should be further along, I think, too. So definitely supportive of hearing about this.
I was on Victoria Avenue East where it turns to Regent and anyway, yeah.
Thank you, councillors. No further discussion? Those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Councillor White, any?
Yeah, thanks for your patience. I'd like to place on the agenda permanent items for next community committee meeting.
For the next regularly scheduled or for the next
No, let's put it on the special meeting too.
special meeting? So for the record, the first ones or the next two officially.
This is, what I'd like to do is get a update from Public Works verbally, Mr. Patman. One, timing of the traffic lights to be installed at Devonshire and Peguis. Two, timing of the lit pedestrian crossing at Donville on Devonshire.
Yeah.
Three, timing of the pedestrian crossing on Transcona Boulevard at the Transcona Trail. Number four, timing, this might not be Mr. Patman, this might be Bjorn. The timing of the lit pedestrian crossing installation at the bus loop on Regent Avenue. And finally, timing of the warning signal, the red light, light turning red warning signal on La Jamore northbound at East Mint.
What's the crossing for the bus?
So right now, the bus loop they have
Is it
a,
place?
yeah, so the buses have a bus activated light.
Oh, yeah.
But what's happening is pedestrians are running across the street there, but there's no pedestrian crossing. Transit is agreed that there should be now.
Yep.
One, so
Good.
I just want the timing on it, on all these things. These are all approved items that are
Yeah.
coming forward, so I just wanted to get.
They're actually in the budget or are they just warranted?
No, they are approved and funded.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Any further, so are we on a report item at this moment?
Yes.
16. I
Excuse
had
me,
it.
16, all right. So that this is understood by the clerk, this motion?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be a regular item on the agenda.
Okay, regular item.
Special.
So regular items,
Starting at special.
just curious, how long do you think these regular items are going to last?
when they get them installed, those.
All right. Okay, I'd like to know more about this and thank you very much.
No, pleasure.
All right, because it does come to, anyway, there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Understood by the clerk. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next one is, move a motion to go on to Public Works for, left-hand turn signals in various directions at the following intersections on Plessy, Pandora, number 1 Pandora, Kildare, / Transcona Boulevard, and Devonshire Drive.
These are, sorry, left-hand,
So what it is, there's no left-hand turn signals at a lot of these locations.
All directions?
Well, at various directions. I'm leaving it up to Public Works to
Okay.
come back to see what they need. There's some obvious ones, but. And, what time do we have to open the regular meeting?
10:59, we have to
Okay.
open hearings.
All right.
If we wanted, though, we could open the hearings, go back to the agenda, finish the agenda, then go back into hearings. It's.
I've only got a couple more items, I think.
Don. Yeah, go on. People are still walking in.
Okay,
So we do just need to call the question on the establishment of the left turn signals
that'll go on to Public Works.
for public, yeah.
Notice,
Ready for the question?
Clerk Harris did not say left-hand turn, it said left turn. All right, this is understood by the clerks?
Yes.
By the clerk. All right, thank you very much. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Councilor Wyatt. That's
Next item is status of completion of the Marianne Sorelli pathway on the west side of Peguis from its existing terminus south to Ravelstone. And that is, a Public Works item that I am thinking should go to Public Works. What do you think, Brent?
Agreed, that would be Public Works. I know in the initial wording, we did have mention of the sale of the land. Do we just want to strike that from the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak to it in the
Okay.
committee.
Understood.
The fact this province bought some out there, so we get moving on it.
All right, so I'll strike that portion, but
Sure.
Great, motion is understood. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm gonna place the next item on my special meeting, on the special meeting agenda if possible.
would,
That's a bike sensor button.
okay,
Just to give you guys time to look at it. It's quite interesting what Victoria does.
Okay.
In terms of crossings for bikes, so give you time to have it on the agenda. And so I'll take that one off for now and then. What other one do we have?
we do have the Happy Land motion and then parking on Transcona Boulevard during rush hour.
All right, so I'm gonna move the Transcona Boulevard one.
Okay,
Can I see that? The Transcona
Boulevard. So what I wanted,
Happy Land.
yeah, we should, maybe what we could do is circulate and come back to the Happy Land later, because it's a long motion.
okay,
So I'll move that we lay that one over until after.
We'll go back into
After
it.
the hearings?
Yeah.
so we'll just,
All right. So you'll move.
so that's the Happy
that
Land one.
So we'll just leave
And
that.
What about
try to get
Transcona?
Councillor Bellotti, Councillor Schreier copies of it.
Perfect, and I'll get them as edited.
What about Transcona Boulevard?
And Transcona Boulevard, I can move it now.
Sure.
So request that, parking be restricted on Transcona Boulevard during rush hour.
Both directions, both times?
The whole thing?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That goes on to Public Works.
All right. This is a motion we're doing now, or
Yes.
no, Councilor White says no.
Yes,
We're having-
yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Transcona Boulevard. yes.
Different one is waiting.
Okay, fair enough. Can you read this for us, please?
So it would be that the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works be requested to direct the Winnipeg Public Service to report back on the restricting parking during rush hours along Transcona Boulevard.
All right, any further discussion? No, Councilor Brady was question, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
Part one, have you heard back from David Patman?
Yeah.
Let's see if he has rejoined. He did briefly rejoin the meeting, but it seems,
I'll move that we add it to the special agenda, a special meeting on September or July 19th.
July 19th. All right, in favor? Motion carries. Thank you for the, glad we're going to have a special meeting. We gotta get some things, get through some things this summer. A lot of people are getting things done in our communities. Charles Lee Road Renewal Corporation, I've got to get some things done for them.
Okay.
For all the work they've been doing. Helga from the Glen Elm Neighborhood Association Community Garden. Excellent work, working with the community, going down one of the best community gardens in the city, right in Glen Elm. Mark Hill, I've got to get a couple of things done with, working with him, lighting and safety. SEPTA, if you will, in a sense, and got some things to tell him and some financial allocations for that as well. We'll deal with that in July. Anything else we wish to say before we move to the hearings? All right,
Can we take open the hearing, take a 5-minute break?
Ray, we'll take a 5-minute break.
are we wanting to open the hearings first and then take a break, or?
We don't have to because it's only 10:30.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
30 minutes. Perfect. Welcome back to welcome to the hearing portion of this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee. This Monday, June 24th, 2024. I'm this year's chair, Jason Schreier, City Council for Elmwood East Kildonan. We have with us as well City Council for North Kelowna, Jeff Rawadi, as well as the City Council for Elmwood, for the Transcona Ward, Russ Wyatt. And at this point, I'd like to acknowledge as well that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. At this point, Clerk Harris, where do we go from here?
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it's your opportunity to speak, however, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the public hearing process brochure, which is available on the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be a part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a subdivision and rezoning at 15 Royal Mint Drive under file DASZ 17/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 2 is a variance at 15 Royal Mint Drive under file DAV 121632/2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. Turn it over to the administration for a brief overview.
Do you want a summary of it again, or?
No.
So at this time, we will call the applicant forward. Louis Pereira. Allow us 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Put the slide up here.
We were looking for some numbers here.
Pardon me?
Water and waste numbers, I think. Yeah.
This is the second hearing on this. Perfect. Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Got 10 minutes.
All right, if I could just pause until I get this full screen here again.
Same address.
Same thing as last time.
I have their addresses.
Okay. I'm ready. All right.
Mr. Lewis, just state your address and your 10 minutes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Councillor Schweier, Browati, and Wyatt for giving me an opportunity to speak again today. Thank you to all the city clerks, planners, and public servants who have worked hard leading up to today's meeting. My name is Louis Pereira, and I am the president of Sherwood Developments 2016 Limited. At last month's EKT hearing, I provided a very in-depth review of our proposed development. My takeaway from that meeting was that our proposal was well received and supportable by council. The primary reason why we are meeting again today is to confirm that Sherwood pays its fair share of the necessary local improvements. Our goal today is to keep things simple and that we pay our fair share, no more and no less. My presentation will be brief, and I'm going to provide you with a quick recap of the property proposed development. Then I'm going to provide the estimated costs of the items listed in our ACG servicing agreement. Then I'm going to conclude the presentation with what would be Sherwood's proposal of our fair share. I'm not going to spend much time talking about traffic today because Brad Cook with AECom is in attendance and will be presenting after me via Zoom. Brad will be highlighting the key points of the traffic study that AECom completed in 2023. And I suggest that if anybody has any questions regarding traffic flow or volume of vehicles on Rollman Drive or Dawson Road South, that he'd be the best person to direct those questions to. I'll now begin the quick recap of the property. This property is 6.6 acres and it was formerly an Esso gas station and truck stop for 39 years. It operated from 1969 to 2008. Sherwood acquired this property in 2002, and we are now actively removing contaminated soil from the site. As of today, we have completed 2 of the 3 excavations, and we will have to remove an excess of 1,600 semi-trailer loads of contaminated soil from this property. Our proposed development will be 3 phases, 4 stories, 222 dwelling units, and we estimate to complete this project in 2028. We are proud that our development has a proposal of 55% green space. Essentially, 3.6 acres of our site will remain green, and there are not many new multifamily developments that can say that. We voluntarily added this 3/4 acre retention pond to our proposed site design. Ducks Unlimited Canada is designing the pond, and we have intentionally positioned it in the southwest corner of the property to create a visually pleasing landscape buffer to the existing homes in the Southland Park community. I'm now moving on to our servicing agreement. On the screen, I have provided the estimated costs for each and every item listed in the ACG report under Section 4 Servicing Conditions. All estimated costs were provided to us by Public Works from the fee schedule list on the city website or provided through conversations with the land development branch. To simplify things, I have separated the local improvements that are associated with Royalman Drive and Dawson Road South. At last month's EKT hearing, it was held over due to unknown oversizing costs for services that were previously installed on Royalman Drive by others. I've colored in red these previously unknown costs, and the 3 items tally up to $149,000 of additional local improvements. I also provided a column in the middle indicating which items we are to pay for and construct. Please take a quick moment to observe the pay or construct column as well. The total estimated cost of local improvements on Royalman Drive is $675,000. And the total estimated cost of local improvements on Dawson Road South is $1,565,000. Combined, these local improvements estimated cost for Sherwood would be a total of $2,240,000. That's a significant amount of money to ask a single lot development to pay. On the next screen, I'm going to share with you Sherwood's proposal on what would be our fair share, on what Sherwood should be paying. Now, at a quick glance, it looks very similar to what is being asked of us, and it's because it is. We've put a lot of thought into this and have decided the best way to move forwards today is to keep things simple. With regards to Royalman Drive, Sherwood agrees to pay and construct everything as per the servicing agreement. We're not proposing any changes to the servicing agreement on Royal Mint Drive whatsoever. As for Dawson Road South, Sherwood agrees to pay and construct everything as per the servicing agreement. Again, Sherwood is agreeing to construct 647 feet of Dawson Road South out of concrete, including the land drainage sewer, the asphalt AT path, the street lighting, and boulevard landscaping. However, the one change that we require, in all fairness, is that our servicing agreement be amended to clearly state the city shall reimburse the developer the amount of 50% the cost of Dawson Road South. We will construct Dawson, but we're just asking for fairness in that we'll be reimbursed 50% the total cost of all improvements on Dawson Road South. In conclusion, Sherwood agrees to construct and pay for all the obligations on Royal Mint Drive, shown in blue, and Dawson Road South in red, as per the servicing agreement. The only change that we require is that in our servicing agreement, the amended it be to clearly state the city shall reimburse 50% the cost of all improvements on Dawson Road South. Who the city chooses to make recoveries from is not Sherwood's decision. When the city reimburses Sherwood is also out of our control. This is the high quality, low density, park-like development that we want to construct. We plan to commence construction as soon as possible. We're excited to set roots in this community, and we're confident the property stakeholders surrounding us will also benefit from us building this exceptional development. Councillor Wyatt, in our last
You have
EKT
to
hearing,
speak through the chair.
Councillor Jason Schweier, at the last EKT hearing, it was discussed that a possibility of a pardon in Sherwood not having to pay the land dedication reserve fee due to the extensive amount of remediation work we have endured removing contaminants from this property. If you would consider introducing this motion and voting in favor of it, this would significantly help us in making this development viable. I would like to thank everyone for listening. This is the end of my presentation. Again, I'll remind you that Brad Cook will be speaking after me regarding traffic, and I'll now open the floor to any questions you may have. Thank you.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, and thank you, Luis Pereira. 50% of green space, that includes the pond and the green space?
Correct.
Not that I'm judging, that's so it's blue
It's
space. including the green
blue
space.
and green in my eyes is kind of the better, blue is almost the better green.
Fair enough, there is some cultures where they perceive it that way. And language. So, I just have a question, therefore, I guess I have to ask things. Third, it will be actually be for a second segment here. Well, maybe you can actually answer it. Therefore, because you have so much green space, an unusually high amount of green space in your proposal, can you tell me therefore how that affects your obligations towards the LDR or land dedication reserve commitment that is paid? Well, it looks like I'm going to get an answer sooner or later on this, so maybe you don't have to worry about it.
It's private space, so I don't think that it could be considered the 10% LDR.
Okay.
But you're asking what the number is, right?
Yes, but yes, I am.
Well, that's easy.
10% of the appraised value of the land.
The increase in the appraised, the difference between the existing appraised value and the increase. So go ahead, Kevin.
It's 16,500 per acre.
And in England,
The LDR is 16,500.
and it's 6 acres.
6.6.
Okay.
6.6.
So what is the total number then?
6.6, 108, 108,900.
Thank you. Now,
I do have a question unless you do this.
I sure would go ahead, Councilor.
The standard Dawson Road is being planned to be constructed at a 10-meter wide right away.
Standard urban cross section, double check.
Yeah.
A meter right away with 8-inch thick pavement. concrete.
And what is the intention at the intersection of Royal Mint and Dawson in terms of traffic control?
My understanding is it's three-way stop sign. Or sorry, one-way stop sign.
Good. And what was the number that we were waiting for on the water and waste?
Those were the three numbers that was listed.
And what were those numbers?
It was a water main oversizing, and you want the actual numbers? It's the ones on the screen there, 17,160. Wastewater sewer oversizing, 6,072.
Okay.
And then the land drainage sewer oversizing was the big one at 126,060 for a total of around the neighborhood of $149,000.
And you don't have any issue with that?
If I'm reimbursed 50% of all the works associated with Dawson Road South, and if we're able to proceed today without being laid over again, I would be agreeable to that.
What is the oversight? What was the oversizing done for again? What the service for
This land.
this land? So the oversizing was directly related to the servicing of this land, these 6.6 acres and these 6.6 acres alone?
No.
Okay,
To
so
service the land north of the existing development.
also the lands to the east of him.
Not the ANS development, that is going to be serviced a different direction.
Oh, I see. So the
the
land,
one-
the 2.9 acres to the west.
Correct.
So could we get a share on that?
That is the sharing. That is divided by the area.
Oh, that's divided by the total of 2.9 plus 6.6.
That's divided by the benefiting area.
Gotcha. Okay, so that is your share. You understand?
It's based on our site size, so even though we're proposing a lower density, 222 units with lots of green space, we're still paying based on our land area, which is a little bit unfortunate for us.
Yeah, but that's typically how the city does do it by an acreage basis, right? So, okay.
Just penalized for extra green space.
Well, you could have come in with a higher zoning too. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Fair enough. How is this different from the plan you proposed a month ago before Councillor Wyatt felt obliged to lay this over?
Well, this in terms of the shares, right?
At the time, there was talks of a third. And I would obviously be agreeable as that as well, but for me, my main agenda is to get this approved today and to move forwards today and to not be laid over. So we've decided to keep everything as simple as possible and just say we want to do our 50%.
Even though you'll take a bit of a hit on that.
And that's why we're hoping to get somewhat of a savings on the LDR.
Okay, and some extra time to start moving. Okay, fair enough. That's your brother on that machine doing the digging there, getting the environmental mitigation there.
Yeah, and we actually had to dig down to 29 feet on the first hole, which we were, through the engineering report, we're told only 16 feet was a max depth that we'd have to go. So we've been having to move considerably more than what was originally anticipated.
Yeah, all right. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for Luis Pereira? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
All right. Should I leave this up?
I can
I
take
like
that
it.
down.
It's a good view.
All right.
All right, so also in support of the application, we have Brad Cook, who's joining us over Zoom. Brad, if I could just get you to turn on your microphone and your camera, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My camera's on, but you get a great shot of my basement. So, my name is Brad Cook. I'm with AECOM. My address is 99 Commerce Drive, Winnipeg. So I'm speaking in support of Sherwood's Royal Mint Drive development. And just as a bit of background, and then I'll kind of open it up for questions if there are any regarding traffic. AECOM had completed a traffic study last summer of 2023, and submitted it to the city of Winnipeg. It went through a review process, and was finalized last summer. I think late July was when it was finalized. Basically, it looked at, I mean, this is a relatively modest site in terms of development, 6.6 acres, about 220 apartment units. So what we did is, in conjunction with the city, we looked at many of the intersections in the area. Both those existing intersections, Lage-Modier at Fermor, Fermor at Royal Mint Drive, and Lage-Modier at East Mint, as well as Niagara Trail, the new Niagara Trail that's going to come through Precinct J. As part of the analysis, we took into account the two known area developments that will add traffic to this area. And that would be the Plessis Industrial Park, which adds a relatively small amount. But Precinct J in particular, which adds quite a large amount of additional traffic due to the large commercial and multifamily residential that's proposed for Precinct J. So that was all taken into account and analyzed as both pre-development and post-development conditions. The Royal Mint Drive, Sherwood's Royal Mint Drive development, it generates, in terms of additional new traffic, 72 trips during the AM peak and 88 trips during the PM peak. This is a very small amount of new traffic to add to the area in comparison to existing traffic that's out on the road system today. And especially when looking at the amount of traffic that Precinct J is going to add when it achieves full build out. So what the traffic study basically ended up recommending is that with the Precinct J improvements in place, and Lewis had that graphic up on the screen. I don't know if we want to put it back up there. There are a fair amount of road improvements that are proposed for this area, realigning Dawson to basically take it through the commercial area and have it hit Fermor at a new traffic signal controlled intersection, along with a realignment of the remainder of Dawson in between Royal Mint and the new Dawson Trail to bring traffic over into the commercial area. So that was taken into account as part of the traffic analysis. At the end of the day, with the post-development traffic volumes under 2038 conditions, which is 10 years after Royal Mint is estimated to hit its full build out, the Royal Mint Drive development did not create a need for any additional area traffic improvements beyond what is already proposed as part of the Precinct J development. There were some recommendations that came out of the review by Public Works. A couple of them, well, they basically included extending the AT path on the south side of Dawson Road. That is the Dawson Trail AT path. Constructing sidewalks along the south and west frontages of the Royal Mint Drive development, and also installing a speed table on Royal Mint Drive itself at the AT crossing to help slow down traffic at the AT crossing. And there were, at the time the traffic impact study was completed, there were two accesses proposed to the Royal Mint Drive development, one directly on Royal Mint and another on Dawson Road. The site plans have changed a little bit since then, and that's now been narrowed. It's now been reduced to one access only off Royal Mint Drive. And that will have no impact on the results of the traffic impact study. And I did provide some information that the clerk could maybe throw up on the screen. It was really just a kind of a summary of the traffic that the Royal Mint Drive development was going to generate on Royal Mint itself and on Dawson Road, versus what is coming from other areas. And maybe I'll just quickly summarize that. Basically, on Dawson Road, Royal Mint, this is at 2038 when, 10 years beyond Royal Mint's full build out. And at the time it's assumed that Precinct J will be fully developed. So at that time, Royal Mint will account for about 35% of the traffic on Dawson Road in the AM and about 11% during the PM peak. The adjoining precinct J accounts for about 43% in the morning and about 76% in the afternoon. And then on Royal Mint Drive itself, the Sherwood development accounts for 10% of the traffic on Royal Mint only in the AM peak and about 31% in the afternoon. Precinct J adds 0 traffic to Royal Mint Drive. The bulk of the traffic on Royal Mint Drive is coming out of Southlands Park, the existing residential development to the south. That accounts for about 90% in the morning and about 69% in the afternoon. And with that, I am available to answer any questions you may have on the traffic analysis.
Councillor Wyatt.
Brad, did your the terms of your contract include any AT analysis?
It did not.
I don't have any other questions.
Brad, you mentioned at one point about 7 minutes ago, no need for traffic improvements based on, sorry, I'm adding the based on. And I couldn't remember the context in which you said that. You said there was no need for traffic improvements.
What we do when you complete a traffic study, you analyze pre-development conditions, and then you load the traffic from the development that you're analyzing on top of that to see if any additional traffic improvements are required. So when we do that, we analyze pre-development conditions, and we found, and that included the improvements that are proposed as a result of Precinct J, and includes routing traffic over to the new Niagara Trail signalized intersection on Fermor. So with the majority, or with those Precinct J improvements in place, all of the intersections in the study area, except Fermor at La Jamodier, which is kind of a special case, but all the other intersections operate at an acceptable level, right out to full build out of Precinct J and full build out of the Royal Mint Drive development. There was one improvement that we had recommended under pre-development conditions at the 2038 design year, and that was implementing dual westbound lefts on Fermor at the new Niagara Trail signal. But that improvement was basically beneficial without the Sherwood's Royal Mint Drive development. So, and it wasn't a critical improvement. It improved the level of service of that westbound left to enter Precinct J from a level service E to a level service D. But even without the improvement, the overall intersection still operates at a level service D, which is usually that's typically acceptable during a peak hour condition. So then when you load on top of that, the Royal Mint Drive development, Sherwood's Royal Mint Drive traffic, because the traffic they're generating is relatively low, 72 trips in the morning and 88 trips in the afternoon, and that distributes to, the north, south, east, and west. The Royal Mint traffic does not create a need for any additional improvements, such as, traffic signals or, lengthening turn lanes or adding turn lanes or any of that nature.
Brad, thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt.
So in terms of the dual left-hand turning lanes at, I guess then, what is it? The Niagara Road? What's the name of the road that's going to come up to Fermor there?
Niagara Trail.
Niagara Trail, thank you. Yeah. That was done prior to this area being part of the Transcona Ward. What was finally adopted there as part of the ANS application? Do you know?
I can't say for absolute certain. I can tell you what was included in the original recommendations that came out of that traffic study that was completed in 2014. They had recommended a single westbound left lane. And at the time, that may have been sufficient. We are looking at, they would have done their traffic analysis based on the existing traffic on Fermor and La Jamodier, and then projected that forward to their completion date. We are now looking at, we have 2023 traffic data that we're projecting forward to 2038. And that's showing that there's a benefit to having a dual left there.
That's a dual left coming off of Furmore.
Furmore, correct.
So that's not a dual left from Niagara Trail onto Furmore.
Actually, their traffic study at full build out, they recommend a triple left, a northbound triple on Niagara Trail, turning left onto westbound Furmore. When they hit phase one, which is about half of their development, they're recommending a dual left. And then at full build out, that needs to be widened out to provide a triple left mostly because of the commercial site. And the 2,000 multifamilies that had been analyzed at the time for that precinct J. Traffic volumes on that Niagara Trail, they get pretty high in the mornings and the afternoons. Matter of fact.
So first of all, coming back to the left-hand turn, coming into off of Furmore, was that done in the context, that was that's what you're seeing now in terms of the overall build out, including the Qualico land, is that correct?
That's correct, including the Qualico land, but without Royal Mint Drive's development.
Right, and then, sorry?
Royal Mint Drive is putting very little volume on that left.
Right. Yeah, there'll be some residents from this development who will want to go westbound on Furmore, but can't accessing Royal Mint. They have to go via Dawson to Niagara Trail, correct?
Correct. There's what we're projecting is
It'd be limited.
Two cars in the morning want to make that left. They're destined to Sherwood's Royal Mint Drive development, and 5 in the afternoon. So very, very low numbers are going to be using that left turn. The benefit, I should say, not the need, the benefit of changing that from a single left to a dual left is it's to address pre-development conditions without Royal Mint's traffic.
What were the numbers that would be generated going southbound on Royal Mint into Southland Park, morning and afternoon, from the development?
There was 13 in the morning that will be heading south.
Okay.
And 9 in the afternoon.
Okay. That's based on 222 units?
That was based on 200 units because that was what was originally proposed. So with 220 units, it'll go up a little bit by maybe 10%. So instead of 13 and 9, it might be, 15 and 10 that will come through Southland Park and use East Mint Place.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Councilor Wyatt. Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you very much.
So we had no one else who pre-registered to speak in support. We do have some folks in the gallery. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Seeing none, we had no one registered in opposition. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to the application? And is there anyone who would like to speak for information on the application? Seeing none, we could have questions for the administration.
No, I don't have any questions at this time. I'll wait to hear back from the applicant.
Councilor Wyatt, you're the one that felt obliged to move this over for a lack of information from the administration, was it at the time?
Well, no, we got the answer to the water and waste, which was a big thing.
All right.
Issues, but thanks. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, and clerk.
No, I think we get to hear from the applicant again if you.
Yes, the applicant has a chance to speak in rebuttal to anything they may have heard.
Three wishes.
Louis, you can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Please note, no new information is permitted.
Well, there was no rebuttals, so don't know really what to speak to. Do you guys have any other questions for me?
Well, I guess you could stay here. What I like to do is move. I know you want to deal with this today, though there are a number of changes to the service agreement that you're requesting as well. I don't like making the changes on the fly without seeing them in writing. We do have a special meeting called on other items on July the 19th.
We are still pending approval on that from the mayor's office.
Yeah, all right. Well, subject to approval of the mayor's office, which is new as well. At least for me. What I like to do is move some suggested amendments and then get them back in writing for consideration before I approve anything going on to a standing committee. So, I'll read to you what I like, right now, I guess one of the questions I have, from the administration is on the active transportation stuff. We don't really have an overall AT plan in this area, or we do.
I defer to Kevin generally on that. There's the path west, I believe, but that's about it.
Right now, you're not building any AT, there's a sidewalk called on the north side of Dawson, correct?
That's been removed from the servicing agreement, and we are constructing an AT path on the south side, kind of right behind the single family homes. It kind of connects to what you can see on the screen there. On the west side, there's that existing path, which then would be,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at a drawing here with your application with the solid sidewalk still on the north side.
that might be an older drawing that you're looking at. And what I'm proposing today is to essentially follow the servicing agreement word for word, and just asking for, there's actually, if you do look at the Schedule B on page 25 under paragraph 6, Dawson Road South, 6B, there already is language in the servicing agreement that says the city will endeavor within the limits of its powers to make recoveries. And I'm just asking one sentence to be changed to say the city shall reimburse the developer 50% of the cost.
Okay.
So I'm just asking for one line to be changed. And
for some reason, your sidewalk along Royal Mint stops at your driveway.
that was a recommendation by Public Works, as Fermor Avenue is not a pedestrian street. There is no sidewalks on Fermor Ave
Today.
and that was recommended by Public Works and by the Planning Division to not have a sidewalk, and that is to stop at the south side of our approach and then to connect to all the way down to Blue Mountain Way. Is there is no current sidewalk, so we've actually kind of colored that in as part of our servicing agreement, what was asked of us, and we are agreeing to complete.
And no AT was recommended along the south side of Fermor, even though we got AT running along the east side of Lagimodiere that we had to put in at our expense as a city.
The AT path is there. It does connect
On
to
the
us.
south side of Fermor?
It does veer off and gets away from the highway, correct?
Does it continue on, or does it meet up somewhere on the east side? I believe it-
On the east side, the intent is it would continue on throughout the Precinct J development. They have quite a nice and elaborate AT path design, which I think works quite well. And
Where are you showing the AT on the south side of Fermor?
it is south of Dawson Road South.
No, I'm not talking there. I'm talking the south side of Fermor. You got an AT path running. Yeah, I hear
It's-
you.
At this point here, right at this intersection, the path veers
Yeah,
down.
but there's not one going along Fermor.
That's correct. The Fermor, once you get east of Lagimodiere, is not considered a pedestrian street.
Well, neither is Lagimodiere, but we got an AT path along there.
I didn't make those rules up. I'm just saying that this is what has been recommended to us, and we're just trying to do what is recommended so that we
Okay.
can proceed.
So what I like to do is this, I like to send this back to get some changes. I believe that the amount of traffic that you're generating onto Dawson based on Dawson Road South, based on what Mr. Cook indicated,
Mhm.
I'm not too sure why you want an obligation for 50%. I think the amount of traffic that's gonna be generated from the developers, both to the west and the south, will far surpass what you're gonna generate on Dawson Road South. And so I want some fairness introduced there. And so where I'm going with this is that there'd be a split be done, for consideration, that it'd be, you'd have a 20% obligation with 40% of one builder to the west, of the split, the remaining 80% be split equally between the two builders to the west and south. Sorry, to the east and south. In terms of Royal Mint Drive, yes, your obligation is there, but I think it should be at an 80%, not 100. Because I think the development on the other side of the street should be contributing.
Those figures that I've posted there, I believe are our 50% share. Kevin can kind
Is
of.
that 50% share already? No, it's 100% on
There's
dot.
some inaccuracies with the frontage costs for the construction of the wastewater sewer and the water main.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about,
We currently are not asking for reimbursement for Royal Mint.
we're not,
We are counting that towards his construction obligation for Dawson Road South.
okay.
In order to bring the development into a reasonable position consistent with the development agreement parameters.
So who built Royal Mint?
The city built Royal Mint.
City built Royal Mint.
However, there is under the development agreement parameters, the obligation that developers pay for all their fronting roads.
Yeah, I hear you.
Consider 50% of Royal Mint and 50% of Dawson Road South. Whether or not he generates the traffic, you build the road fronting your property, your cars drive on more than just the road fronting your property. This is the only logical way to this, and fair way to.
Well, then I would suggest 50% obligation on Royal Mint and the 50% coming from the developer across the street when that time comes.
Which makes a ratio of, I'm sorry, trying to get my head around third.
No, I'm talking about Dawson. I'm talking about Royal Mint now, Counselor.
Okay,
So, and then I think there has to be a treatment done to Dawson Road South at Royal Mint. I like to see a design for a roundabout here, not a stop sign.
So our costs are essentially gonna be higher.
No,
Uh,
cost will be lower.
On Royal Mint Drive, we're currently paying $675 and,
675 is a percentage of what?
So I'd like to be clear, he is to construct he's to pay for the water main, the wastewater sewer he's to construct. It doesn't need to be the full frontage. So that number is off slightly. And he would reimburse 50% when the neighbor across the street connects for the wastewater sewer. So again, that 154,000 probably drops to 40,000.
I thought it was 149, but anyway, okay.
The regional land drainage system is to service his property, so it shouldn't really be under Royal Mint Drive. It's to accommodate the flow from his property. Same river acquisition charge, same thing. We've also relieved him of his obligation to construct the sidewalk, as you mentioned, on the north boulevard of Dawson Road South. So if we are going back to be strict with the development agreement parameters, we should add that in as well. We're trying, the administration is trying to be as reasonable as possible in order to get the road built.
But yet we heard from Mr. Cook that the amount of traffic this is gonna generate on Dawson Road South is negligible.
But he also, that traffic is gonna go on and drive on other people's streets too. And we're not asking for a contribution for those other streets.
Well, you could say that about anything.
Exactly. The way we divide it is the fronting property.
Okay. Now, what would be what's the obligation in Royal Mint right now, the road?
We are relieving him of his obligation.
No, what is the obligation now?
Off the top of my head, I think it's.
I don't want off the top of the head. I want to know the number.
About $760 and then your foot is paid.
700,000?
He's got. Uh,
427 feet of frontage, and if it's 760, that's an additional
Just wait,
$324,000.
just wait. Let's find out.
The development agreement parameters deals with frontage. Roads are built in a linear manner. It's the only way to track it.
You said 760 per acre, I think. So
No, that's feet.
But that was me,
all right, thank you.
we would be collecting back not on today's value, but we would be collecting back on the value that we spent back in whatever it was, 20, 30 years ago.
If the numbers were available, we would still index them to the cost of inflation based on the CPI. But
Not
typically,
construction inflation.
yeah, the consumer price index for Winnipeg, non-adjusted.
All right, so this is what I like to do is I'll close out, I'm not gonna close allegations over this. I'm gonna move some motions then we'll bring it back. I need some more information. I can't make a decision here when we don't know the number for Royal Mint. So, but I just give you an idea where I'm going with this.
Are we, in Luis Herrera's case, does he leave the chair at this moment?
Yeah.
Mr. Pura, I
So I'm either kicking the can.
gather what's
Hopefully at
going
the
on
special
here.
meeting on July the 19th.
Bear in mind, I understand Councillor Wyatt merely wants to assure due diligence on this, and in the first place felt that you were being treated unfairly, and he just wants to try to get the right thing done here, and such as part of the process, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir.
So I will just note that if we are adjourning the hearing to a later date, we will need to specify the date and time of said hearing on the record. I am still waiting for the final approval.
Okay, well, we've got a long meeting today, so we can always say that we're targeting for July the 19th. In effect, if it doesn't happen, then it's a September meeting, but we'll wait to hear back from the mayor's office on that.
Yes, but having said that, I do have other items that I need.
Those could be addressed
Okay.
at a later date. They don't need to be handled right at this moment.
We're good.
Well, thank you, Mr. Herrera. At this time, Councillor Wyatt, are you going to be moving motions?
Yeah, I'm gonna move the following motions that, number one, I'd like to get some information on, I would like to see a design for a roundabout at Dawson. I don't want a stop sign because it's gonna be busier than people realize with the development of A&S. If they stay with a commercial, you're gonna have a lot of traffic coming through here. I'd like to see a design for a roundabout at the intersection of Dawson Road South and Royal Mint. The roundabout costs will be shared with the three major developers in the area. But at this point, we can only identify one developer as per this application. So this development estimated, the roundabout cost estimated at 20% in terms of his obligation. Whatever you wish. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I'd like to see electric charging stations level 4 established at this site, based on 222 units. Ideally, 4 sets of dual electric charging stations established at the site. I'd like to see at least one car co-op vehicle in light of the 222 units. And the obligation Dawson Road, what I'm thinking is will be in light of the minimal impact this is gonna have of his development, that he be obligated at 10% in terms of Dawson Road, and that the other 90% from other developers coming forward in the area up to from Royal Mint Drive up to the terminus of his eastern property line. I'd like to see the sidewalk reestablished on the north side. What number are we at now? 7, I think.
So we have the roundabout at Dawson Road South, including the cost, the electric charging stations.
Design and cost, yeah.
Design and cost, at least one car co-op. 10% obligation.
On Dawson Road South, so that's 4.
Sidewalk on the north side.
5 sidewalk on the north side. Completion of the sidewalk on Royal Mint up to Fernmore. So what is that, 6?
Yeah.
7. I'd like to see the AT on the south side of Fernmore. Consistent with what's been done on La Jamodier on the east side, so that it's fully connected. 8, that bicycle parking be provided in the front of every stall i.e. a simple steel loop, both for the underground and at grade. And that at least a 10 bike parking storage facility be provided for underground. We could elect to do more.
Every parking stall?
Yeah, it's very easy to do. You just screw in that steel thing.
What's easy?
So what you do is you install a steel loop. Other developers have done it, Park City Common, you know.
For what, sorry?
So what they do is they install a steel loop into the concrete that you can lock your bike to.
Right.
Yeah. So you pull into your stall and your bike is in front of you. That's 7 or 8? 8. 9, the garbage enclosures, I like to be fully enclosed with roofs over top of them. So that people aren't looking down into their garbage bins from their second or third balcony. And, and the Royal Mint obligation, so this would be number 10 or 9? 10. So, I want to get the real numbers.
$690 per linear foot for $294,000.
I want to get the real numbers, what the city spent back then. And I want to know, not based on construction dollars, based on interest rate, as if we were to have banked that money and put it into a GIC or something, or try to borrow the money ourselves. So I don't want it based on construction inflation, in other words, right? I want it based on,
As I mentioned,
Price.
CPI index is
so what's the CPI right now on that one? That's, how much is it?
it's been between 2 and 7% per year.
No, sorry. What is the total value, Kevin?
I don't have the construction
Okay,
cost, so I
so
would need
then-
the construction cost for them to index it.
Okay, so let's get those numbers. That's the 10th item, to get the number for the next meeting.
CPI closer to 2, 7% closer to construction inflation already.
Well, and that's just it. So whatever, what year would have that road been built, do we know? 30 years, 20 years?
2017, it was fairly recent.
Oh, it was recent. Okay, so, all right, it was,
You know what, I honestly, I can,
so whatever the value was, let's
between
find out the
2018
value.
and now.
Okay, so we're only talking about 6 years or whatever. All right, so let's find out the value and go from there.
Okay, any further?
And then this gives the proponent, the applicant time to look at these suggested changes. In terms of the LDR, I can make a motion here on it, but it probably wouldn't be supported at the higher committee unless it's tied to affordability. We do have an HAF program now, the Housing Accelerator Fund. I mean, if there were, the deadline for the application is July the 15th for the first round. The applicant were to make an application, and let's say out of the 222 units, 10%, 22 units are for HAF. I could then make a case probably to the standing committee that there'd be something done there on LDR, because that's the only time we've done it in the past that I could think of. Typically, we've done it for affordable seniors housing. So that's the only time we have waived it on environmental stuff, which is the case that he's making. And that bill was done on a joint venture that we were part of. So a little different.
Any further numbered motions or?
No, I this will give it time for them to look at the numbers and see what the differences are, and
This
trying to be as fair as I can on Dawson Road South. I'm trying to be logical in terms of the obligations that are there, namely, if you're hooking up the Royal Mint and that's your main way in, typically you're 50%. And I appreciate the fact his impact on Dawson Road South is very limited, which is why I'm saying 10%. I think that's fair. The roundabout, because there's tied to Royal Mint and Dawson, I'm saying 20%. That's why I'm coming up with this. And the AT stuff along for more, like, I mean, if it's possible the next meeting, I mean, if we could have an active transportation or a coordinator here,
You mean next special meeting?
Yeah, the next meeting, this comes up, whichever that date that is, that the AT coordinator be here to speak to this, because I find that sometimes it gets missed, and I don't wanna miss it. Other areas of the city don't seem to miss it. EKT is different. I don't want it missed. It's great that we have the AT along the south side of Dawson, but people travel when they walk. You know, we're like, any other animal. We walk the most direct if we can. And so if somebody has to head to, let's say, the commercial that is being built to the west, or sorry, to the east, they're gonna want to go direct along their bike with their bike if that's what they're using. Or if they're gonna live there with all the multi-family going on. So I want to look at that. So anyway, those are my recommendations.
These are recommendations that are, is this an addition to the motion? These are to be,
I'd like to see
answered
these,
for
I'd
the
like to
question.
see them written out so that I can have motions at the next meeting that are clear, the only one that's kind of hanging out there that we really don't know yet is the number in terms of the Royal Mint.
you want this written out this afternoon before the,
No, for our next meeting.
you want them written out for the meeting? Do you want them written out as part of the publicly issued report?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to have them on the agenda so we can consider them,
All right.
so that we know what we're moving.
Mhm.
I don't wanna move anything unless I see the wording of it.
Council Roll,
To the higher-
I was taking notes on that as well, itemizing your points and usual,
The bike loop stuff, like, we've done that with other developments, Park City Commons, for that has. It's very simple to install a bike loop in front of every parking stall. And they have bike storage.
Councilor White, you said level 4.
Level
charging
2,
station.
level 2.
Level 2. I understand. Okay, that makes
So
more
level
sense
2
to me.
charging station is a
Thought you
charging
said level
station
four.
that is about a 3-hour
Did
charge.
you say level 2 or level 4? I could have sworn you said.
Dual charging station, the last time I checked, they're probably coming down in price.
Yeah.
With about 15,000 for a dual with the electrical cost, but if there's electrical going on already, that cost comes down.
Okay, why do you say dual? What's the difference if it's electric charging station?
Because you hook them up where they basically have one pole and there's 2 stalls.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
dual in that respect. You don't mean a single car being dual
No,
fuel. All right. I needed that
no, so
clarification.
no, it's all right.
Yeah.
So you got one car here, one car here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm flexible. I
Dual,
said,
you mean-
I'm flexible on 4, maybe it's 2.
You said
Right.
dual electric vehicles, best to say 2 rather than dual, because dual electric.
Well, they call, no, the industry calls it a dual
Uh,
level 2 electric charging
Well,
station.
I got a
Yeah.
charging station at home.
You got a single electric charging
Yes, I do.
station.
I got a single-
Then you don't have a
Or
dual.
what in this case would be called a solo, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And there should be federal money available for that unless they gave it to all the car dealers, which is what the liberal government did prior on the last grant that they gave for this, which was outrageous. But anyway, that's another story.
all right.
So
And I would like to just, for any clarity, saying that Councillor Wyatt moved this over to another meeting because he wanted due diligence, because he felt the developer was treated unfairly. And for clarification of that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Councillor Wyatt, but because he felt, my understanding was that other developers should have been paying a higher share, given their
what are you talking about?
last time you were, my understanding was you felt that this development was paying too much. I didn't. No.
This developer is being requested to pay the same as any other developer.
But you were questioning the impact that it
On the
had.
Dawson Road South
Yes.
specifically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
You were generalizing.
all right, specific to Dawson, and fair enough, all right, not specific. And, that's here we are again, Councilor Roy.
Well, at this point, I'm gonna support the motion to lay over with the request back on this information. That said, I don't necessarily support each and every one of these clauses that the councillor is suggesting. Some of the AT, perhaps may never be needed, some of it may be very relevant. I've had instances where I've had projects come back and it's like, geez, I wish they didn't, they had added pieces that ended up getting missed, so for that reason, I'll support that part. Again, we need housing. This is, taking an impacted site and then putting it back on the market. I think there needs to be some recognition for that. So we can bring down some of the costs through some of these road alignments and stuff. That may be a, you know, a reason to allow it this time, but perhaps not to allow it in every case and set a precedent here. Things like filling enclosed garbage is fine. Again, bike parking for every stall seems excessive, as does the car co-op. Just on my first impression, but yeah, in terms of some of the sidewalks pieces and stuff, I'd like to hear from somebody perhaps on the AT side to make recommendations. I don't know what the future plans are for Furmore. I'm thinking of a project on DeVries where I really wish they had built the sidewalk the whole way. So yeah, supporting it today, but again, not necessarily in support of every clause that's being listed here.
Thank you, Council Brody, myself as well, but nonetheless, this is gonna get the show on the road. And when it comes to car co-op, I mean, I'm curious because, you know, that's really been spawned from downtown out to the core area. And, you know, these can be extremely effective for people in the suburbs. Developing that infrastructure early can be just beneficial for everybody. But having said that, I want to see how this goes for the next meeting. Enough said on this. Any further discussion? Is this understood by the clerk?
It is, we just still haven't received approval. If I could request just a 5-minute recess so I could make some calls, see where we stand on this, make sure we're proceeding properly.
And bear in mind, this, we need approval from the mayor, by the mayor's office. And we can still add items because I've got.
Yeah, the special meeting's an entire thing.
Things are,
Oh, excuse me.
working through with lunch and anything else. I'm good to do one more and then take a lunch, but okay.
I'll move that we take a 5-minute break to allow Brendan to find out about the date.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, welcome back to this hearing of the East Westmont Community Committee. Regularly scheduled meeting this Monday, June 24th, 2024. We are resuming the hearings and we are approaching item number 3. Before I do,
We do have motions to, on numbers 1 and 2 first.
excuse me, we still have motions
Yes.
on 1 and 2. All right, fair enough.
So moved. Now that we know the meeting date.
And okay, so this is based on the understanding from the clerk, that the clerk is an understanding from the mayor's office.
So this is gonna be a layover to the special meeting on July 19th, 2024 at 12 PM in these.
I want to make it clear, the reason I'm moving it to the special meeting, there was nobody in opposition to this item. And therefore I'm going to accommodate at the special meeting. Otherwise it would have been the regular meeting. I don't want to make residents have to show up in July. So,
All right.
And I'll just note that part of that motion as well is to allow the public service to provide information on the following. That's a roundabout at Dawson Road South and Royal Mint, including design and budget costs. The dual electric charging stations at level 2 at the site, 4 of those. At least 1 car co-op vehicle. The obligation at Dawson Road South to be obligated at 10%. And that was no responsibility for the road, correct, council? Correct. Confirmed. Sidewalk north of Dawson. The completion of the sidewalk at Royal Mint up to Furmore. The active transportation path along the south side of Furmore, consistent with
and priced out as well.
priced out as well.
And
That
if
was
we can have the
both.
AT and request for the active transportation staff person to be here and speak to the item.
Active. Okay, noted. Also bicycle parking in front of every stall, such as a simple steel loop, both underground and at grade, and at least a 10 underground bike storage facility. A garbage enclosure fully enclosed with roof over top, so people can't see in the garbage bins. The Royal Mint obligation, including what the city had spent when it was paved. With that number based not on construction dollars, but interest rates at the consumer price index
Since the time of construction.
since the time of construction. Firm. And that was the sidewalk.
No, that was the,
Final item.
that was Royal Mint.
Cost of payment.
Okay, cost of living construction. And then 11 was the. From there,
Completion of the sidewalk along Royal Mint on
the eastern tribes,
all the way to Fernmore.
northern Royal Mint sidewalk out to Fernmore. Excellent. Okay, understood.
Thank you. And this bothers me, so I'm gonna state it for the record. When it says the dual electric charging stations, that means 2 electric charging stations. It does not mean charging stations for dual electric vehicles.
Correct, the dual level 2 electric charging station services 2 cars at once.
All right, and that's what dual here means. It's dual
And the
electric,
car, 1 car co-op still.
because a dual electric is a hybrid. So
Correct.
that's confusing to me. I don't know why we're having this, because I was confused. I really was.
Electric charger, no, it could be not a hybrid, no, it could be a plug-in electric or a totally electric vehicle.
But that's not a dual electric. A dual electric vehicle is,
No, this is the charging station.
that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, okay, so.
That's why I had, and I can't believe I'm gonna be the only one that's misinterpreting this. Because I'm not the only one that understands a dual electric vehicle
Right,
is,
right,
Is-
it
is
means
a
something
hybrid.
totally different, yeah,
right, it's the same terminology.
I
All
know.
that's missing is perhaps a hyphen. We don't get that when it's really communicated. So that's important.
Yes,
Just gotta
I
say, can you imagine getting the wrong charging station or whatever? So anyway,
Thank you.
fair enough. Now I'm going to ask, given that it's been brought to our attention that the largest group here notably is.
We do still have the variance on this one as well.
Let's go, sorry.
And we have to call the question on this.
Excuse me, all right, excuse me.
So we call the question on this motion?
All right, it's understood by the clerk. Any
Yes.
further discussion by
Yes.
councilors? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then we will need to do onto the variance as well. Counselor, I'm assuming the same
Lay it
motion.
over to the 19th, I should say.
So the 19th at noon in the council building at 510.
And that's the original proposed date, was it not? Correct. All right. Okay. Motion has been heard?
Yeah.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we're finished with those.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. At this point, it's been brought to our attention, the notably largest group here, here is present here in this room, paying for their parking meters, et cetera. Spending their day here, is for the last items regarding the Dugald Road, Plessy Road. And there is, concern about that, and I'm putting it out there if one of my fellow councilors would move, that they be moved up somewhere to the convenience of this meeting.
I think that's gonna be Dora done first and then taking a lunch break.
Well,
Yes,
I'm
and
a-
then, I
number
know,
one, I've raised this in governance before, that parking should be covered.
yeah,
I raised it also in governance
Yeah.
about the fact that other services like water, coffee, simple chips should be provided.
Yep.
Nothing's been done.
Yep.
And, you know, until my colleagues on governance kind of start getting things moving, you know, what am I gonna do, right? We have a hearing, we have other people who also wanna, we got number 701, I'm sure there's somebody here for that. So we have the agenda and it comes through the way it comes through. So I'm assuming this came through in timing and the clerks put it in this order for that reason.
okay, fair enough. And I'm going to state for that.
And I'm apparently not allowed to pay for parking. I've tried to pay for parking before with my war allowance. Apparently I'm not allowed to do it.
So we may
Apparently
not
it's against the
pay for these
CWA
people's
parking rules. I think we should be blocking an area when we have hearings here, but I've raised this in governance and our Speaker Sharma hasn't done anything about it, so I'm putting it out there.
Fair enough. All right, again, that's out by Councillor Wyatt, and therefore there is no motion on this.
We used to have
But-
evening meetings.
For the record, I'm not going to deny that there is a sympathy and recognition for the dilemma. This is a common dilemma, well, been going on for decades. It's not new.
Well, at least
This is something that our good citizens, have to bear with in the democratic process here. So glad they're here. All right, so having said that,
as fast as.
where are we at here, Clerk Harris, regarding, we're on number 4.
Items 3, 4, and 5 are combined here.
Yeah.
So I'll just introduce the items.
Sure.
Item 3 is a subdivision and rezoning at 701 Pandora Avenue West under file DASZ 6/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will all be heard at the same time. Namely, item 4 is a variance at 701 Pandora Avenue West under file DAB 113177/2024D. And item 5 is a conditional use at 701 Pandora Avenue West under file DCU 113039/2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. At this time, I'll turn it over to the administration to give a brief overview.
701 Pandora Avenue West is located at the northwest corner of Pandora Avenue West and Morose Street in the Melrose neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. It's in an established neighborhood, mature community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0 and is zone R1M. The applicant has proposed subdividing and rezoning the subject property, the R2 residential 2-family district, for the construction of an 8-unit multifamily building. The building would be 2 stories in height, 70 feet in length, and 53 feet in width, and it would have a total lot coverage of 46.7%. It would be providing parking at a 1-to-1 ratio. The proposal does require variances and a conditional use. The variances enable a reduced parking stall count, a reduced front yard, as well as 2 variances that would enable the parking located off of the rear lane with a reduced setback to the building. The Urban Planning and Design Division is supportive of these variances. And then the conditional use is required to permit a multifamily building in the R2 district. The Urban Planning and Design Division is supportive of the conditional use, but has recommended conditions with that application that would substantially affect the project. Specifically, the recommended conditions include a cap of 6 units rather than the applied for 8 units, a maximum lot coverage of 42% rather than the applied for 46%, a minimum rear yard of 36 feet rather than the proposed 29 feet and 9 inches, and a requirement that plans showing compliance with the infill guidelines be submitted to the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee. The reason for these conditions is that a key consideration in supporting this intensification is the infill guidelines, which provide building and site policies to guide infill development. The proposal does not meet the preferred location criteria for low-rise multifamily residential buildings, and it does not meet the site and building policies for low-rise multifamily residential buildings. So the Urban Planning and Design Division recognizes that this is a unique lot and is therefore supportive of a low rise here, subject to it meeting the site and building policies for these structures. To ensure these policies are met, conditions requiring that rear yard setback, the lot area coverage have been recommended. The unit maximum has been recommended for 2 reasons. First, the preferred location criteria enable at most a 4-plex here. Secondary considerations were already used to enable a greater number of units, but doubling the number of units supported by the infill guidelines is substantial. Second, as the building already exceeds the lot area coverage and rear yard requirements of the infill guidelines, the division is concerned that the proposed number of units is too great for the site. These conditions have been applied as a means to enable intensification on the site that mitigates the negative effects on the neighboring properties. So we are recommending approval of the DASZ, or the subdivision rezoning, the conditional use, and the variances because they are broadly consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities 2.0. That concludes my summary. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Wyatt.
Was there a front yard alignment study done on this block?
There was, yes. It's they are, I believe that they're within 5 feet of the alignment, which is.
So what is the average alignment?
I'll just pull it up here in a moment. 22 feet, and they propose 17 feet.
Okay, so typically the allowance, it's 10% is what, so it's a little bit beyond that.
This is the info guidelines are what guide how much we'll support, and it's within plus or minus 5 feet of what the alignment is.
Oh, it's changed. It used to be 10%.
Yeah, I believe after the info guidelines came in, it
I see.
gave us a specific policy to point to.
We're gonna wear that. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
fair enough.
Okay. And there's a multiple family just down the block from this. What's their front yard?
To the east,
At Bismarck.
Approximately 21 feet. I don't know the specific alignment, but within about a foot of that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No further questions from Councilor Wyatt. No further questions of the administration?
Not right now, Mr. Chairperson.
Fair enough.
Okay, so at this time, we can move on to the applicant. John Winthrop is the applicant on the file, however,
Yes.
Ross Mitchell will be speaking.
Yes.
Serving
Thank
as the
you very
applicant
much.
on his behalf. Ross will have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Ross Mitchell, I'm with Slice and Blackburn Consulting, but yes, I'm here to the behest of John Winthrop to represent the owner and the applicant. John, in this case, because of a conflict with another hearing. I got the call last Thursday, went fishing this weekend, but I did read the report and I was encouraged. I was quite encouraged actually when I got to page 14 and saw that this project meets most of the criteria for supporting infill development under the complete communities directions strategy. It's going to revitalize the neighborhood. It's going to increase the population. It's on a collector street across from an industrial area. It's close to transit. It's within walking distance of your day-to-day shopping needs. And there's no servicing constraints. So that's probably 75 to 80% of the criteria that's used to support infill development. So that was kind of good until I got to the next page, page 15, where the report suggests that the project does not respect the existing character of surrounding properties. And this is severe enough that it could cause a land use conflict between adjacent properties of lower density. And this kind of threw me. Planners like to use the word character. They kind of toss it around. I think they tend to conflate it with physical qualities. But if somebody's talking about a person's character, mine, for instance, is it my height, my girth, the size of my hands? I'm not sure. It's kind of a feeling, right? I'm not sure how it relates to physical characteristics, but I think they tend to use character as kind of a date stamp. And this neighborhood has that stamp, it's been applied to it. But neighborhoods evolve, they change. They tend to densify over the years. Take my neighborhood. I live in Wolseley, and the talk among the planning fraternity is that there's more planners living in Wolseley per capita than any other neighborhood.
There's more what, sorry?
More planners live in Wolseley than any other neighborhood in the city. That's the joke. There's 4 on my block alone. Stephanie was here earlier. She lives around the corner. Why are planners attracted to Wolseley? Well, it's a diverse community. It provides housing choice. It's diverse economically in terms of the stage of the life cycle. And that what encourages that diversity is the variety of housing. Now, why do planners like Wolseley? And if not in Wolseley, why not in Melrose? Why isn't it appropriate to encourage the same kind of diversity in Melrose as it is in Wolseley? Now, one characteristic of Wolseley is that there's 3- and 4-story apartment buildings on some of the corners on streets like Westminster and Wolseley. These 3- and 4-story apartment buildings are adjacent to single-family housing. A lot of them don't provide parking to any great degree. We celebrate Wolseley because of the character. Now, the report goes on to talk about building typologies, and that's where it kind of gets into the weeds here a bit. It says it's out of scale with the adjacent properties. But that's kind of confusing because in other places, other neighborhoods, in particular River Heights, the planning department supported the subdivision of 25-foot lots. On these lots are allowed to erect 2.5-story dwellings. These dwellings are 20 feet wide. They provide a 2-foot side yard on one side, a 3-foot side yard on the other. So they're so close, you couldn't put a ladder up to clean your eaves troughs out. They tower over the existing dwellings on those streets. Drive down Centennial if you really want an example of what's happening. Apparently I did last night. Here's an image. Here's an image if you can see it. One of those 2.5-story houses beside.
No, that's a picnic.
That's my fishing. That's my fishing.
I am just gonna note that I will need copies of anything displayed to the committee.
Okay, well, I'll send it to
Thank
you.
you.
I'll get back to it. I'll get back.
Don't worry, some of us are IT challenges.
Okay, so that's an image showing one of these tall houses. That's taller than the proposed apartment. So I don't understand when I talk about out of scale, how this building on a 66 by 120-foot lot provides adequate separation, adequate side yards, adequate parking, how that's not appropriate. It's just, to me, it kind of defeats the argument that it's out of character or out of scale. And up and down Academy, they're converting corner lots to apartment buildings, to commercial development. I mean, why not Melrose? Why is this neighborhood date stamped with single family homes? So, and some of these infill houses, they kind of trick out the facades to make them look different, but they're just stucco walls between them with no windows. And there's some comment in this report about cladding styles on this place. Like, get serious. Now, parking. Normally that's the bugaboo, right? Parking, that's the bugaboo. There's no parking, there's not sufficient parking. It's gonna plug our streets with cars. In this case, you got parking. I mean, at one time I worked for the city as a district planner. We used to, how many lots or how many units can you put on a lot? Well, how many stalls can you fit, right? That and to a great degree determine what you're prepared to support. Well, here we've got one stall per unit. Why would we let parking determine character? A lot of cities are eliminating parking requirements to try and increase densification. Now, let's cut to the chase. This neighborhood needs housing. The city needs housing. Melrose neighborhood will benefit from the investment, as will the city. Employers in the area need places for their workers to live, affordable rental housing. This provides that. Maybe, just maybe, people will move into these apartments, rent them, and find they like the neighborhood. They like the convenience. It's close to work. They might buy a house in the neighborhood from one of the, what I suspect are elderly, residents. I mean, that's my hope in Wolseley. Some of the people that are renting in there might be interested in my house when I'm ready to move. I don't think we should quibble about minor variances. I think this project is appropriate, given the size of the lot, 66 by 120. It's, when you look at the benefits of it, I think it outweighs whatever negative side effects, which I don't think there are any in this case. I think we should support developments like this throughout the city and encourage them to try and increase the housing stock in the city and give young people especially a place to live, and in some cases elderly. There's 8 units in this building. They have balconies, separate entrances.
they're adaptable to different people in different stages of the life cycle. So I'm prepared to respond to any questions.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thanks, Ross. Remember your previous life as a planner with the city. Couple of questions. Who is the architect on this job?
I believe the builder's A&S Homes. I'm not sure. Oh, Brian Mansky, sorry.
Okay, so you don't have an there's no architect, there's a architectural technician.
Yes.
Okay. The front door, where does it go?
That's a meter room.
Oh, that's the
The one in the middle, I think. Is
Yeah, the
meter
one in
room.
the middle. Okay. Cause it didn't go anywhere, so I was wondering what that was for. Okay. All the entrances are off the side, though it does appear the main floor entrances are accessible via the porch. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there's a gate in those.
Cause I don't see any
Okay,
other
no.
entrance for the main floor.
Yeah, there's side entrances.
Well, the side entrances appear to be going upstairs. Is that correct?
There's gates on the porches.
So the main entrance is via
Yeah,
the
correct.
porch on, so the main floor entrances come through the porch either in the front or the back. And, okay. And the upstairs entrances come via the side entrances that go upstairs.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this time, Ross. Mr. Chairperson, I don't have any other
No
questions.
further questions?
I'll wait to hear from others.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else here who would like to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, we did have one individual who registered in opposition, however, indicated that he was unable to stay. He has provided the committee with a submission.
Yeah, is that what you gave us earlier?
Yeah, that's the one that I've handed out in
I
physical.
don't have a name or a signature on it.
That's from Chris Evans. And it's in addition to the previous one he had
What was
provided.
his address? Did he supply it?
He's at 153 Larch, but also owns the neighboring property.
He lives in Transcona, but he owns the neighboring property too, which so obviously to the west.
Yes. So just for the record, is there anyone here looking to speak in opposition? Seeing none. And anyone for information? Seeing none. Okay, we can move on to questions for the administration.
I guess the concerns that I have, there's no service agreement here. The service, so there's no obligations there. Okay. The front yard being 22 feet, being pushed to 17 seems. Is that what was the average? 22 or 21?
The average would, the 22. 22 is the average, and they're asking for a 17.
Okay. And do we have the requirement here for plan approval to come back to EKT? I
On the
didn't see it,
conditional
I couldn't
use.
see it in the report.
Yeah, so the way that I structured it was rather than putting up like a requirement for a zoning agreement and then a plan approval there, on the conditional use, there's because there are other conditions in the conditional use requiring a redesign, or if those recommended conditions were taken, one of those conditions is also the plan approval to EKT. So in order to establish a multifamily building here, which is what the conditional use is enabling, it would also have to, the plans would have to be submitted to EKT.
I definitely do want to see it also in the planner's report, the zoning, not just in the variance.
But you want a zoning agreement established for this?
Yeah.
I can send the conditions that were required for that.
Yeah. And I guess the other concern I have is the fact we're doing, the elevations I'm not impressed by at all. And I'd like to see an architect, though that's up to the applicant. Is your client here today?
No.
No, okay.
But the applicant is.
You go to the applicant. Okay, is that a trick question? It's Monday. So Garbage, I don't see, garbage enclosures.
They're at the back. They're at the back.
They are?
Yeah.
They can have individual, because it's not that large, they can have individual bins and they're located off the rear lane.
Where? Oh, I see them now. I see them now. Okay. And these would be roll-out bins?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Further questions?
So at this time, we should go to the applicant to give them an opportunity to speak into rebuttal to comments made. They'll have up to 10 minutes. Just note, no new information is permitted.
I have no new information to present.
Right. Any further questions?
Yeah, so my question is this, how do you want to go forward? I want to increase the front yard from 17 to 19. Okay, just to bring it more in line with the neighborhood.
So 2 feet. So basically you're reducing, I mean,
That's not,
You're
is that
reducing
including
the-
balconies? Or is that not including balconies?
I don't believe the balconies.
no, they're enclosed. I don't think they don't project. I'm
Are
pretty
they?
sure they're inset
According to this, they're projecting.
in the front.
I think so. So 17 feet, I think it's 17 feet to the balcony.
Well,
Am I right on that, Dylan?
I think it's taken to the building in this one.
Are you sure?
balconies can project.
Can or can't?
They can.
See, I see 17 feet to the front door.
That's right.
So the front door is it looks like it's like 6 inches set back.
Recessed.
Yeah, slightly from the porch.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at the internal design. You have a very, a fairly large, laundry room that could probably, you get 2 feet, everything would have to be changed, but I guess my question is this. I'm prepared to move approval, subject to plan approval. I'd encourage your client for you to talk to your client to get an architect so that we do a proper elevation so that it looks nice. This vinyl siding doesn't cut it. We're trying to take it up a notch in the area. Other developers have.
Like full brick or stucco. Like
Well, you know what? I'm not an architect. Let's get a proper architect, right?
Are you suggesting
I'm-
that
I'm-
Mr.
I'm-
Mansky is not?
Mr. Maskey's a wonderful guy, but he's an architectural technician. I want an architect coming in on the design, and this is good work that Mr. Maskey has done. But I need to take it up a notch. I'd like to take it up a notch. If it's up to your client, at the end of the day, then you're leaving me at
Right.
plan approval to
Yeah.
have my
Okay.
fun, right?
Oh, yeah,
With your,
absolutely.
you might want to limit that.
Yeah.
So, and then the other thing is to get to to get to 19 feet, another 2 feet. I don't have an issue with the garbage the way it is right now, the landscaping. I guess my question is, do you want us to lay it over and then make these requests or approve it subject to?
I think approve it subject to.
Okay. Great.
And then,
Other than
then
that-
once we come out with the plan approvals, there would be the.
Yeah, and just,
You could put that in the motion.
that's what we'll do. No, this is, and what's the side yard to the, west?
I think they proposed, just, 7 feet.
It's 7 feet, eh?
Yeah, that's what they
Okay.
proposed.
And the alignment, okay, so the nearest property is a 7-foot setback from the property line.
Yes.
And that's the only side yard affected because you got Marado there. Okay, that's good. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ross. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
And by the way, this Wolseley has unique architecture, which is why we gotta get an architect. So I agree. Okay, so here we are. Here we go. I'm gonna move that the Winnipeg Public Service report be taken as read.
excuse me, I just want clarification. We didn't go that way in the last one because we leaned it over. Therefore, we're following standard process here. Fair enough, Councillor Wyatt. Yeah, go ahead. That has been understood by Councillor Rawadi. All right, those in favor, motion carries.
I'm gonna move that the receipt of public representation be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm gonna move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in.
Those in favor?
Now, hold on,
That's
hold
right,
on.
excuse me.
And forward on to the Standing Policy Committee on Property Development with the following changes. Number one, that the front yard be increased from 17 to 19 feet. Based on the calculation being the front balcony. It looks like that's what's being used. Is that what's being used, Dylan?
That's correct.
Okay, so the front balcony projected out. And that the site plan, the internal site plan be modified to accommodate so as not to affect the rear yard.
Right.
Number one. Number two, that the committee encourage, though we can't tell them, but we encourage them to consider an architect for the site.
For this site.
For this, well, for the design. Number three, that plan approval will be written to the zoning agreement subject to plan approval of EKT, which will include things but not limited to the elevations on the building on all four sides, landscaping plan, the garbage, parking pad and parking site, roof lines, and sidewalks accessing the site. And was there anything else, Dylan?
No, I think that covered everything you commented on.
Okay. Is that, and the back parking pad is slated to be asphalt?
If there's a plan approval, it will be required to show it on the plan approval.
All right.
Component.
And that the back parking, number four, the back parking pad be required to be asphalt. Asphalt because it's a paved lane. So, and that bike and gotta be consistent. The bike loop be installed in front of every vehicle. Where's the bike parking on the site?
I don't believe it actually provided. Oh, there's a
There's
little bit
something off to
the
the side there
yeah.
along Mirage. Eh?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that the bike, that piece, that the existing bike parking as indicated, stay, but that a bike parking stall be provided. Another bike, I'm trying to think here where they can put it. Further up along the east side on Melrose, or Mirage, I should say. Another bike storage area. Not storage, lock. What do you call it? Bike.
Yeah, you can go to secure bike storage,
Right.
Secure bike.
So they have enough here for, by the looks of it, they have enough here for 2 bikes only. So I want to get another stall for the rest, so we can get 4.
This is understood by the clerk.
I just want to confirm something with the planner here. The highlighted sections, those are deletes and replace.
You'd want to just take the entire new set of conditions and superimpose them on the old set of recommendations, and then the highlighted portions are what's changed from the.
And since there's-
certificate is renumbered as well.
Just a slight amendation in light of the fact that this is 8 units. The applicant should accommodate with sidewalk and with enough bike lock storage in the front. So that at the end of the day, the site has to accommodate minimum of 8 units.
That was lock bike storage in the front.
I don't want to call it storage because I didn't say that it has to be stored. I want to call it basically
Rack.
bike, thank you. Secure bike rack on the site to accommodate 8 bicycles. I'll leave it up to the architect to determine where they can go.
So I will just note that as a result of these conditions, there will be some just alternative ones that should be stated on the record before we vote. So, just bear with me here. So we would delete item 2 and replace with that the Winnipeg zoning bylaw number 200/2006 be amended by rezoning the subject line to an R2 residential 2-family district in accordance with the proposed bylaw attached as Appendix B to this report and as shown on the map dated June 24th, 2024, and attached as Schedule C to this report, subject to the following conditions. These are the new conditions to address the creation of the zoning agreement. So that would be that the developer enter into the zoning agreement with the city pursuant to section 241 of the City of Winnipeg Charter in accordance with the following. And then it's to submit the standard site plans on the owner's land. Apologies. To the city for approval by the Director of Planning, Property and Development and the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee prior to the issuance of any building and development permit. Thereafter must construct the works in substantial conformance and approve plans and maintain to the satisfaction of the director. There'd also be an additional B that the city enter into, execute and deliver with the developer a zoning agreement in accordance with recommendation 2A and other such agreements as determined as necessary by the city solicitor, director of legal services to implement the intent of the foregoing, the ancillary agreements. Also C, the authority be delegated to the director of planning, property and development to negotiate and approve the terms and conditions of the zoning agreement and any ancillary agreements in accordance with this report and such other legal terms and conditions determined necessary by the city solicitor, director of legal services to protect the interests of the city. 4, is that a delete or replace, Dylan?
The only other thing I would add is another clause stating that the site be limited to a total of 8 units and 2 stories tall.
Okay, so we got that on the DAS set as well. Dylan, would that be in the agreement or just as a condition on?
Yeah, you can put it under the zoning agreement, so it'd be like a separate clause. I'm not sure which one you're on yet, but it would be like 4.
Okay.
3.
So that was to
Like a subclause under A.
ABC.
Yeah, exactly.
You want it under A?
Yeah, exactly. And then number 4, and below that is a delete replace.
So just to be clear, that subclause. Building be limited to 8 units and 2 stories. So that's AII. Okay, just 1 second here. Number 4 is remove number 4 and replace with the following: that upon instruction for the Director of Planning, Property and Development, the Director of Legal Services, City Solicitor, prepare a bylaw in accordance with recommendations 1 and 2, the bylaw, and bring the same directly to council by way of communication for first reading.
Right.
I'm just taking a look here because we also have.
Are there anything else?
Couple more. So we are going to add a new number 8, that the zoning section of the bylaw will come into force when the zoning agreement is registered in the Winnipeg Land Titles Office by way of caveat against the lands described therein. And renumber the following, renumber the remaining. And number 9, deleted and replaced with that the bylaw will be repealed without coming into force 1 year after the date it is enacted, if the plan and zoning agreement are not registered in accordance with recommendations 7 and 8, unless the developer applies for an extension of time before the expiration of the 1 year period and council approves the extension.
Okay, was there anything else?
Related but unrelated to the DAS said component is that the conditions in the conditional use should be removed once we come to that point, because the conditions in the conditional use they cap the number of units and they apply lot area.
Sure, well, we can do that after this.
Yes.
Okay, good point, thank you. Just, was there anything else?
No, that sums up the changes, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I just want to speak to it for a minute. I want to address Mr. Evans' email or his
At
note.
this point, excuse me, at this point, do we not vote to then have supporting reasonings, or does that not apply?
Supporting reasons would be at this time.
Okay,
Before the-
so I just want to speak to the one person who couldn't stay but left a note. He mentions a realtor has been difficult to deal with. That's not a city matter.
Sorry, Councilor, just to confirm, are these part of your supporting reasons? We'd like these?
No, I'm just going to speak to this then the supporting reason.
Excellent, thank you.
The city of Winnipeg Aerial maps list, the sizes, okay, that's more informational. Regarding the size of the lot. How close will the building be to my property line? We determined that at 7 feet, which is beyond 4 feet, which I think is the minimum under the bylaw. How high the building, as we specified, will not be higher than a 2-story building. So it's similar. So in terms of blocking sunshine, this is not a high rise. That's when that kicks in. This is like another house being built beside you, 2 stories. Balconies overlooking property. From what I can see, there is no balconies overlooking this property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Windows overlooking property. There is larger windows which are basically servicing the stairway on that side, which is really, that could be glazed. And though it really doesn't impact, I would suggest that if Mr. Mitchell can make note that on the west side, the larger windows be glazed and that be taken into consideration at the time of plan approval. If you can make a note of it too, Dylan. And that the other 2 windows, the other 4 windows, one is on the main floor, so I'm not as concerned. Though let me see, the windows overlooking my property. The second store windows could be celestial windows. Celestial. Right? Versus, so they have natural light, they have fresh air, but they're not staring out into his property. So that would be my recommendation on the second floor windows. Frankly, from a security point of view, they should also look at the main floor as well, celestial, because this could be hidden and that's a way into the building. Anyway, just makes it harder to get. So if we can make a note of that, is he going to grade property away from mine, water, snow, melt? The drainage bylaw of the city of Winnipeg requires that, and that is part of the permit process. The large building footprint, we've reduced the building footprint by 2 feet in the front, bringing it back. Rear stays the same, which means the footprint has been reduced to a lineup more in line with within 10% or a little bit more, but more in line with the existing front yards on Pandora. Trees on property pushing into my fence, that will be addressed when we do the plan approval and the landscape plan, which has to come back to this committee. This structure at 701 Pandora West will devalue my property. That is not the case. It's always been proven the other way, especially now that we're requiring we want to see elevations that are quality. So we have a beautiful building here. Where will the garbage cans be placed? We've determined that there are bins that right in front of the vehicles in the rear. Parking is in the rear. So the side visitor parking would be on street on Mirage, which is basically a side street, which doesn't have, typically the homes in that area are fronting either on Melrose or on Pandora. And gardening, well, it's not, I don't think, identified for people gardening, though that's why we build public gardens over, but the front yard could be replaced for gardening. So I addressed Mr. Evans. If Mr. Evans could be informed of when the plan approval comes forward, so that he knows that it's on the agenda and he can come speak to it if he wishes, or he knows and he hears what we're saying, so that he gets the assurance that we've tried to address as many of his concerns as possible. So in support of this, Pandora Avenue is a regional street actually, and a truck route servicing the area across the street. You have the zoning that is, I think, as high as M3. I think our changes have improved the proposal coming forward and will improve it when it comes forward to plan approval. It is similar to other projects that have been built on Regent Avenue to the north, as well as on Pandora Avenue, infill projects. The density is modest in light of the fact that it's masked and it's a 2-story building similar to a 2-story house. It does provide for 8 units in a way that makes sense It renews and reinvests in an older neighborhood, which does everything, helps with parks, helps with keeping schools alive. It's on near existing bus routes. It's right on the active transportation pathway called the Pandora Pathway. We've accommodated more bike parking now with this proposal. It is a corner lot. Therefore, to have a design and some density in the corner does make sense. You have further down on Pandora, commercial also on the north side. Some of it's mid-block, some of it's corner lots. This is not going commercial. I think commercial wouldn't be good here. I'm happy to see it stay residential, though. If it were to go forward, it could potentially go commercial. So, and it keeps the residential nature of the neighborhood alive. I'm assuming these are going to be rentals, though. Like, we don't have any power over that, but I would love to see a return to the condo market, but interest rates are having an impact on that. But anyway, those are my
Impact on what, sorry?
the condo market. Those are my comments, and let your client know that there's the HAF application happening. The deadline is July 15th for affordable units, and that funding is available so that the rents can come in a way that people can afford it, so they can still have money for food and other things other than being consumed by rent. So, but those are my comments, Mr. Chairperson, and I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Any further comments? All right, I'm just going to say, to my understanding, celestial windows, they are at or near the ceiling on the wall. Just learned that. Any further comments? Seeing none. And okay, therefore the motion is there. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Council,
I'll move that the hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
If I get clarification, Clerk Harris,
Yes.
sometimes we have it's unusual, but sometimes in these hearing processes, we have the vote and then supporting reasonings. That is for which motion?
I can't recall the specific
All right.
instance of that, but generally in the public hearings, these supporting comments are at the time when it comes to DAS and variances and conditional use.
And yet there's a time when we vote and then of supporting. Anyway, once again, thank you to members of the administration.
We have still the variance and the conditional use.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Conditions 2 through 6 would be what we want to remove, and then just keep condition number 1. So condition number 1 ties
21 feet instead of 17.
pardon
Or
me?
sorry, 19 feet instead of 17.
That condition did that condition not go into the zoning agreement?
It went in there, but right now the variance indicates that the variance is for a front yard of 17 feet, so it should be amended as well in there.
Right.
So I'll move the first of all, I'll move Mr. Chairperson that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Those in favor?
Aye.
I'll move that the receipt of public representation to be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plans. B, does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. C, is a minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property. And D, is compatible with the area in which the property be affected is situated. Again, the same supporting reasons, though I like to make an amendment. I guess it's in the next clause.
Correct. So we just need to call the question on the last motion of what
Okay.
reasons.
Aye.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah, aye, thank you.
And now,
I'm gonna move that the recommendation of the public service be concurred in, for this variance as amended. that, 1A be changed to a front yard of 19 feet.
Understood.
And that be measured to the front of the porches. And I think everything else is fine. You don't need any, yeah. No other changes there, right? Okay, sir. Okay, so that's the only amendment. So I'll move that, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, that is understood by the clerk. Those in favor?
I'll move it, the hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please note the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Finally, the conditional use, I'll move that the Winnipeg Public Service report be taken as read.
Those in favor?
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be included, will be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Carries.
I'll move that in accordance with section 254 of the subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter. The conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg. Any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. And D is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Same supporting reasons.
Okay. Those are understood by the clerk. Those in favor? Motion carries.
And that, well, with an amendment on the next one, and moving the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in, and the conditional use be amended.
Be concluded as amended.
As amended?
Yep.
So that, that the maximum dwelling units shall be 8.
Okay.
Right?
It's in the.
We can just remove that condition, correct?
Yeah,
Or-
conditions 2 through 6 could all just be struck.
Oh, okay.
Because
So I'll strike the conditions. Cause we're gonna do plan approval with the shrubs and everything else. Okay, right.
Oh,
Fair enough. Okay,
2 through
so
6.
conditions, 2 to 6 be deleted. In light of plan approval. And I guess that would be a supporting reason I want to,
Plan approval?
yeah,
Or
which
pending
will
plan approval?
require the landscaping, the trees, the shrubs, all that stuff when it comes back here. Yeah.
That is understood by the clerk?
Correct.
All right, those in favor?
Well, hold on,
Excuse me?
hold on. This rear yard one. I want to keep that the same.
You wanna increase the size of the rear yard
No,
requirement?
I want the rear yard shall be 36. I don't want the rear yard shrinking.
Okay, well, so 36 is larger than what they've proposed.
Okay,
Currently, so
fair enough. Okay, then I'll stick with the 2 to 6 be deleted then.
Okay.
So, noted. Thank you. So I'll move that to Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Those in favor?
Aye, and I'll move that the hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, at this point, first of all, I just want to thank members of the administration and the clerk's office for keeping up once again. I just want to say that for the record yet again. Thank you very much. And where are we here? We have finished this other hearing. It is.
My apologies, just one quick note on the condition, please.
All right.
Please note the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included on the conditional use order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered. Apologies.
No, apologies to you, and also for helping us keep up with the youth. There you go. All right, thank you. Now, as we discussed, given the length of today's agenda, does any council wish to make a motion for any adjournment, given us 1:08 PM for.
Move that we break for lunch. We come back at 2 o'clock.
Probably give it 30 minutes now.
We want to grab something here.
Yeah.
We're not the only ones that need to eat. This is the dilemma. Like, this is just the
Yeah.
dilemma of these things.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna move that we break till 2.
All right.
Yeah.
And it's,
Hang on.
Okay, welcome back to the hearing portion of this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee this Monday, June 24th, 2024 in the afternoon. I'm here with Jason Schreier, City Councilor. I'm here with Councilors Garwadi and Wyatt as well. And we are in the middle of the hearings and we are now on which hearing, Clerk Harris?
So this is item 6 and 7.
Right.
So item 6 is a subdivision and rezoning at the southwest corner of Dawson Road South at Plessy Road, Precinct J, under file DASZ 12/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 7 is a variance at the southwest corner of Dawson Road South at Plessy Road, Precinct J, under file DAV 124835 2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of and for information on the item, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. And I'll turn it over to the planner for
The site is located on the south side of Dawson Road South, east of Blue Mountain Road and Royal Mint Drive, and west of Plessy Road in the Southland Park neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. It's in an established neighborhood, recent community policy area as designated in Complete Communities 2.0, as well as a lower density residential policy area of the Dawson Trail Precinct J secondary plan. It's approximately 165 acres in area. The applicant has proposed subdividing and rezoning the lands as part of the first phase of establishing a neighborhood that will ultimately include approximately 1,125 to 1,550 dwelling units. The proposal includes lots that would be zoned residential single family small and medium, residential 2-family, residential multifamily small and medium. There's also a PR1 Parks and Recreation Passive Neighborhood Community District. These will facilitate single-family dwellings, 2-family dwellings, townhouse-style dwellings, and multifamily dwellings across the site. There are several variances needed for this proposal. The first set enable reduced lot areas and lot widths for some of the R2 lots. These are needed to enable some R2 lots that would be located on shorter blocks flanked by a public street on both sides. The variances are not supported. The R2 lots would need to be removed from the site plan with R1 lots replacing them. The removal of the R2 lots would result in all of the remaining R1 lots exceeding the lot area requirements of the zoning bylaw, although fewer dwelling units would be enabled on the block. Given this context and that the variances are relatively minor, the Urban Planning and Design Division has recommended approval of these lots, or of these variances. The second set of variances enable reduced front yards of 15 feet instead of 20 feet for lots that take access from a rear lane. The depth of these blocks meets the dimensional requirements of the zoning bylaw. However, they are slightly reduced relative to other blocks on the site in order to accommodate the space required for a rear lane. To ensure there is space for a rear lane and that there is backyard amenity space for dwellings with these reduced lot depths, moving the buildings closer to the front property lines is necessary, and 15 feet will provide enough space for landscaping in the front yards. As a result, we have recommended support of these variances as well. And then the last variance is related to a parcel of land at the far southwest corner of the site that will be transferred to Manitoba Hydro and access for Manitoba Hydro lands abutting it, and we are supportive of this variance. The last items to note are the conditions of approval for the subdivision and rezoning. We have recommended a zoning agreement with 3 distinct clauses in it. The first clause would require plan approval to the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee for those lots zoned RMFS or RMFM. The second clause, which was prepared in consultation with Parks, requires lots that abut the public reserve to construct and maintain fencing to delineate the property to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. And the third clause, which was prepared in consultation with Water and Waste, requires minimum setbacks to the property lines for any lots that abut the stormwater retention basins. These restrictions are intended to ensure principal and accessory structures on lots that abut the stormwater retention basins do not interfere with their operation. The Urban Planning and Design Division recommends approval of the subject proposal because it is consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities 2.0. That concludes my summary of the proposal. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the administration? We're good? Okay, great. Thank you.
So this time we can hear from the applicant. I believe Brian Ward and Donovan Taves are presenting as co-applicants on this file. Brian, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name. And I can assist you. Yes, we'll just get you to share the screen. So that can be seen.
Two. Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead, sir, and thank you. Please state your name and
Thank you. I'm Donovan Taves with Landmark Planning and Design. Here with Brian Ward from Qualico. Appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation. As already introduced, Qualico is the developer in this proposal. Landmark is the planning and engagement professionals. WSP is on board to handle the servicing for the site, and Stantec is on board to handle the transportation analysis. Committee may be familiar with this site. It is a large site, and I always reflect on how these applications have as much time as a simple house in a neighborhood somewhere. So we'll use our 10 minutes as wisely as we can.
We'll grant you an extension.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The subject site's indicated in green. Fermor is to the north. Directly adjacent to the north is Dawson Road, as already mentioned. La Jumeaudière Boulevard off to the left or the west. And then to the south, immediately adjacent, is a significant Manitoba Hydro corridor. And to the south of that is Avignon-Jimikinard or Route 165. There are a couple slides that deal with policy and context. Being planners, we want to make sure we're covering policy, and it's fairly straightforward. This is a recent community. Through a lot of years, we'll see that we've dealt with policy and worked collaboratively with the city administration, that all of the policies in these documents are satisfied by this application. This is an area that does have a secondary plan. That's the level of planning that's below our Winnipeg, but above the zoning. It's precinct J, and that was produced a long time ago.
how many years ago, sorry, do you think? 2014. 2014, thank you.
And also happy to say that the subdivision as designed complies with every policy in that secondary plan regulation. I already mentioned collaboration. It is a key word in our processes at Landmark and with Qualico and the other team members. There was a pre-application. The bullets in this slide outline some of the pre-application highlights in terms of what we were asked to accomplish: facilitate multiple means of access to the neighborhood, provide active and passive park space, enhance pedestrian connectivity, provide a connection between this neighborhood, and I didn't do this in the context, but there's a neighborhood immediately to the west, Southland Park, which there is a connection to that neighborhood as well, which is good news from a planning perspective to see connected neighborhoods and to complete a traffic study. And we've carried out all of these recommendations, and we have full support of the administration. As already mentioned by Mr. Chislun's synopsis at the beginning, 1,125 to 1,550 housing units. So a significant contribution to what we believe we need and what we understand we need as a city for new neighborhoods. And importantly, in this neighborhood, unlike earlier decades where we saw only single family homes in some of the newer neighborhoods, there's a significant mix as illustrated on this land use plan. The darker the color, the denser the format. So along the Collector Street, which I'll highlight in a subsequent slide, it's the major street that runs through the middle of the subdivision, is multifamily medium on that collector. So it's the right place for the higher density. And then the slight shade lower orange or lesser orange is multifamily small. We also have some 2-family product and some single family in the balance. So 4 categories to provide that variation in unit types. Just sample photos. Some people ask what's going to be here. So these are sample photos of all those different types that I just mentioned. The collector network. So all new neighborhoods need a collector road network for various reasons, various transportation types, transit vehicles of all types, and walking. So this pattern you see in the blue lines is reflective of what was included in that secondary plan in the previous slide that I shared. So that's the collector road network, which connects from Abinogi-Mikana at the south and then through the north to Dawson and splitting off so that it connects in two locations at Dawson Road. And you could see Southland Park in the top left or the northwest corner that this neighborhood would connect to. Everything on this slide is either sidewalk or AT. Those are not roadways on this slide. Those are all either pathways or sidewalks. So we wanted to highlight all the interconnectivity and the effort to make sure that people can walk, bike, or get around in other modes. Not that the car is bad, you got to get around in that too. And the transit routes, of course, will run through. Did want to note, I didn't note it in the collector road pattern, but that road that runs right through the middle, it comes up from the south and passes through two roundabouts. And we wanted to make sure it wasn't this direct highway through the neighborhood. We wanted to, of course, allow people to move through that neighborhood, but not to make a straight run through it. So we're pretty happy with that setup. Parks, lots of parks for a neighborhood this size. And we were asked to see if we could distribute that park space, which we've done. And you can see it in the three locations, one at the west, one at the east, both of those with lakes, and a smaller one at the north, which would be a nice additional amenity and certainly connecting to the neighborhood, to the existing neighborhood to the west that we've mentioned. Certainly people will be able to free flow. There won't be a gate at that location. There's amenities in each of the parks, and in particular, most likely a sports field in that westerly park, and working with administration in that regard. There's a TIS, traffic impact study, as in just about every application. And I'll just summarize that everything that's proposed will accommodate the future traffic to be expected, and traffic of all kinds. And the Public Works is in full support of that proposal and the items in the report. And similarly for servicing, all the due diligence has been done. Everything can be handled from land, drainage, sewer, water perspective, and the administration is in support of those results as well. There was a question about timing. This slide gives a little bit of the history, Mr. Chairman, from late 2016 to current mid 2024. Slide shows us in January making that application. So we're 8 years in. There's various reasons for that timeline, but just wanted to mention that we've been in contact regularly and diligently with neighbors, and of course neighbors would change over that period of time. So they're at this point, depending on what we hear today, we think we've satisfied all of the concerns, ideas, suggestions, aspirations of people in and around this neighborhood, as well as, of course, the developer themselves. A couple of slides that just for the committee's benefit summarize the topics raised by people over those 8 years. And they're some of the usual things you would hear, and not to say they're not unique in this circumstance, they certainly are. And we've worked carefully to try and resolve where people had questions or concerns, to resolve those questions and possibly mitigate concerns.
You said issues raised over the last eight years?
Yeah, 8 years. This is that timeline for 8 years. I just went back a slide, and we've talked to people throughout that time. So in terms of the housing and the phasing, again, 1,350 as a mark to target for the number of units in the neighborhood, a mix of housing types. We've shared with people what to expect in that regard. We are proposing construction to start from the southwest end, and we'll show that in a moment. And then if rezoning and subdivision are approved and make their way through the city system here, that servicing could begin as early as next year, 2025, and full build out would take, again, depending on market, because we don't control that, 10 to 15 years. Lots of conversations with people living in the neighborhood to the west in terms of those single family homes. Whenever you have a single family home and you propose something next to it, you know that people are rightly concerned about what might come as their new neighbor. And so the biggest thing in these situations that we can commit people to is to get similar land uses to those neighbors. So in this case, single family homes are proposed along the boundary of Southland Park. Traffic, I've already mentioned that there's not expected to be any significant cut through traffic in the existing neighborhood. And you can see on a subsequent slide, the road pattern is somewhat circuitous in that area by design, so that, again, it doesn't become a throughway or a shortcut for people in the existing neighborhood. We help people understand the parks and recreation amenities they could expect in their adjacent community. And of course, in new communities, you're kind of speaking on behalf of future residents, and that's why we work with the planning department, and we are planners ourselves to plan something good for our future citizens who would live in this neighborhood that Winnipeg will host. Lots of pedestrian connectivity, which I've mentioned already, and transit service. Actually, transit plan's a frequent line right through this neighborhood. In summary, we feel that the proposal is consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg and complete communities. Precinct J, as this one will initiate activity in Precinct J. Of course, there's another. We heard another proposal this morning adjacent to Precinct J, and then a subsequent development on the north side of Dawson will ultimately create the community. It's a high quality design. It's well served by transit and active transportation. We've met concerns with mitigating impacts and information. It's the result of years and years of comprehensive planning. And most importantly, it will help address a current housing crisis that we're seeing in Winnipeg and across Canada. Thank you.
Are you finished, sir?
I am, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Perfect timing. And do we have any questions?
My first question is, going back to your plan, can you just pull it up where you show the neighboring developments to the north?
This one would show the precinct plan for that neighborhood, which is to the north.
So the only thing that has a precinct plan now is the red area.
All the colors in this neighborhood on this graphic represent the precinct plan area.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
But in terms of actually active applications in place.
Yeah, this one. And then my understanding and administration would probably be the appropriate group to speak to this, but there have been applications for the lands to the north of Dawson Trail, but I'll defer to administration.
Is that correct?
I
know the answer, but which piece? All of it or just the?
Are you referring to the ANS sites?
That is correct.
We can't comment on something that's not before us at this point, but
No, but it's an approved development.
yes, yeah, that's correct.
But do we have the mapping of the road system up there? Like what is the ANS site?
Like in the previous subdivision rezoning.
Yeah, do we have is the ANS site just the red area or is it all the way down?
It's the red and gold, if you will, that mid color.
Everything north of Dawson,
And up to Plessy.
Up to Fermar.
Blessings for more Dawson Road.
Okay. And has Dawson been identified as a need for transportation for?
Dawson Road?
Well, I understand Dawson Road from your connector, I guess it would be the easternmost road connector. I guess it's the southernmost arrow pointing up.
Yep.
I guess my question would be the section of Dawson, but even that, I'd like to see the roads that were approved for ANS. I wasn't a councillor. Showing that connection up there because it seems to me what's the plan for Dawson Road all the way to Plessy?
Dawson Road from the easterly arrow on that point is a collector street towards Fermor.
Right.
And is required to be, and I think it transitions at some point through the ANS site from a 3-lane or a normal 10-meter collector to a 4-lane divided at some point, closer to the more westerly arrow.
Okay.
And in our approval, we're responsible for 50% as the fronting landowner for the portion where we front.
Right.
East of the easterly arrow.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay.
so many directions.
Southerly arrow.
Southern arrow. Yeah, thank you. There's, I believe, an obligation to improve, but not necessarily construct for a portion.
Where is that in your servicing agreement?
I have to. I'm staring at the AT map. So there's an obligation to build AT east of that arrow to the connection point. And then an obligation towards the future construction where the line changes to dashed.
Yeah, so where Donovan had his star there a minute ago, back up.
So the solid green line represents our obligation to build AT paths specifically, not talking about road.
Okay, all
And
right,
then the dash is where we are obliged to provide cash for future construction.
I see.
And we also have an obligation to provide one lane worth plus lighting
Where?
on Plessis for our frontage. So along Plessis Road in the future, when it ever becomes not a boundary road and becomes a collector as part of the city's long-term plan, we have an obligation.
We haven't
to
seen
pay
yet.
for half of the collector that would be built there.
I guess the question I have is, what is the relevance of that section of Dawson? Why are we even? Like, I understand the section where you have that southerly access, right?
Yeah.
That you have to connect in, but the section from there down. Why are we even contemplating keeping that?
It would be something I'd have to defer to the administration. It's in their desire and plan to keep that portion of that road open and operating and connect to Plessis in the long term. Similar to what we did in Sage Creek, where we have road stubs out to Plessis. So in the very long term, those roads are protected, and we as the developer have an obligation towards those construction, those elements of construction in the future.
Yeah, like I get it, like in terms of connecting into their development to the north, you need to have a connection, but. And I get it in terms of maybe the Plessis alignment where it is today, maybe not. But I don't get why we would want to still encourage through traffic coming from the RM and so on from that side. And have that. Anyway, I'm thinking out loud.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, Donovan, and just to, you were asking about where the roads line up. Our collector road meets, where it meets Dawson is where one of the local roads that runs through ANS site, it lines up.
Yeah, that makes
So there
sense.
is
I
an
thought as much that'd probably be the case, right? It would continue on in, I get that.
And our northerly road lines up with where they had proposed a private access in their original subdivision plan.
Okay, and I get that. And then, and I get the fact that maybe there's some underground there, so we gotta keep the alignment.
Correct.
The issue of the road though, from that southerly access to Plessis, I think is debatable. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, and you're being asked to contribute one lane worth.
Right.
And then the developer on the north side contribute one lane with, when I haven't had a chance to look at their development, see where the road system goes and maybe it connects differently to Plessis. And therefore you don't need that extra. We're trying to be as efficient as possible, right?
No, understood. I think the convention is that where a developer fronts on a collector road, they pay for half. This is a
I know.
collector
But
road.
this is Dawson Road. This goes back 170 years. This is the old cattle.
Yeah.
Range before the #1 highway that went across Canada. Doesn't mean it has to stay there forever. So I get the section northbound or northwestbound from
Yes.
your collectors there. I get that. I just question that bit, the half, it's almost half to the south. So, and I get the AT. I'm not against that. I'm just questioning the value of that. Because right now it's, you get over to Plessis on the other side and it's all gravel still, right?
So mainly, it sounds as though, Councillor, you're questioning that dashed green portion then.
I'm not questioning the AT. I'm questioning, no, from where your road connects out
This one,
all the way south.
all the way down. So this solid
East.
section and then this dash
The
section.
benefit of us having that road alignment there,
Mhm.
and it's hard to decide that or discuss that unless you have the, right, the development.
No one is proposing to close it. So it would stay, and the obligation is that in the future, if it's built, we have to pay for it.
Yeah,
And if
just the
it-
future liability the city may not have. I don't know, maybe we need it.
And-
I need to see the plan for the area to the north to understand that. Is there any comment from the public service on this?
I just sent you on Teams an image of the ANS application that'll show you
Okay,
what was considered there.
I'm not gonna look at it on screen. I'm gonna look at it in print. So. Okay. Is there anything else? I interrupt?
No, I had finished. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we're happy to take questions and we have team members if there's questions I can't answer.
The connection to Royal Mint, you're also calling, that's a road and a sidewalk, correct?
That's correct.
There.
And where you're putting sidewalks, it's hard to tell, is that on one side of the road, both sides of the road, what's that?
One side of the road.
One side, okay. And why that side, for example?
It's always, if you look closely, on the side of the road where there are no front driveways.
Ah,
So it will be on lots that are served by back lanes, on multifamily parcels, or on flankage.
okay.
Less interruption.
There's a policy that requires only sidewalks where there are no front drives in the secondary plan in this case.
Oh, is that right? Okay. I believe ANS had an area, you have an area charge here for transportation, what's that about?
It's described that way, but really it is the standard way of splitting collectors. And so just where us and the developer to the north both front on Dawson Road, we're each responsible for half of the construction cost of Dawson Road. Whoever's in first would have to build it and the city would endeavor to collect from the other.
So it's gonna be done that way, okay. You might have heard the discussion earlier about the other item as well. That's other section of Dawson that's trying to deal with. So that's why I'm looking at this other section, southern end of Dawson. So my question is, what is, school sites?
No, at this point not, although there are conversations ongoing.
Where would they go?
The school divisions at this point had indicated, or at the point of application, that there were not a need for school sites in this area.
Do we have that
Both
already?
the SFM and the real.
Previously, things change. If we need to work with them to close some streets and create a site, those are possibilities in the future. We are only intending to lot that first phase in the southwest corner. So not all of these roads would be built at once. We would have to create the lots through short forms in the future. So if something changes, we could work with them. But at the time of application, we had just finished working with them to create a new site in Sage Creek. And both the SFM and L'Oreal are under construction in Sage Creek right now.
Okay. And the issue with the planner mentioned something about this, well, I think it's this that
That's
you're
phase
referring
one.
to.
The variances?
Yeah, there was something about that, the department's not in support or something I heard.
No, I think he said if the variances weren't supported, we wouldn't be able to do duplexes on the R2 lots. We would have to downzone to R1. And then we would have lots that were bigger than necessary for the R1 zoning. Because of the length of the block, there are R2 lots that need to be varied to 24 feet instead of 25 in order to keep the R2 zoning.
Is there any commercial?
Lots up here.
There's all the commercial in the secondary plan and higher density multifamily is north of Dawson Road in the secondary plan.
And do you have a phasing map?
The first phase is the area outlined, and it's not, and the red line's more visible on this map, so that's phase one. And phase 2 and 3 would really be driven by market and which product types we would bring on, as well as maintaining 2 means of access. So phase 1 is very much drawn to ensure that we can do the first land drainage, so the first lake, which requires a lift station and a force main to the south. The connections to water, which are at the south, and start to bring the collector road in. Right. Beyond that, I honestly don't know quite yet where our next phase would be.
Transit? What are the transit routes?
The main transit route is up to the main collector through the center of the neighborhood, which I believe has been identified for frequent transit service. That's the only.
Which one is that?
So the blue line with the southerly arrow. So starting at the south, so coming up north from Abinogi-Mi'kmaq through the neighborhood and connecting to Dawson, where it would turn left and go up to the new Niagara Trail connection to Fermor.
And so you don't, typically in the past, when public roads come forward with housing subdivisions, you have a phased approach and numbered phases. Why is that being abandoned now?
In the past, we've done very small subdivision applications, and gone through, separate subdivision and rezoning for separate phases with a secondary plan that had concepts. This area is much smaller than some of the other neighborhoods. So this is, that area is about 165 acres. It's about the same size as phase 10 of Sage Creek, which is our most recent phase, which is about a sixth of the overall of Sage Creek. And so we'd like to do this area as one subdivision application. So we do the whole thing at once.
You can build it all at once.
No.
Do you mean phase one or the whole thing?
We'll do the whole thing as one subdivision application, create all of the roads, create all of the blocks, create the lots only in our first phase, and then we would follow the market for the different housing types as we go.
It just doesn't cut it for me because of the fact that we have to plan transit, and when you build a road like that where it dead ends, you could forget about transit in that neighborhood.
Sort of
You mean
which dead end.
traveling in the phase
And I'm
one?
talking about
phase
your
one
red,
ends.
and your red line there.
Oh, yeah, the road network needs to maintain a second means of access, and phasing of transit is something that would have to be worked out as we were.
The people's transportation patterns start from day one when they move into their house. And which means that if there's no transit, you're buying a second car. If they're a two-person home.
It's definitely a challenge. Like we've experienced this with precinct G, like any of the large areas, you know, as a city, we appreciate we have this challenge that you can't build an entire neighborhood so quickly. So
And I hear what you're
it's
saying
pretty
about
normal.
the land drainage, the lot drainage, but I guess it could also been accommodated with your main road punching through Dawson, not necessarily upgrading Dawson right away. But at least your main road going all the way to Dawson immediately.
So the likelihood of phasing is that as soon as we move beyond phase one, which would be before anyone moves in because of the phasing of construction.
Right.
We service 1 year, houses might start the next year. They probably take a year to build. While those are happening, we're doing our second phasing. The second phasing most likely will get us all the way to Dawson because we can't do anything other than that because we have to provide two means of access.
So there is a second phase?
Well, there will have to be a second phase.
I don't know what it is.
Ryan's saying regardless of where
No matter
that phase
where
is.
we go, so if we did everything to the southeast of our collector, we would need to provide Dawson connection as the phase because we need to maintain access. If
I know it, I just don't know when that's gonna happen now. Right? That's the issue.
No, it will follow market. Our hope is that it would be the year after we start servicing phase one, we would be servicing phase two.
But you could easily, instead of all the side streets to being built, you could build the main road through and service all the lots on both sides of that street. And get the same amount of product in the market.
Sure, the market wouldn't perhaps not want just that kind of product.
True.
And so that's where we need some flexibility, but the likelihood is that we need to provide or not likelihood, the requirement is that we provide a second means of access.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, our only option is to connect to Dawson.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any connections to Plessis. We can only have one connection to the south.
But you also have that other connection too, that's a major collector too, right? You have.
The loop,
Yeah,
that is a collector as well.
yeah. Okay, they're both the same standard?
The one through the middle is a bit larger. It's a unique
Or
collector.
that's a divided boulevard?
It's not divided. It's two travel lanes with protected parking lanes on either side. So it's not a 10-meter collector. It's a larger collector than that so that it can be parked on both sides. But there are curb extensions at the intersections. So
Protected parking lanes.
so it essentially gives a curb extension or a bulb out at the intersections to allow for shorter pedestrian
Oh, I see.
crossing and to maintain permanent parking. So the parking can't be taken away outside of sort of peak travel. So there's two travel lanes always.
Okay.
The collector to the left is a typical 10-meter or 3-lane collector that would end up with parking on one side and two travel lanes.
Why at the bottom there, going into the park, why is there a wide collector there? That dead ends at the walkway into a park?
Oh, that's a local, I think you're over by number 14 and 15.
Yeah, that's right, it's in 14.
So that's a unique local street that we're hoping to build that's really has a large median in it. for the pathway to connect.
So I saw the sidewalk going down the middle.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the intent, is so that we can have a sidewalk on a street that has front drives. Was
So it's like a higher end neighborhood potentially, or is that the idea?
It's just a means of getting people from the sidewalk that follows the street to the south up to the park, off street.
And the zoning for this multiple family sites?
Sorry, yours, Donovan, is just.
Oh, just as I left zoning, let me go back.
Yeah. So medium, multiple family medium, so what are we looking at there?
RMFM.
Right, height?
I believe it's limited to 4 stories through the admin's report.
Small? 2 stories, 3?
Most likely 3, up to 3. It's townhomes would be the vast majority. The multifamily small sites for the most part are served by a back lane in front on a street. So it'd be 4 to 6 pack townhomes, most likely. There are a couple of parcels of multifamily small that might have some stacked townhome product, maybe some back-to-back townhomes, but likely in the 3-story, not likely, maximum 3 stories is what.
How many open houses did you have?
Quite a few,
Over the years.
over the years, meetings and open houses and correspondence and email.
Yeah.
Let me go back to that, sure.
Who is that sent out to? I guess.
Everybody in Southland Park, so every home. And then we have, as we would usually do, is people directly adjacent, who'll be looking at the new neighborhood.
Kind of thing? You mean by directly adjacent?
Oh, Southland Park. Yeah,
And then the advertisement.
and general advertising for anybody else.
I don't have any other questions right now. I know I'll have some more later. Well, maybe that's not true. Are you, what environmental considerations are you taking in right now for your mobile family and so on? In terms of climate change and everything else going on?
In terms of
Climate crisis.
like the buildings or?
Density would be number one, unless you're
No,
talking like
design,
architectural design.
requirements, electric charging stations, bike parking,
All of those are requirements,
Co-ops.
except for the electric charging station,
or co-ops.
if they'll come out to the burbs here. But density is the biggest answer to that. And it far outweighs all of the other,
And transit.
and transit, of course. And density serves transit, so they work together pretty well.
Yeah, we need the road network to get the transit in.
And that's exactly,
That's the challenge, and I don't know the road network unless I know the phasing.
well, we do know the road network.
No, I don't know the timing of the road network,
Right.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless I know the phasing, and that's the.
Yeah, the phasing, so like Brian said, I think the key to the phasing, if it's challenging for you, you council or committee,
Yeah.
is that the first phase is known and declared in the presentation. The second phase is no matter whether it's on the east or the west, which is your 2 choices, it will involve that extension of that collector road.
Do we have a copy? I don't have it here, copy of the traffic study. Who did you hire?
It'll be submitted.
Stantec did the trans.
So the planners would have a copy of it, but I don't have a copy of it. Okay. Well, we can get a copy. I know I can get a copy. I'm sure it's public information.
Yeah, that's public and you should have a copy of it.
Parks, playgrounds, what is your plan there and timing? And what kind of amenities?
The development agreement parameters require the core amenities, so that's what we would be providing with consultation with admin as the parks are built. And believe they've identified an area, not I believe, they have identified an area in the park that Donovan has zoomed in on for a full-size soccer field or something equivalent in a playing field. So there are extra enhancements to the sod and soil in that area.
Playgrounds?
So the core amenities has a standard for playgrounds within a certain distance of every home. So it's a requirement that we meet that, along with gathering spaces within a broader distance of every.
Pickleball, basketball, tennis courts, off-leash dog parks. All these things that are.
None of them were identified in the core amenities.
No, well, it wasn't written by elected officials, it was written by bureaucrats who aren't elected. And that's part of the problem. But what was in the development standards was bus shelters, bus pads and all that stuff. So where are those?
Those would be along the collector routes and keeping.
Where are they?
Where are the routes?
Where are the shelters? Where are the pads?
Well, at this stage, those get identified later by transit and
Not
public
in
works.
my community.
With
They
DFC.
get identified up front. But anyway, we can sort that out. That'll
Yeah.
come. That'll come.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I don't have any questions.
Plan approval, what do you have in mind here when you say that?
Because we now have the requirement to ensure that those are in place. As per our development standards. So. Yeah. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Committee.
Don't go away.
Up next, in support of the application, we have Brendan Salico.
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
And Carolina Ferrera Garza. Also in support, Dave Jopling. Is there anyone else in the gallery who's in support of the application? Okay, seeing none. We didn't have anyone pre-register in opposition. Just to confirm with the gallery, is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Seeing none. We did have a couple of people register for information. Crystal Friesen was joined on Zoom, however, had left the meeting. We also had Luis Pereira joined to speak on information, but I see he has left the gallery as well. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak for information on this application? Seeing none, we can go to questions for the administration.
I don't have any questions at this time. I'm gonna move some motions and bring it back to the next meeting for more information.
I guess my question is related to just the end of the last
I'm
question.
not gonna move motions to close the hearing. I'm gonna move motions for information, delay it over to get it back in September.
Fair enough.
Why would we? Should we?
Do I need
Questions on
information?
first, like,
Hey,
what information you need before
you
you,
want me to give it to you now?
maybe before the motions, yeah?
The clerk has already got a pen ready? I'll wait till the delegation's closed. I won't move the delegation. I'll leave the vote for next month.
Well, the applicant should have an opportunity to come back that today, after you.
You will, in September.
No,
Well, you wanna do it now? All right. We can do it that way. We can do it that way, Counselor Bellotti. I'll remember that.
You give me the reasoning or you, Council Rowan, you want his reasoning or you want?
well.
Well, no, I
yeah,
want,
we have a
I
housing
want
crisis. We'd like to
details.
move these
I
things
want
along and
details.
Hear what, we should hear what. the
Yeah,
issues
fair
are.
enough, fair enough. I'll give it to you.
And then the applicant should have an opportunity to respond still today.
Sure. So I'm gonna, the information that I would like in terms of the development are the following. I'd like to see a phasing of the zoning, phasing built into the zoning agreement. I'd like to know when the phases are happening and the timing of them. I would like to see,
Within what type of margin?
well, I'd like to see phase one, phase two, phase three, phase four.
Within a.
Canterbury Park, when Canterbury Park was done by Qualico, it had phasing.
Okay.
Okay, and that was a development similar in size and scale to this one.
Do you have a time margin for each phase?
There's a target time, but it's up to the market.
Right.
You can't specify that really, but I mean, ideally, if the market holds based on conditions today, we can give a time frame.
Sure.
I would like to see the location of junior and senior play structures. I would like to see location of other amenities that other developers are including in other neighborhoods, such as, though not limited to, what we're hearing from residents, especially of certain communities, demographics, shelters, sitting area, basketball / pickleball court / tennis court, which can be combined, off leash, small and big dog park areas. I'd like to see the traffic report detailed so I can read it in advance of making any decisions. I'd like to see the location clearly mapped of all the traffic lights and roundabouts and the timing of them. And who pays for what. I'd like to see more detail on the AT. It's not very clear to me. On the active transportation, the sidewalks, I don't see any traffic tables being specified on any of the mapping that I saw there for walking across, for slowing traffic down, especially on the through streets. There's no traffic tables that I could see. I would like to get some detail. I would like to see the plans for the future neighborhoods to the north. The Yarmouth Springfield is on the east. The future neighborhood to the north, I need to see that detail and how it interacts with this development.
Is there development?
Yeah. And I like this committee to get an understanding of the timing of their obligations. i.e., because we were not the community committee that approved that development to the north. I would like to understand a rationale of why the developer is being made to pay for one lane of Dawson, southeast of his most southern connection to Dawson. I get the AT path connection, but I don't understand that. I'd like to see the location, say of the fact that it's part of the mapping or part of the development standards now. I'd like to see the location of bus shelters. So transit, bus paths. I want to get an understanding of how many units could be potentially generated per RMF site. I don't see that. There's no commercial, so I don't have to worry about that one. I'd like to see, discussion with the developer and have him look into this ahead of time, electric charging stations. And car co-op. I think they'll come if they're hired. I'd like to see the location of the soccer fields, the playing fields, where they're gonna be. I'd like to know, are we subsidizing in any way, shape or form, any interceptors leading to and from this site? Good. Then you can strike that one. I'd like to see a standard move, some movements away from a standard where we're constantly putting in concrete roads. I get the concrete roads on the collectors where the buses have to go in. But to move us to a standard whereby today we cannot maintain the concrete we got everywhere, extremely expensive to rehab, that we've fallen behind. I like us to do what other cities do, which is what they do in Grand Forks and Fargo and what they do across the country, and that is on the non-collectors, look at a standard that would involve a concrete curb and gutter, but an asphalt design. So it allows us to come in 15 years down the road, remove the top, put a new surface on. In 1 or 2 days or 3 days instead of 6 weeks to rebuild a road. I'd like to look at or consider decommissioning.
Councillor Wyatt, so I understand.
Yeah, sure.
When you say to rebuild a road and you're asking, what does that have to do with the development?
Well, right now, if we let a concrete road go,
Yeah.
like in 50 years or whatever it is, we have to come in and jackhammer it out and put a whole new road in.
That's citywide development standards there was.
I know, but we've been requesting for 20 years around here. Maybe we have an opportunity to do something different here, where we could have a standard where the side roads could be. Because maybe that's not the only way it's gonna happen, Jeff. Public Works doesn't wanna bring it forward. And yet you go to Calgary, you go to Fargo, you see them come in, they fix the concrete curbs and gutter. In 1 day, they take the asphalt off, the next they come in with an asphalt machine, they put new asphalt on, they're in and out in 3 days instead of 6 weeks, which is what we have here now. And I'm talking not the collectors, I'm talking about the side roads, right? So I like to consider that. I like the developer to consider that. And I'm sure they'll want to run the numbers on that and see what the difference is in terms of that. I like to seriously look at that, whether or not we really need that section of Dawson. I've already repeated that. Creation of traffic tables, I think I mentioned. In light of the connection into Royal Mint or to the main roadway into, and this is where Southland, it's important for us to see the Southland site. I like to see how that road interacts, and I want to read that in the traffic study in terms of traffic coming through there. It's only one little road I see you have. But I like to see, are there some strategic locations inside Southland Park where there could be some traffic tables installed to discourage people from coming through?
Sorry, that was to discourage.
Through traffic.
Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, the traffic table sort of allows buses to clear their axles, people with motorhomes to clear their axles. The ANS development to the north is my understanding had an area charged for a community club put on by Dan Bandel, who is a counselor. I'd like to give similar consideration to that here because the community club that this area is going to service, which is not building, is called Winnaquah Community Club. And there needs to be something for community club. ANS has recognized that, they've agreed to it, the development approved that. I'd like to get what that number is and what that involves. I like to see some we just had a mobile family project, which was 8 units on Pandora. I like to see some concepts for the designs on the different sites for the RMF. I realize that could change, but I like to see it. And I'd like to know if the developer has ever, some similar other developers are building geothermal. Is that something that Qualico, being the size and scale that they are, is considered in terms of the RMF design standard to reduce their climate changing footprint? I like to see we're trying to manage, figure out, it's kind of confusing because the mapping, I don't know where these protected lanes are or aren't. So I'd like to see the layout of a cross section of where the protected lanes are.
That's the bike lanes, Councilor?
No, your protected parking.
Parking, oh, I see.
Yeah. The cross section of that. This is information that's not here now that I like to see. If this is a massive, this is a fairly substantial development, and I want to ensure we do it right. I'm positive about the development, but I'd like to find ways to make it better. And at the same time, not leave anything unturned in terms of how it interacts with the development to the existing development to the west, as well as the existing development or the future development to the north.
Yeah, I have questions of the counselor. Can I,
I don't know if I'll be able to answer them, but
you know, you're absolutely right.
yeah.
We're not allowed to ask counselors questions, certainly those in delegation are not.
I'll do my best. Yeah.
Um,
So more information is what I need.
yeah, no, look, counselor.
I want to do my due diligence on this. I want to do it right. I want to support the application, but I need some time on this.
Right,
Read all this.
you're not saying though against the application, not getting that sense at all. You want further information in the process. Few things, either I ask this now or I state it later. Well, I guess the clarification. You mentioned earlier bus shelters. You mentioned it again in your ranking and priorities here. You did. I didn't quite catch it. I know you mentioned it earlier, but when it came to your official convocation, did you mention it again?
Yeah, I think I did it.
Okay, so what are they supposed to be early? Okay, fair enough.
I want to know the location.
Location.
Locations of shelters, but I mean,
Yeah.
if the obligation is there, no different than the obligation for a sidewalk or a street, we're showing, I like to know how many, where. Is it a pad? Is it a shelter? What does the shelter consist of? Is it one with a door? Is it heated? Is it not? We're doing this whole transit master plan now, and I like to know the infrastructure that's being required here.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're doing, Councillor Wyatt. For greater context and understanding, have you laid out similar conditions for report before?
I haven't dealt with an application of this size and scale since being elected.
Okay, so this is going to be the largest development in the Transcona ward of all wards, which is a rather developing ward since the.
I will be consistent on all of them the same way. I want to get that information so that we know what's going on. We haven't had an application.
I'm looking at it was an application in southeast Woodville.
No, this is a Transcona ward.
I know it is, but it's considered southeast Winnipeg, it's south of the,
Yeah, so if it's going to take Transcona ward.
south of word.
I didn't decide on ward boundaries.
I know.
It is not Transcona, it is Transcona ward. There is a difference.
Correct.
Fair enough. Awesome. As an example, Jacawadi represents a good notable chunk of East Kildonan. It is not North Kildonan, it's in the North Kildonan ward.
Correct. Yeah, this is a large development. We haven't had one like this. We've had a lot of those small stuff, pieces here and there, but we haven't had anything large come forward yet.
All right.
This is
Well,
the first one that I can remember since elections.
Well, if this had to be seconded with these conditions, I would certainly second that and I would vote for it. I just want some greater understanding as we move forward, because this is a notable obligation to the developer, but this is to the city as well. But you're making your reasonings, not only is it the largest development in your ward in your over 16 years, what, 18 years now? On
But I don't know if this is the night we had quite a few.
yeah, you've had some
Twenty
users.
fourteen there in Transco.
All right. But your reasoning,
one. That was-
Councillor Wyatt,
That was three, that was four. Yeah, that was a 3 a.m. meeting.
it's just that I've never seen this obliged upon the system before, either the developer and or the.
Well, what's happening now is I think they're trying to play catch up on the expectations of residents that I'm hearing about in neighborhoods like traffic. What I'm hearing about from members of our community who want to cover shelter, dogs, like things that. And I realize, you know, the developers may be looking at, so well, we shouldn't be doing, well, these are the things that we get hammered at, and then we are funding it out of LDR. Where we're not receiving a dime of LDR on this because they've dedicated enough parkland. Meanwhile, I need my land dedication reserve monies for older neighborhoods to fix the old playgrounds, because we don't have any budget for it right now this year. So that's the challenge we're facing, councillors. That's, I'm not saying that I'm gonna, but I'd like to know where the playgrounds are going and when. Because when people are moving into the neighborhood, they're gonna say, well, where's the playground? Why isn't it in? Why isn't it in? I like to get an idea of when that main road is going through. Because that's gonna be the way that transit comes along and says, do we have a bus service here? So just to give you an idea where I'm coming from on this, council.
Okay, fair enough. But
Yeah.
you said, given the change in bylaws. You said you've been influenced by change in.
Change in expectations.
Change in expectations.
I mean, a lot of folks now don't have the ability to get that second vehicle. They want to have the bus service. Right now, they're gonna have to, I mean, I'd like to have transit ideally at the next meeting to speak to that, right? It would be nice to have them there so we understand that. And I know transit has talked about this from being on Public Works, that they want to be more engaged in the developments because they feel they're somewhat being not surprised, but they're pressured to get the service in. Elected officials are less scrambling to try to get the bus service in. It's not a good way of doing business. There's got to be more of a timing. Whatever, then you got to put a pipe in to cover the sewer pipe, the water for a home. We should have an understanding, okay, well, if transit is a core service, then this is when it will be arriving, or roughly when it will come in, when this road gets connected or what have you. Right now, we don't have any of that. Like, even if they were to build that main road right through to Dawson, I have no idea when the transit service is arriving, right? And that's part of the problem. And we hear from residents in newer areas, and I mean, it's a challenge to manage growth, councillors. Like, I spend the better part of my time managing growth because of the new areas in Transcona. So you can just see from the stuff I did on the regular agenda prior to when we started, a lot of it's all growth related. Pedestrian crosswalk here, a traffic light there, another pedestrian crosswalk, is all new neighborhoods. That you have to go to Public Works to fight for the money because it wasn't done as part of the development, because we can't think of everything. And I'm trying to think, I'm not trying to think of everything, but I'm trying to think of what can we do now so we don't have those headaches and a burden on the city, and at the same time be fair to the developer. So that's where I'm going with the trade-off on Dawson, to see what we can do. Anyway, for your patience. But I don't like talking this long, but I have to. I like to sit and let my dog talk to me. Give me heck. Back at home. Yeah.
They not have public service at this time. Any of those items are.
We can get that information and bring it forward.
We got it until, I want to leave it open just in case folks show up from Southland. I don't think they came because it's I was expecting to see some.
Okay.
So. Not that I've talked to them, but just knowing the neighborhood, they're very active. They got a very active residents association, so.
All right.
Any comments, I guess, from the?
Yeah, this time we should go to the applicants to speak in rebuttal to comments made. About 10 minutes to make a presentation, however, no new information is.
Can I wait till the clock's at 1 and then start talking? No, I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the comments made by the ward councillor, and it certainly is an odd ward system that nobody wrote here. Appreciate the diligence with which the committee is thinking about our new neighborhoods. We certainly will do our best, make our best efforts to get at least some of that information that the councillor listed. I don't think we can get all of it. There's a few, but we'll work our best. Yeah, I think it's challenging as a city to create new places, and it takes a long time. And so, you know, these kinds of laybacks are frustrating, but it's in tension with the need to have more information for better decision making. So we understand that. We'll do our best. We'll come back.
And I would encourage you, I don't know if I can say, you can't say new information, but I can say it, and that is our HAF. Our first intake's July the 15th closing for affordable housing, right? We're gonna have more intakes in the future, but I'm mentioning it to as many people as possible. So there's FYI. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Measures. Where are we here now, Clerk Harris?
So it would be time for motions. I would just like to
So I
clarify.
think, did you get all that stuff that I rambled on about?
That's what I want to make sure of.
All right.
So if I understand correctly, the matter is to be laid over to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee to receive more information on, but not limited to, the following: phasing built into zoning, when phases are happening, and the timing of them.
Ideally.
Location of senior and junior play structures. Locations of amenities in the neighboring neighborhoods, not limited to shelters, sitting areas, basketball, pickleball courts, tennis courts, off-leash, small and large dog park areas. Traffic report details, location clearly mapped for traffic, including lights, roundabouts, and timing.
Copy of the traffic report.
Okay, traffic report.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, traffic report details, and then location.
No, copy of the traffic.
Oh, copy of the traffic.
Copy of the traffic report.
Okay,
And separately, get traffic lights, roundabouts, and who pays.
yeah, timing and
Locations of the roundabout.
yeah, clearly mapped traffic. Yeah, lights, roundabouts, timing, and who's responsible for payment. Further details on the AT path, sidewalks, and traffic tables. Plans for the future neighborhoods. That was on the, let me make sure I have this right, that was on the north and the east, including details on how it interacts with this development.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, north and the west.
North and west, thank you. Pieces of the city. That's Springfield. Makes sense. Okay, the understanding of the timing of the obligations. That has to do with us not in the community committee that had, or you guys not having been in the community committee that had approved this. Including the rationale of why Dawson had one lane paid for by the developers to the southeast of the development.
Well, I think that will become clear when we see the ENS plan and understand, maybe the planner can speak to it then.
Okay,
So we'll leave that, but
Can we strike that one?
But maybe, you could put a question mark beside that. In terms of obligation for the one lane, with another option being that section of Dawson can be decommissioned.
so information on the obligation for the paving of one lane of Dawson Road.
Versus the idea of decommissioning that section of Dawson from Plessy to their first road accessing out onto Dawson. Their first southerly-most road.
First
Southerly-most road.
road to the south of,
Their most southerly-most road.
Okay.
Connecting to Dawson. From that point down to Plessy Road. To consider the option of decommissioning in the effect it doesn't have a direct impact on the subsequent application that's already been approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have location and types of bus shelters, transit and bus pads.
Location.
Understanding of the number of units that could potentially be generated per RMF site.
And parking ratios.
And parking ratios. Just information on electric charging stations and car co-op involvement. Location of soccer fields, playing fields, and where they're going to be. Just trying to figure out the best way to word this. Information on the potential to have concrete curb and gutter design on non-collector streets. Non-collector streets, yeah.
Asphalt.
With asphalt for the roads.
Concrete, gutter,
Excellent.
curb to reduce the long-term maintenance cost to the city.
Okay. That one. The next one we already kind of addressed, that was looking at whether or not we need that section of Dawson. I'm assuming that would be in the versus decommissioning.
And on that last point, Brennan, indicate potential streets that could be subject to that. That are non-collector.
A list of potential streets.
Yeah. Map it. Won't be, but we won't have any locations, yeah.
Map. Excellent. Whether or not we need this section of Dawson was addressed with the obligation of paving, if I understand correctly. How the Southland Park roadways interacts with the traffic studies.
That'll be the traffic study, but more specifically, potential locations for some off-site traffic circles. Or sorry, traffic tables.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off-site traffic tables as they relate to the
As well
neighboring
as potential traffic tables being outlined in this development.
Off-site traffic tables outlined in this development and
Through speeds.
through speeds. This is in relation to the neighboring developments, to be correct?
Right.
Okay,
No, and it's relation to their development.
just the streets in relation to, the streets in this development in relation to the neighboring development streets, no? Okay.
I'm saying the traffic tables have to be considered on their select,
Yes.
as well as traffic tables basically on Royal Mint in light of the connection through to Southland Park. Potential location to prevent it from becoming a speed through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tails on Royal Mint.
Yeah.
There's in Southland in general.
Hmm?
In Southland in general.
Yeah, I mean, the most direct way is the southern way, probably, but yeah.
Information on the ANS development and the charges or fees paid for the community club.
Yeah, I get the number on what DNS has was their obligation
And the amount charged.
and what the would be here,
Okay,
relatively speaking.
some concepts for designs for the RMF. Under preliminary designs for RMF, concept designs, while also indicating if the developer or others are engaging in builds geothermal.
Right.
Okay.
There's an opportunity there, yeah.
Yeah, mapping of the protected lanes, including a cross section of the protected parking lanes.
Right.
And then I do have one note here, just interaction with the developments, the surrounding developments.
And to stress that anything that's physical in nature that it can be mapped, i.e. bus shelters, protected parking lanes, location of the playgrounds. Junior and senior, that it all be, the above that you spoke about be not just in terms of the definition of the content, but the mapping.
Okay. Let's see. One. And map. Okay. All right, understood.
Thank you. As well as, there's one other thing that's related to the hearing before. The relationship on Dawson Road. From, I don't know what that section would be called, Kevin. a section of, I don't know how many meters it is, just to the southeast of Royal Mint. And whether or not, because there's, if they're on obligation, if there's one who's gonna say 10% of these, you know, what percent, we should look at that. Because they're gonna have traffic coming through there, throughout that way. Chances are this development, very little more from the NS side, so that could be looked at by the administration to come up with some sort of fair formula on the Dawson, you know what I'm talking about, the Dawson Road side. So if you can look at that, come back to us, I picked 10%, you guys might have a different formula, right? In relation to J, whatever the NS is called, ANS for lack of a better term, and the Sherwood, right? Those three, how can that be done? And can the obligation on the Dawson section south be offset if we don't need that section of Dawson Road to Plessy in the event we don't? As an idea. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna sit down and start reading the NS development. So. Yeah. That's it.
That is that sort of a repetition of what you had said earlier?
No, I have missed that.
Okay.
So it was the relationship of this
I'm gonna capture what we talked about earlier.
Holistic,
Okay.
a holistic approach to
Trying to solve it.
cost sharing.
Maybe as part of the transportation levy. I don't know, right? That's already written into the report.
Yeah, that is understood by the clerk. That is a full motion.
There is one.
Councilor Roy.
Sure, again, this is a substantial development, Councilor's right, they expect the new neighborhoods to have certain amenities, and in fact, we don't have an impact fee, to pay for some of these local amenities. Trying to find a way to perhaps cover off some of them on a development this large, perhaps is, worth exploring. I mean, there's some items there that, I mean, again, you know, development parameters, it's a departure if you wanted to do a pilot in one development like this, perhaps, but we certainly need to get input from the public service on those ideas. So I will support this at this time. It is a big development, but I appreciate the councillor for putting these out there to let both the public service and the applicant an opportunity to at least respond. So
Yeah, well, I think,
Appreciate that.
well, ultimately, the applicant has to give some support. Else they won't move forward, right?
Sure.
So there has to be a give and a take.
again, there's nobody in opposition too. So I mean, we do have a housing issue in this city, in this country, so I don't want to needlessly lay things
I am
over. So, yeah,
but.
okay.
Fair enough. Thank you. Well, perhaps it's an expression of those things that are to come that will be influencing, or an expression of how things will be changing when it comes to larger developments. Councilor Wyatt said the changing expectations, and if we'll see. This will be weighed out in the months and I guess the years to come. This is a notable, and I like to say this is a notable obligation on the developer. It is unlike anything I've seen. Nonetheless, it is still, I would say, it is up to council to ultimately. This will be going to council, will it not?
Ultimately, yes.
Yes, this will be going to council.
Recommendation does go to council for the DAS.
If we are evolving, and we certainly are evolving very quickly throughout my entire time as a counselor, our zoning laws, bylaws, or lack of them, and on that basis, I would have to say this is a pretty reasonable reaction, quite frankly. Having not heard this before, it's what can I say? It's a kind of a reasonable reaction. So I'll leave it at that. And good luck with that to the administration, developer, and Councilor Wyatt for giving us some hint of expression of what may be what is our obligations to consider now when it comes to notably sized developments at least. And all right, so we'll see how this goes, and I will give my support today. Having said that, any further discussion? And it is understood by the clerk.
Yes.
Once again, hats off, Greg Harris. And condolences for working this out with us. All right, I'm keeping us on our toes. All right, so those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now, having said that, where are we at now here? Brent?
Then we're for report seven, the variance.
I'll move the matter be laid over as well to the September meeting.
Right. And do we need any, there's no labor, that's right, just that.
So just to note, these are being laid over to the September 4th meeting of the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee at 510 Main Street in the council building.
Not the special. meeting
Public hearings
for-
beginning at 10:30
Not
a.m.
not to the special meeting in July. All right, that is understood by Councillor Wyatt. This is not for the special meeting in July like the other one. All right, fair enough. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
This, not the special meeting, July, September. Both.
It's in September.
September.
yes.
All right,
September.
all right, sorry.
Perfect.
You voted
I
well.
was starting to read the next one already. So I'll move the 5-minute break if we can.
Yep. I'm agree.
Thanks, Tom.
Here we go.
All the graduates come.
Okay, great. Welcome back to the hearing portion of the Community Committee on June 24th, 2024. We are now on hearing items 7 and 8. Clerk Brendan Harris, please guide us through.
Item 8 is a subdivision and rezoning at the southwest corner of Hugold Road and Plessy Road under file, sorry.
Excuse me, I meant items 8 and 9.
Yes.
Thank you.
No worries. So item 8 is a subdivision and rezoning at the southwest corner of Bugle Road and Plessy Road under file DAS 16/2024 in accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw. This is a combined hearing and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 9 is a variance at the southwest corner of Dugald Road and Plessy Road under file DAV 120733/2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of and in opposition to and with respect to the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, then those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. Turn it over to the planner for a brief overview.
The property is located south of Dougal Road, west of Plessy Road, east of Seaside Drive, and north of Camille Sis Street in the Transcona South neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. It is in an established neighborhood, recent community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0, and it is approximately 30 acres in assessed area. The applicant has proposed subdividing and rezoning the property to establish multiple blocks that would be subdivided at a future date, enabling single-family, two-family, and multifamily development. Block 1, which fronts Dougal Road, is proposed to be rezoned RMFM, residential multifamily medium. Block 2 and 3 at the center west of the site are proposed to be rezoned R2, residential two-family. Block 4 at the center east of the site is proposed to be rezoned R1S, residential single-family. Block 5 at the south of the site is proposed to be rezoned RMFS, residential multifamily small, and blocks 6 through 10 are proposed to be rezoned R1L, residential single-family large. In addition to the residential zoning districts, the applicant has also proposed a total of 2 public reserves. One would be located along the west side of the site, and one would be located along the northwest portion of the site. Concept sketches showing potential buildings and site plans have been provided. However, the applicant has not provided detailed site and building plans because their intent is to build at a later date. Future builders would be required to submit detailed site landscaping and building plans to the city and the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee prior to approval of development permits for any development taking place on the land zoned RMF. The public service is supportive of most components of the proposal, with 2 exceptions that are substantial or have a substantial consequence for the proposal. First, we have recommended approval of RMFS rather than the applied for RMFM at the north portion of the site, reducing the level of intensification that would be permitted. There are several reasons for this. CCDS policies steer higher density residential development to established corridors with surrounding commercial amenities, supporting pedestrian and active transportation network, and proximity to downtown mixed-use centers, major redevelopment sites, or a mixed-use corridor, and this subject site does not meet these criteria. The adjacent properties also include one 3-story building and several 1 and 2-story buildings at a permitted height of 60 feet. The RMFM block would enable buildings to the south and west of existing development that could create substantial shadow impacts as a result of the difference in height. And this concern is further increased because of the setbacks required to the Manitoba Hydro Century Gas site and pipeline, which will push further buildings on the proposed RMFM parcel further east. So without a detailed site and landscaping plan and detailed building elevations, it's not evident that the site will accommodate a future development that mitigates these impacts to the existing neighborhood.
I'm sorry, it is not evident.
So, yeah, not evident without detailed site and building plans for the RMFM. It's difficult to assess whether or not it would have an impact on the properties directly abutting it to the east. And then there are multiple variances needed to enable this project. The first set are for variances to the special boundary conditions applied to the R1 lots. The proposed R1 lots are all going to substantially exceed the dimensional requirements of the R1L zoning district, with the smallest lot area proposed at 14,190 square feet and the smallest lot width proposed at 56 feet. As a result, the Urban Planning and Design Division has recommended approval of these variances. The second variance is to enable a maximum height of 50 feet instead of 35 feet for the RMFS block at the south of the site. In most infill scenarios, the Public Service requests detailed plans to be able to assess the impact on abutting properties. And a proposal that fits the RMFS permitted height limit of 35 feet would be appropriate here, as it would be consistent with the height of the permitted height of abutting properties. However, height variance to allow for an additional 15 feet is substantial and could pose adverse effects on those neighboring properties. And so again, without reviewing a detailed site plan and elevations for the expected building, the Public Service is concerned that granting a variance of this magnitude in advance of seeing those plans is premature. And so we are recommending rejection of this variance. And then the last items to note are the conditions of approval for the subdivision and rezoning. We have recommended a zoning agreement with 3 distinct clauses in it. The first clause would require plan approval to EKT for the multifamily sites. The second clause, which was prepared in consultation with Manitoba Hydro, limits the building heights, requires minimum setbacks to the property line of the site or of the gas site, and requires minimum setbacks to the pipeline. And these restrictions are intended to ensure residential development is safe and does not interfere with the operation of the pipeline. These requirements can potentially be reduced only if the pipeline operator provides written confirmation to the city regarding a willingness to reduce those setbacks. And then the third clause, which was prepared in consultation with parks, requires lots that abut the public reserve to construct and maintain fencing to delineate the property to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. So the Urban Planning and Design Division recommends approval in part as modified of the subject proposal because it is consistent with the policies of our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities 2.0. That concludes my summary. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Thanks for the summary. And do you have any concerns that was it captured on the comments?
I think so. We're seeking dedication of the forest at the south limit. And that's Parks Interest and north of Shade Shore Drive. It isn't considered buffer land and not supported because we're dedication. So we're looking to maximize park through the protection of the forest.
And is the forest being protected now based on what they're proposing?
Not in the application.
Okay.
No.
The strip there that they're showing that doesn't protect the forest or
Not
protects
the
one
extent.
part, not the extent.
No.
So what,
No.
do you have a plan showing what that would be?
We've recommended a 60-meter width at the from the west limit,
Right.
and that would pretty much protect the whole thing. And it's within our 10% dedication. So we're
What-
not looking for additional amenities or anything. We're strictly looking to protect the forest.
What is the width of it now?
I believe it's about, what's a good spot? 110 feet.
And you want, sorry, this apple to apple.
Feet, yes.
So what is-
60 meters and double, just a little bit more than double. So we're looking for
You want double that size.
And
Fully protecting a habitat, so protecting a habitat includes not just the trees, but also the habitat within the urban forest. There's 36 different species of plants in that forest, and it's grade BC, which is a high quality, and our policy directs us to protect that amount of land. It also directs us to when protecting forest, to protect over 0.5 hectares. And parks identify as the preferred mechanism to try to make sure that the most amount of habitat can survive.
What is the park dedication, correct me if I'm wrong, is that because of is it because of the utilities under there? Why is there a public reserve up at the top? It's like an upside down dogleg.
To the east?
Talking about this one here,
This one.
talking about this dedication here. What's that about?
I think like from a parks perspective, that's a buffer. It really doesn't support.
But a
support
buffer, but a
public
buffer of what?
purpose. That's probably a question for the developer. I think there was interest in protecting the trees expressed by the residents to the east, but
There's trees in there?
I think so. But that, we wouldn't lead the public into land like that. And, for maintenance purposes, it's not a desirable park configuration. It's not functional park space.
No, I was just, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
And the homes there, that's R1S, that's single family, right?
That's correct, yes.
So those are single family homes in there, so it's not like we're buffering to multiple family there. I was kind of thrown by that. Didn't know why. I thought maybe there was an AT connection, but there's no AT connection there to Plessy.
It's a dead end.
Yeah, okay. And there's we have an AT connection midway into Waterside, but we don't have, we have kind of mid there, right, in the middle of their development. But we don't have an AT connection going the other way, other than, I guess, along the public road, right?
The public services recommended changes are part of the proposed bylaw, in which we recommend opening a public walk from the proposed road to Plessy.
Proposed road, which location were you thinking?
In line with the cut through that I believe you're referencing, the middle block.
I see, so it would kind of line up somewhat diagonally, I guess, to the nearest one?
It would cut straight across towards the east.
Yeah, but which one would it line up with to get out to Plessy?
One up. So there'd be, so that one would go all the way through that
So
property.
it would kind of come down a bit?
Just
I
slight jog.
Slight jog, I see. To connect. The RMFM, but it's RMFS, what is the restriction height that you're recommending?
RMFS would have a 35-foot height maximum.
And right now with RMFM, they can go 5 stories is what I'm reading?
It's in the process of changing. It's 60 feet is currently what the zoning bylaw allows, but I believe that 70 feet is going to be the new height maximum.
Out of curiosity, why would we, for example, have the density backing onto the single family there where you have 5 stories? And instead of having 5 stories there, you put the 5 stories at the end of, at the top of the public road. Was that ever something that was contemplated?
Sure, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, so right now, in this kind of, you got 5-story here, 5-story here.
Right.
Then you have 3-story here, 3-story here. I'm curious why it's not the same size, I get that, but why would the 5 stories within their development not be accommodated there instead of over against the homes?
It was submitted as a strictly conceptual.
I see.
Plan just to demonstrate. I think that the applicant is in a situation where it's not greenfield development. It's occurring in an established neighborhood, but because there are existing houses, the public service requested that they submit at least some sort of a concept to show that something can work here.
Right.
For us to be able to review it, but we understand that they don't intend to build it as shown.
And if it's, they advertise for RMFM, it's possible to go down but not up.
Yes, exactly.
Is it possible to go down on part of it, but not all of it? Is that possible, or is it just better to put a restriction
You
on
would
the
be
height?
creating more lots.
Pardon me?
You would be creating more lots
Yeah,
that weren't advertised.
okay, I thought that was the answer. But I should verify that. So it's better to. Okay, so then it'd be a restriction on height, possibly on certain feet, which we've done before of certain feet of a single family or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what was the response by the applicant when you said to them, we wanted a bigger preservation of the nature area?
I think their interest is to dedicate the area to the north of that. And that, it's not really serving a functional park space. That's really, we already have land for a pathway, if we want to put a pathway there. This really, I think they want to minimize the amount of dedication they want the requirement, but include the other locations. And again, per our policy of what does and does not, what is and is not considered deemed eligible for park space north of that public road is considered a buffer.
What about, I saw somewhere, I can't find it now for some reason. There's an AT path going down there, is that right?
I think it's their drawing, yeah, I mean, there's enough space, there's an AT path south.
No, that north-south parkway thing, there that dissects with a walkway coming through. Oh, here it
Going
is.
to the park,
Yeah.
to the west, yeah.
So it's showing, I got it here on Schedule C. This is showing a 3.5 meter asphalt path. To the, actually, it's not even on their site plan.
No, it's not, it's, we have that land already.
So they're
that
prepared to build it, they're prepared to invest or spend money off-site as an off-site improvement, is that what they're suggesting?
They haven't provided comment on in particular. I think their concern is the dedication. But I will let them speak to it.
Okay. I see. I think. Okay. The road that's being designed here, what is the standard of the road being proposed? Is this consistent with the road to the north, which is, I believe, a 10-meter wide right of way, the shady shores that exists now?
It is a 7.5 and 10 meter width determined by Public Works.
Which is a 7, okay, so down here, up here, this is 7.5 as well?
My understanding was that would be a 10 meter and 7.5 is a small jog that connects on the south limit.
This is 7.5 down here.
The left half.
Which part, this here?
Sorry, the extension of Shady Shore.
Yeah.
Which is shown on that as an AT path. So the south limit of Shady Shore.
Okay. But it's a 10.5 meter wide roadway. Or it's a 10 meter wide right of way. So what about, what is this right of way here?
10 meter wide pavement.
This right of way?
Correct.
And this one too?
Yes.
Okay. But up here,
My understanding is 10 meters.
pavement,
Concrete.
okay. And this potentially is a bus route?
I did not receive any comments from transit.
We don't know. But I guess they like the option,
They do
because
like
this
that.
is the only road going through. Okay. Okay, R2. What is the height on that?
35 feet.
So it's the same as single family.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And that's basically semi-detached homes. Gotcha. Why are they showing the sidewalk on the west side versus the east side? Cause R2 would have it more drives, I would imagine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's, yeah.
Why would it not be shown on the other side? I'm just curious about that because you're gonna have more conflict.
Yeah, I think that would be a question for the applicant.
And is this a sidewalk that is curb to gutter sidewalk? I know Public Works hates those. But I'm assuming I don't know, I'm assuming it's not. That's where the sidewalk's right up against the curbing. Okay. Playground, at one time there was a concept showing a play facility of some sort. There's nothing here I see.
The objective of parks in this area, because there are playgrounds within the catchment, within the parks strategy target catchment. The interest is to preserve the forest. It was noted that possibly we could put picnic and seating. If we get the full dedication at that site, we could put picnic and seating and possibly a playground. But it wasn't deemed a requirement, given that there's something within the walking area. We could not put it on that land that they're proposing because of the pipeline. As far as I know, we couldn't build anything much on that.
I see. And do you have Stephanie, do you have a map showing in relation to what they're proposing here, like an overlay that shows the natural areas with the trees, like what's been identified as B and what's the C, you know what I'm getting at?
Yes, I know what you're getting at. I don't have a map on me now, but our map shows it, and our map shows the clustered area as BC. It shows the habitat type, but it doesn't, so it gives the overall rating for the area. So the overall rating is BC.
We don't have a breakdown on terms of.
Not segmented, no. No,
Do we have a breakdown on the location of the forested area?
Yes, it's on the
Possible.
natural areas map.
Yeah, I'd like to see that for sure.
Okay.
So, okay, I don't have any questions, Council. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, at this point, where we go for Karis.
So this time we'll go into the applicant. Donovan Taves is going to be presenting as the applicant on this file.
Did we hear from him?
Yes, you did.
That's familiar.
Groundhog Day or Groundhog Day?
Well, the 10 minutes to make a presentation, after you state your name, we'll let you get set up first.
New band.
Good see.
Better haircuts.
Better business.
Just get mine. No, sorry, the meeting's right. Oh.
Share the screen.
That's the opposition.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Share. Oh, that's cool. There we go.
Ready, Mr. Chairman?
I am Mr. Daves. Do we need an introduction of all those new people at the table?
They're gonna be speaking second and third.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, councilors, administration. Appreciate the opportunity again to present another possibility for City of Winnipeg and creating new neighborhoods. I'm here with Matt Glavin from Terracon and Brennan Johnson with Landmark Planning. Okay. There we go. Also added to the team are, again, AECOM as our transportation consultant and Stantec as the servicing and engineering consultant. For an orientation, this slide illustrates where we are on this proposal, which is the north end touches on Dugald Road. to the east, we see Plessis Road and those interesting fingers of land that are attached to the application. We'll speak to those. To the south, on the other side of existing townhomes is Camille Sice. I learned it's Sice, not Sis, family name. And Debates shows as the street servicing the industrial subdivision. To the west, in terms of other context, what's around the site, I just highlighted a red up at the north end of the site, 3-story apartments. We've got the townhomes I mentioned directly adjacent to the south. We have bungalow condos directly adjacent to the south and west. 4-story apartments over closer to Niagara Place. And of course, the single family homes along Plessis and the single family neighborhood immediately to the west. We're going to zoom in on the site briefly, but we just overlaid it here to talk briefly about the idea of the site. And there have been quite a few questions that may have already oriented the committee before this presentation. But the idea was to have multiple housing types, and to where there was a higher density proposed, to have it nearer higher density things and adjacent to roadways, more importantly. And the talk about the width of the roadways is relevant to the locations of that density. And then in between, to have single family and 2-family between those nodes. So here it is without the context, and these are the components and the zoning of the application. Importantly, there's already discussion about the new public right-of-way, which, and you'll hear a bit of a theme about connectivity. Missing connectivity, we do see this piece of land as a missing piece, and we'll demonstrate that. It's pretty important for the completion of this neighborhood. But that right-of-way connecting from Shady Shores at the north and down to Plessis at the south. Then RMFM as discussed at the north with some limitations on height, RMFS at the south. And as I said, single family and 2-family, as well as those fingers would be the same zone proposed as the homes beside them, i.e. R1L. Lots of collaboration over a shorter period of time than the previous application, but nonetheless a significant period of time. The pre-application is outlined in these bullets in terms of what was asked of us as applicants. And I won't touch on each of these because they come up later in the presentation, but suffice it to say, we've checked all the boxes from our perspective of what was in the pre-application. Again, pre-applications are early, not everything is known. The next 4 or 5 slides cover policy, which for some can be a dry topic. For some planners, it also, although very interesting, and some of us write those policies, but they talk about how this proposal applies and fulfills the policies at various levels of policy, the policy structure for Winnipeg, including in this case, helping to reach that 50% target that the city is asking for the development community to help achieve, which is 50% of new dwelling units in that intensification target area in gray. This slide talks about the need for housing and for various housing types and tenures, which we're proposing. This one talks about more than parks and green space, but parks and green space, availability of public spaces, and protecting, preserving, and enhancing natural areas. And no doubt we'll talk a little bit about how we each feel about how to spend dedication budget on the topic of preservation versus the topic of recreation versus connection. There's only a certain amount of dedication that's available, and I think that's where we've had some challenges in figuring out what would be best. Undoubtedly, this would be an efficient use of land. It's 30 acres of underutilized land, private land, part of which would be made public, which is great, as always, for a city to create new public spaces. And connectivity, which I mentioned, and I'll just focus on the plans in order to explain what we see as the advantages and the additional connectivity in this proposal. We can certainly talk about transit, and this neighborhood would have transit service. Okay, so there's the plan in context, just looking how it shows up on the screen versus my screen. A couple things to point out is there are existing pieces of park at a lake, but they're not really actually well connected. No offense to those who preceded us, as developers in the room and planners who may have been involved, decision makers in the room. They're good, but they always, I would suggest, probably anticipated completion. And as of now, there's no east-west connection to Plessis, or certainly to the golf course. There's a big boundary between being Plessis Road. And then those 3 parks themselves are not really connected. There's also some other good features. There's sidewalks existing, shown in blue here on Plessis, and then at the north there, sidewalks on both sides of Shady Shores, and at the south, there's that really nice pathway that was referenced as running south, and it goes all the way through a little park down there and to connect to Camille Sice by the townhomes. But those two are also not connected, as is evident in the drawing. So we've proposed to create a connection, and city helped us do that as well, because we hadn't had a connection continuing towards the east, towards Plessis. So that red dashed line indicates a new form of connectivity that we get by the design of this proposal. And then we should probably talk about this north-south connection. Again, the blue is not connected. The pre-app did talk about a north-south connection. And the question really is, should that be a narrow connection on its hydro right of way, by the way, not city right of way in that where it's proposed. But we think it should be wider and more substantial, and that's where we just don't have agreement on what how that dedication should be spent. So we're zooming in on that park space, and it's a real park space. The scale of that last drawing, it's a long, narrow piece of land. It looks like a long, skinny, useless kind of corridor, and it's not. We've made it more substantial because we don't want it to be long and skinny. We want to think about CPTED principles, crime prevention through environmental design, and it not feel like a tunnel. So the developer had proposed through consultation with the area, they're really looking for some amenity for, not for the little kids, but for the mid-sized kids, the teenagers. So there was talk about a 3-on-3 basketball court, so we've included that. There's lots of space for it, and then a picnic space. So that's not fake space. It's not back useless space. We really think it's a great plan because it sits at the hub of those two red lines and really connects them. In order to do that and preserve forest, that's where we've said we can't preserve all the forest and do all of this. And even with the preservation that we've shown, we're over dedicated. So the developers actually agreed to that over dedication. We're looking at 13.27%, not 8%, not even 10, but 13.27. And that doesn't include all the land that we've included as non-dedicatable PR. So you can have PR and it can be count towards your dedication, and then PR, which doesn't count. But we still want to do it for other reasons. So that's
what's that amenity space?
that amenity space was the one I was describing now as having the 3-on-3 basketball court.
South end though?
That is a picnic area.
Picnic area, so what does that mean?
Well, you could have benches and a shelter, or maybe a gravel surface. Yeah. But we were going for scale there. If there were different amenities wanted, then we could certainly look at different amenities, and developers open to that. A little clarity on this. Now we're at that southeast corner where the question before we arrived on the scene here was about the forested area. So like I said, we were trying to do everything. Have the north-south connector, have an amenity space that the residents have talked about with amenities for the kids up north, and protect the trees. When we did the Ridgewood precinct plan out in Charleswood, and I know this isn't Charleswood, but just an example, they had the Hart Trail, long, linear. We wrote policy for a secondary plan that said, if you got a development application near the Hart Trail and you have land and you look for dedication, look to widen the trail, look to get it wider so that existing amenity can have a better experience. So we took that principle here. The lighter green is existing. That's existing pathway and a little bit of trees under there. So we widened it not by 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 or 60 feet, by 110 feet. And in dedication world, that's actually quite a bit. But it doesn't take in the entire forest. And that's where we disagreed in how to spend dedication. There's not a limitless pot. If we needed to preserve more, then perhaps a conversation about purchasing that land. But at 13.27%, it's already a really best foot forward suggestion, we feel, for dedication. Could I move an extension of time?
Sure. All right, extension 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Consensus.
This is just north of that. So this would be an example of non-dedicated PR. So the developer would dedicate it. It is for the preservation of trees. I know that question came up earlier. And actually the question was focused on this L-shaped one by Councillor Wyatt. And again, there was the request that this arose because of neighbors asking for preservation of trees. Those can be taken, like neither of those are counted in the calculation anyway, so they're easily removed. But the effort was to maintain trees and understanding and respecting that the city has a hard time getting in there, or it's not their normal protocol to get in there and whatever they need to do.
So what's the quality of those trees?
It's not on our assessment,
Why?
as far as I know. I don't know, maybe it wasn't seen as large enough.
So
It wasn't deemed to be big enough habitat to protect. We're looking for a minimum of 0.5 hectare. That minimum to protect.
Yeah. Yeah, and we don't have an issue with that, I guess. I'll wait, my time's ticking, so I'd like to get through the materials. Certainly happy to talk about it, but this is a cross section looking north. If you were standing at the south down by the townhomes, you'd look north and you'd see that RMFS parcel from left to right. The existing bungalow condos at the left, then that new public reserve, that's private land right now, but dedicated to public reserve, 110 feet of it. Then a possible 4-story, then stepping down to 3-story because that's the same height limitation, 35 feet, as the houses would have next to them. So that's why the step down. At the north end, a little different. Existing apartments are 3-story at the left side on the west. Then we had proposed 5-story, and there was some conversation about this, then down to 3 again, because there's single family homes next door. Maximize units from a city planning perspective, but be careful about what's next to you. Traffic impact study didn't indicate any improvements that were not already needed. No signals are needed at Shady Shores and Plessis. There's our conclusion. Time is up. I can easily read these, but I'm sure committee could read them as well.
Do we wish an extension?
Why just let me read them first then. When it will be serviced by transit?
When transit services it, so we'll defer.
So you can't really say will be serviced by transit, we don't know.
It will be serviced by transit.
Will?
Yes, they've indicated they would service it.
When? When?
Go ahead.
Dougal has a direct line proposed by 2025.
I asked by the transit.
So Councillor, as part of the master transit plan, Dougal under the 2025 plan will become a frequent line. And in the long-term vision, Plessis will as well. And you can see that there is plenty of connections out to those streets.
Dugan will become, but what about your street?
Our street is an on-demand request.
Okay, so it's not,
It's an on-demand area.
I see, okay. And when is that happening?
That would be part of the 25 plan.
Okay.
And it's June 2024. Already, I hate to remind us.
Don't remind us about that.
We're happy to take questions, Mr. Chairman.
Do we wish an extension?
No, I have questions, I guess, you heard from the public service about more elevations, concern about RMFS, concern about the preservation of the forest, concern about the dedication. I guess the first question I have is, the pipeline. What are we dealing with here in the back there?
It's 50 feet, I believe. It's owned by the pipeline. And there's a pipeline in it.
So it's a 50-foot right of way. So what are we looking at? What are you
It's a 50-foot
proposing here? Like where's their line in relation to your park areas?
Okay, show you that.
That line would fall just about in the midpoint of their property.
Oh, I see. That's their property there.
Yes.
So what's 50 feet then? That's their property?
Yeah, that's labeled here as existing gas line.
Okay. So you can go up to that AT path, line up right away in terms of development, but you can't go beyond it to the west.
But it's not our property, so yeah.
We can't do anything on it.
No, I'm just asking from the
We could
point
do
of
a pathway
view,
with
I'm
an
asking the
agreement.
point of view from in terms of developing. What are I mean, sometimes railways have restrictions beyond with the railway guidelines, it's nuts. But in terms of that gap.
Oh, I see.
So what Hydro has indicated as a restriction is a 15-meter setback for anything that is 3 stories or less. If it's if it's more than 4 stories, it's a 90-meter setback.
15-meter setback from whose line?
Their line.
This is a
The gas-
guideline?
The gas line.
This is a guideline.
It's a restriction.
It's a restriction.
This is a regulation?
According to Hydro, I guess the admin could speak to that further.
I need to know if that's a regulation or a guideline.
It's not a guideline, Counselor.
Just procedurally, are you guys sharing your time? Is that the intention or?
I think
presenting-
our
No, they're
presentation,
finished their presentation, I thought.
Are you presenting together though, or just, it should be one?
we are finished our 10 minutes. We're taking questions.
Okay, together. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there is a separate presentation from
The
Brendan.
committee allow me to continue the Q and A and then we'll get to the other 10?
We should have questions just dedicated to the presenter
So,
before.
so Matt and I are sharing our time.
You guys are sharing.
Brennan registered in order to talk about engagement. Spectating.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
So. I'd like to know that. I'd like to know for sure if that's a guideline or, because technically then you're telling me that the gas company is expropriating without compensation.
I'm not suggesting that.
Well, that's what they're doing.
That's your opinion. I don't have one on it.
Well, okay, we're happy to give up, you're telling me that we cannot develop 15 meters within the proximity of that gas line.
That's what we're told, yes.
But then how did the houses go in on the other side? That's not 15 meters.
That's a fair question. I think it's a rather new regulation that has come forward. Is my understanding.
Well, we gotta find this out.
I have correspondence from Hydro that I can read onto the record and have a look at it.
I'd like to see it written.
I can email it over to you then.
Yeah, print it
And
off.
I would say based on the midpoint of where that line falls in the backyards, it probably falls within that setback.
Yeah, that's fair, but it's just odd that the holes on the other side are.
So I mean,
It's funny how when you say the gas company, are we talking Manitoba Hydro or are we talking Imperial Oil?
Manitoba Hydro.
so we're restricted like everyone else is restricted. That issue isn't ours so much as it is context for us. That's all.
So then how can you put the 5-story building to the north where you're proposing?
We couldn't. We can't.
So the one caveat to that, council, that I would ask is that I know the admin is asking for a reduction of that zoning from RMFM to RMFS. We would ask that it carry forward as RMFM, understanding that that restriction is in place. The city is protected, if you will, in that sense, but our plan is to have a step down in density from 5 stories down to 3 stories as you move east. Should technology change, should the gas line be rerouted in some capacity, we still feel that this is an appropriate spot to have that 5-story height. But right now, as it stands, that caveat is in place on the
So the
restriction.
5-story that you're showing there, that's a dog leg in the southwest corner, it can't be built.
Not the 5 stories based on the restriction.
Well, no, it can't be built in that location at all based on the 15-meter setback for the pipeline, you're saying. For that pipeline, I'm assuming it's continued north, it doesn't stop at Shady.
Yeah, the pipeline is here. Do you see the continuation of it?
Yeah.
End up in this parking lot?
Yeah, so 15 meters to the west of that takes you where?
That's about 15 meters there. It's more than 90 meters. That is the channel.
Oh, so what's the width of your existing park right now along there?
We are about 16 meters in width.
That's including the AT path.
In addition to the gas.
In addition to.
I'm confused now, because if it's 15 meters to the side of your building in the north side, why is it 15 meters to the back of those new two-family homes? What's the width, what's the distance there? How many meters is that from the gas pipeline to the back fence of those two-family homes?
Okay.
Can you follow me? Because if the 5-story building is 15 meters from the gas pipeline, then it's definitely wider where the parkway is.
So the parkway would be wider than the setback for those buildings.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's what I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, the ask would be that we keep that zoning in place. So understanding that's restricted.
Again, if I could just, for context, and Mr. Chislin outlined this, when it comes to these questions and the level of specificity that is sought right now. Committee, of course, can ask whatever it likes, but normally when you have a greenfield development, i.e. you've got multiple parcels and multiple types, you've got multifamily of different types, single family of different types. Normally you go in for an application and you, in this case, and in many cases, those multifamily parcels get sold to a builder. So we prefer to leave these blank and not put buildings on them because we think it's misleading. Okay, but we're required to put buildings on them to help decision makers, including the administration, vet things and understand things. And is this an appropriate zone? So when it comes to measuring exact dimensions, it's not that we don't know what we're doing. It's that it's far too early.
I hear you. I guess where I'm going with this is that my concern is that, I guess a good neighbor policy is that you have a 2-story to 2-story backing on. You know, I could see flexibility on the, that's why I said it, in terms of the 5-story at the top of Shady Shores there and up there potentially. But I mean, the issue there is, you know.
For sure.
Anyway, all right.
We understand
I guess
that.
the other issue now is that, no, correct me if I'm wrong. If we you advertise this, if we were to narrow your park space, the linear park, would that have to be re-advertised?
No, you can reduce.
That's right, street line considerations, the park space could be.
And it could be incorporated into the R2?
I missed the first part of the conversation.
Well, if we were to widen, if you were to take parkland away from the north-south corridor, and I'm going where this is to try to figure a way to save more of the forest that the department want. That land that we're taking away could be incorporated in the R2 to the west, or to the east.
You're saying that land shown as PR1 would be R2?
Can we do that?
No, I don't believe we can do that.
That's my point without re-advertising. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, maybe what we should have done, you know, in this conversation is start with 8% and show what 8% dedication looks like, right? And the act does allow a city to ask for more, but the city bylaws don't actually. So even if we made those sections,
The act is supreme.
sure. Even if we made those sections you're referring to, Councillor, if we eliminate, like we have those as non-dedicated PR, we're still over dedicated. So really the
So what are you
solution.
dedicating here as part of your 13%? Show me.
Yeah, okay. Here. You want to just hand out these two? Yeah. We have some graphics will be helpful.
All right.
Have these been distributed already, or if not, can I just get a copy?
Yeah, I have a copy.
That's fine, thank you. We won't hold up our iPad and show you fishing pictures. So where I'm headed, we're headed, is even if we dedicate the park area, and again, I respect that there's difference of opinion as to whether a park is needed there. We think it is a good asset. Given the width of this site and given what people have suggested is needed in the neighborhood, we do think it's an asset. Even if we only dedicated the fatter portion.
You're saying south of that
Yeah, like
walkway.
even if we dedicate it from here, if you can see my little hand there, all the way to the same here,
Yeah.
we're still well over dedicated. So it doesn't get you anywhere with more dedication.
What is right now the 13% okay, so the 13% is what you have in dark green.
Correct. And then there's another one that takes it down to 10%, but we're still not there. You actually have to eliminate all this to get it, and that's what we wrestled with.
Why is this area called non-dedicated?
Because we want to dedicate it, but we recognize the city doesn't want it as dedicated land.
We're not being credited for it.
You're not being credited for it in the percentage. So really, you know, if there's a desire to have more of the forest, and hey, like I want it all too. I like the trees and I'm a good planner. We want it too. But the mechanism, there's only one mechanism left when we actually, you know, the Terracon doesn't really want to sell it. They'd rather develop it, but it's purchase. Like there's no other mechanism that we're aware of that the city has.
For what?
Acquiring parkland that's over dedication.
No, you do it through the hearing. That's what we're here for.
There's limits to what can be taken.
Yeah, but we would remove parkland where you've unfortunately advertised parkland. I know we're
Right,
dedicated
that's
another
what you
location.
would, as you would eliminate, but we would think that that's not a good plan because of the reasons we laid out. We think it's a good plan. for
But I gotta listen to my planners because we're spending $900,000 on a green space master plan. They've been working hard on it.
Yeah.
Across the city.
Yeah, no,
And
we
here we're
respect
getting
it.
tested. This is where the rubber hits the road.
Mhm.
And we as a council say, oh, we don't have to follow that, you know. Questions then will be asked. Why did we spend 900,000? What are we studying? Why did we do this in the first place? Anyway.
I would say one thing, Counselor, is I think we have a very good balance between active and passive park space in here. And to, you know, to date back to when we even submitted a pre-application here.
Right.
We had showed some concepts of just blobs. And it was Parks who suggested that we should have a north-south lineal pathway system. We think it's a good thing as well. We're saving over 60% of these trees, plus having what I think is a nice amenity feature. So a good balance. If we're getting them to solely have one thing of the trees, well, not only are we taking away what is a nice amenity feature, but we're eroding an acre and a half of multifamily to the south, which is about 50 units in an era where we need housing. So I think what we've proposed is reasonable. It's more than reasonable. It's more than dedicated, and we'd like to proceed with it.
The 50 units in that square?
I'm just estimating based on an acre and a half of what.
Because I've got here 16 plus 9 plus 16 plus 30 plus 30 plus 30. That's a lot more than 50, but okay.
Matt was just
So
going
the-
acre and a half times 35 units per acre.
The expansion of the forested area.
Just on that note, the curiosity that I have is, okay, so if this is, let me see here, hold on. Maybe I was reading it upside down. No, I was reading the right way. Okay, which way is north here? This is my north arrow. 25, is this north-south?
Next.
There's no north arrow. If there is, it's pretty small. What is north? That way, that's north. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I don't have any questions or other questions. I'm sure we'll get more engaged later. So.
All right, so you're saying there'll be further questions for these two gentlemen after, fair enough. On that basis, no further questions. At this point, we ask our fellow that is here to discuss public engagement. Is it his turn to speak?
Yes, up next we have Brennan Johnson. Up to 10 minutes to make the presentation. After you state your name, do you require the PowerPoint presentation as well?
Yeah, I've got it here. I'll just pull up a different one.
Hey. What is your presentation over?
My presentation is just about our process.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, councillors, clerks, and administration. My name is Brennan Johnson. I'm a planner at Landmark Planning Design, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk to you about our approach to stakeholder engagement for this project. We undertook a thorough consultation process beginning in May of 2023 that included a series of open houses, stakeholder meetings, and one-on-one meetings with residents, both at Terracon's office and even at some of the residents' homes. The first of those open houses was held in May of 2023, where we introduced the project and the intent to develop the site as some sort of residential neighborhood or the continuation of the Waterside Estates neighborhood. In July of 2023, we had a stakeholder meeting with residents of Plessis and Dugald Road, where we had 3 preliminary land use concepts that we shared to demonstrate different ways of cutting up the site or accommodating different types of residential uses on site in different locations. And at that time, we began to receive more specific feedback from residents about what was being proposed. In September of 2023, we had our second open house where we shared that same information and those 3 preliminary land use concepts with members of the public and the rest of the neighborhood, again, to give people an opportunity to provide us with more specific feedback related to what we were looking at potentially doing on site. And then in October of 2023, we had our third and final open house with neighbors and residents to introduce the preferred land use concept. We demonstrated how feedback that we had received had been considered and addressed by the design team throughout the planning process and outlined the approvals process as well. And just in terms of notification, those in the immediate vicinity of the site received a hand-delivered notification letter. The remainder of the Waterside Estates neighborhood had a letter mailed to them by Canada Post. And then for the multifamily buildings on Dugald and Guy Savoie, notices were posted in the lobbies of the buildings and information was shared by the property managers with tenants. And for the third and final open house, a newspaper ad was placed in the Free Press Review East newspaper. All presentation materials were made available on a project webpage on Landmark Planning's website, and we regularly responded to inquiry via phone and email as well. There were a number of key topics raised by stakeholders that we worked to address throughout the planning and design process. In terms of the site layout, the proposed land use concept does consider the existing land uses to ensure cohesiveness, while also looking to meet the expectations of today's market, which includes 2-family and multifamily uses as well. And there is significant natural sort of separation built into the proposed land use concept, including with the proposed green space we have on the west along the length of the planned area, that existing 50-foot gas line right-of-way that's been mentioned already, and then above average block depths on that side due to the roadway configuration. In terms of access, a roadway will need to be built for this site, and a new connection is required as per the Public Works Department and confirmed by the traffic impact study. So we do propose the extension of Shady Shores East through to Plessis Road. We had questions come up about traffic and parking. So AECOM prepared a traffic impact study for this proposal, which confirms that that proposed connection of Shady Shores Drive to Plessis is easily handled without warranting a traffic signal. I believe the traffic engineer for the project is in attendance on Zoom as well if there's questions about the methodology. And as always, the team will work collaboratively with the city's Public Works Department to ensure the smooth and safe integration with any existing infrastructure. And something that came up a lot was that the existing pathways or active transportation connections in the neighborhood don't necessarily lead anywhere. There is a pathway that was referred to as the path to nowhere. So the proposed land use concept does actually look to complete that active transportation network and integrate with the existing Waterside Estates neighborhood. For servicing and drainage will be carefully planned so that it does not impact any residents' current situation, which is a requirement of the city. And the developers will be responsible for the costs of any new infrastructure or upgrades to ensure capacity, which is standard practice. In terms of housing type, as you've seen, the land use concept does include a variety of housing types to meet varying incomes and demographics. And our planning documents do encourage the creation of inclusive neighborhoods that include a mix of housing types, which we think this proposal works to help achieve. For design and aesthetics, the developer will use architectural controls to ensure a cohesive design throughout the entire planned area. And the developer has a lot of experience working with qualified home builders to achieve this as well. And then lastly, but not least, the proposed land use concept does include that network of internal pathways, as I mentioned, and we did design the site around preserving the majority of that existing forested area at the southwest of the site that has come up. I believe it's just over 1.65 acres that we are looking at preserving. And we did work with Fleetwood Tree Works to conduct an arborist report as well, which included recommendations to preserve and protect trees outside of the extent of development. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Don't have any right now. Okay, here for the residents.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so up next, we had Carolina Herrera Garza registered. She's not present anymore. We also had in support, Barak Al Dabo,
Also not here.
also not present. In that case, we can move on to Brad Cook, who is joining us over Zoom. Brad, I'm just gonna ask you to turn on your camera and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good afternoon, councilors. Hello again. Actually, I don't have a presentation for this, but maybe I'll ask that the kind of the overall plan that Donovan was showing as part of his presentation be put up on the screen just to make things a little bit simpler. I'll be very brief. We completed a traffic impact study for this development. In conjunction with the city of Winnipeg, the scope included the Guy Savoy at Dugald intersection, Plessis at Dugald, Camille Sice at Plessis, and it also included the proposed access that's coming out from this new development area onto Plessis. So we analyzed pre and post development traffic conditions for the 2029 and the 2039 design years. So essentially, the development is generating 156 new trips during the morning and 186 during the afternoon. That was based on proposed at the time. I know things are in a bit of a state of flux as we're moving some of these multifamily sizes around, but the analysis was based on 121 duplex homes, 37 family homes, and 254 apartments. And the trips were distributed based on the one area traffic study, distributed out to the various areas around Winnipeg, going to and from Transcona. And one thing in particular, I'll just point out, the city Public Works had asked us to look at the new access onto Plessis in a couple of different ways. One as an all-directional two-way stop control, but an access that allowed northbound left turns and left turns leaving. So those would be eastbound and northbound lefts heading north towards Dugald, as well as northbound left from Plessis.
Repeat that again, Brad, repeat that again.
I'm sorry?
Repeat the last part you just said.
The city of Winnipeg, Public Works had asked us to look at the new access out onto Plessis with a couple of different traffic control configurations.
Okay.
They wanted us to analyze it as an all-directional, so all turns would be allowed. And they also wanted us to analyze it as a right-in, right-out. So we analyzed it both ways, and we also analyzed it both with the existing Plessis geometry, which is one lane in each direction, and a future configuration where Plessis is potentially 4-lane divided, where it crosses this new access. So we analyzed it both ways, all directional and as a right in, right out, as a 2-lane Plessis and as a 4-lane divided Plessis. And the intersection functions quite well. It operates at level service A. The side street movements operate at a D or better. I think it was D just during the PM peak when Plessis is a 2-lane with an all directional. If it's a right in, right out, it operates at a B, those are all very acceptable for peak hour conditions. As I think Brennan said, we also looked at a traffic signal warrant analysis at this location. And we calculated priority points. They came out to 13, where you need 100 to warrant a signal. So that should also indicate, it's nowhere near needing a traffic signal at this new access out onto Plessis. And the traffic analysis results show that under post-development conditions, there are no improvements needed at Guy Savoy at Dugald, or any improvements needed at Dugald and Plessis over and above what is required to improve pre-development conditions. Under pre-development conditions, the only change at Dugald and Plessis right now, northbound, there are two throughs with shared rights. And we found it would be beneficial to consider providing a separate right turn lane, northbound right from Plessy onto Dugald in the future. And that was to address issues that occur under pre-development conditions without the additional traffic from the currently proposed development. So that's just a quick summary, and I'm available to answer any traffic questions you may have.
Councilor Wang. Why was the scenario of Plessy becoming a service road and then separate lanes not presented to you as an option, or was that looked at?
That essentially is what we did analyze was,
Oh, I see.
yeah. And, you know, whether the existing Plessy may become a service road that connects with this new access that is now being proposed coming out of this development. Yeah. And then the new access would then connect with a future 4-lane Plessy that's built a little bit to the east.
Right.
So, but that is essentially what we analyzed.
Plessy and Camille says, you know, knowing what your results were at the Plessy, the new Shady Shores and Plessy intersection, I would imagine that the impact would be minimal at that. However, pre-existing, call it what you like, conditions that Camille says and Plessy at peak hours is problematic presently. What did you find? I'm talking as a layperson here.
What we found was that overall, because it's a two-way stop controlled intersection, the overall level service is an A, but the eastbound movements, in particular during, I believe it was the afternoon, they run at a level service E. So the eastbound movement tends to back up quite a bit on Camille Sis.
Coming out of the industrial park, we believe.
Yes, coming out of the industrial park. And queues, I don't recall what they are off the top of my head, but the queues get quite long and the delays do ratchet up quite a bit on Camille Sis. And it's compounded to a certain extent by the narrow median on Plessy at that intersection. It's really too narrow to accommodate, you know, a car pulling out and waiting in the median. It's pretty narrow to allow that. Certainly not, trucks can't do that.
Yeah.
So we did analyze that as it had been analyzed in a previous study. We reanalyzed it as part of this traffic study. We looked at it as a three-way stop, as a roundabout, and as a traffic signal. Three-way stop really was not effective at all. There's just too much traffic on Plessy for that to work. The roundabout was discounted because two reasons. One is there's not enough right-of-way to fit a roundabout in, and the large amount of trucks that are entering and exiting on Camille Sis. So we ended up recommending that a traffic signal be considered at that location. It is not currently warranted in terms of priority points, but a signal would address the long delays on Camille Sis. And that signal was necessary under pre-development conditions with or without this current development that we've been talking about today.
In terms of the Shady Shores coming out onto Plessy, you looked at a right in, right out. How would that actually engineering wise work? It would be, I would imagine installing a median down the middle of Plessy there, or somewhat separating the two lanes to prevent traffic from making a left in.
You can, there's a couple of ways of doing it. With the current Plessy geometry, probably the simplest way would be to build one of those pork chop islands that physically directs traffic southbound right into the development and eastbound to southbound right out of the development.
Yeah.
So that would be more effective than trying to put a skinny median on Plessy itself.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's just
And then in the future, if and when Plessy is divided, then you just have a continuous median that goes across it.
Yeah, the pork chop works elsewhere, so okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and East Savoie and Dugald Road is working well with this development.
Yes, it works fine. There's very little impact at that location.
Okay. I'd like to get a copy of the traffic study to read to the implications at that intersection, so just for the future.
I believe a copy was included with this application.
Okay, I know the public service has it, so how'd you get it?
Yeah, Public Works definitely has a copy.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Council Wyatt. Thank you, sir. Where do we go from here, Clerk Harris?
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, we can move on to those in opposition.
Could I just take a health break? I gotta run the washroom. I apologize for bringing water. I apologize. Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll take a 5-minute.
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back at the hearing portion of the regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee this Monday, June 24th, 2024. And we're back at hearing items 8 and 9. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we are now on to those in opposition of the application. First up, we have Vincent Marlatt. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
No, that's correct.
Vincent, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
And address.
Yes.
Yeah, Vincent Marlatt, 868 Plessis Road, South. I do have my speech that said good morning, and I've changed it to good afternoon to good evening now, so.
Yeah, 501.
So, a little bit of history. My family has lived in our house for 50 years, since 1974, so we're longtime residents. We've seen a lot. My location of the home is the very second from the end, the south end. So that would be backing onto block number 6, which is the RMF small density. That's basically what I'm going to be focusing on, is that area. I am opposed to the zoning plan the way the current design is. I am opposed to the multifamily aspect at block 5, which is the whole last 5 homes at the end. When we purchased the home 50 years ago, and then I purchased it from my parents 22 years ago, I knew it was an R1 zoning estate, expecting that we would have in the future some single family dwellings. I didn't think we'd get estate lots, but I surely didn't think that we'd be looking at having to do multifamily as well. I honestly, in my opinion, think that the property value is going to drop in my home, that we've invested money into a 50-year-old house to keep its market value. I don't know anybody that would think that their home would be the same value if an apartment block is now surrounding it. I think the privacy will be affected in our backyard. There's going to be more noise from a multifamily versus a single family home. There's also litter related to that. My daughter lives backing onto an apartment complex, and she gets booze bottles and garbage thrown over the fence that her dogs are chewing on all the time. I don't want that sort of garbage. I've lived there 50 years. I'd like to have single family dwellings. Also multifamily housing does not fit the existing character and appearance of the current area. We have 3 bungalows in that area, which are all larger bungalows. They're not entry-level homes. Viewing onto the golf course, putting a multifamily small density right up against our property, I think is going to affect the character of the home. I just don't think it's appropriate. I read some comments in some of the zoning information, like housing that already exists. That's not like housing. That is a big difference from an estate lot or a single family home. A similar land use, that's not a similar land use. That's totally the opposite of that. That's multifamily against single family. I don't know how that can even happen, but I understand there's change to the way that we're having to do things. Downsizing the lots alone, I think, would be sufficient against our homes. Should you decide that RMF small density is acceptable, I strongly oppose a variance of 50 feet in that area. That's going to affect the skyline, block the visual of the forest. Why leave that nice forest? It's been there for as long as we've known, and we're going to put 50-foot buildings against it. Nobody's going to see the forest. Why are we going to leave the forest if you're going to encase it in 50-foot buildings? It makes no sense to me. We had also spoken to the planner, Brennan, in regards to the setback. Our third open house, they had a meeting, that was going to give us a green space of 16 feet behind our property to give us a little bit of room from the RMFS buildings. That, he said, has been removed. The city doesn't want to maintain that land. So there's been no give at all to this plan. Why don't we move these houses or these RMF a little bit farther away then if we're going to get rid of that green space? We've got no green space where we have this small density housing at the end. All the rest of the area has got some sort of green space behind it. Yet the south end with the RMFS rating has simply got no space. So my request would be move the RMFS 15 more feet from what the bylaws. I think the current bylaw for a backyard is 25. So move it another 15 feet away from our property. Another request would be put up I don't know if this is part of the city's part or bylaw, but we would want a builder grade fence put up if there's going to be a townhouse or something, that there's a 6.5 foot fence built between our properties so you keep out whoever wants to try to get into your property, throw garbage, whatever have you. It's going to improve for privacy, litter, security, and so on. The other thing, one other option that hasn't been chosen is I don't really know why we've got the multifamily against our homes when maybe there could have been single family right against the homes, and put the multifamily a little more to the bush and put them, or the forest, I should say, and move the townhouses back there. Why are we pushing it all against the residents on Plessis at that south end? So it seems like we're trying to save that forest, which I agree on. We're keeping green space, but by doing that, we've moved everything right against those south homes. And there doesn't seem to be much discussed about that, why we're sticking the south end residents with some pretty heavy population. And yeah, that's pretty much everything I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Vince. I don't have any questions, but I've taken notes of everything you've said going forward. Thank you.
Up next, in opposition, we have Bernadette McKenzie. Bernadette, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name and your address.
Yes. So I'm Bernadette McKenzie and I live at 854 Plessis. I actually live right next to Vince. Have pretty much the same things that I don't like to see. When we were told by the developers that we would have this barrier against our fences, I was okay with it at first. Yes, I wanted single family development, single family homes in that. And I've numerously said that to the contractors, that that's what I was looking for. And that's not what we got, which I get it, because beside me is Campbell System Way is the townhouses, and I get it. But like Vince has said, the garbage is everywhere. They don't pick up after themselves. I have a pool in my backyard. I sure don't want tall houses facing my property where I swim with my kids. I don't think it's fair. It's not how I bought my house. It's not what I want to see in the area. And it's upsetting. I have also worried about the traffic flow that's in there. Now, I know that's not part of the development, but it is an issue because I've already been rear-ended driving into my driveway, which obviously you guys say it's not a problem. It's a big problem. And the number of cars that have gone into the ditch this year because the roadway is so chewed up is like, I think by the golf course where they do all the lawn equipment, 5 cars have gone into that ditch this year. And that doesn't include the 3 cars that have gone in at Dugald and Campbell System Way. Not Campbell System Way, sorry, Dugald and Plessis. When you turn the right into that off that corner, that whole archway, since they dug out all the ditches, has made hazard on that whole roadway. Like our whole roadway is chewed up from the damage. Now the developers now all want variances on these properties. So now where we've lost our boundaries, we've now want 50-foot homes in there, which is not fair because we were told they would go no higher than 35 feet, which is in conjunction with what is there already. So that also to me is an issue. They have not given us the road study. I realize this guy turned around and gave us a road study, but when we requested it to see what it was all about, there's never been strips on the road to turn around and tell us how many cars come up and down Plessis, never mind the truck traffic and everything else that comes down that. That's never been decided. And if they decide to put these 35-foot homes, like you talked about the other homes, they should put piano windows on the top levels so that they're not looking into my pool. And I see with no buffer here, they want to give all the green space to the people on Lakeshore Road area, which is fine. But now they've pushed all these buildings against our fences, which is not right. Because that means there's no space to maneuver anything through there. I have 2 grandchildren that live in my house, as well as 2 special needs. Well, you think I'm going to put them on the front street to play? It doesn't give them an option of a park. I mean, I can't send them to the park by themselves. It's not going to work. There's no place for them to go. So that becomes another issue. There's also no bus traffic anywhere around there. So even people from Campbell System Way that live in the condos there, in the townhouses there, have to walk blocks down to Regent to catch a bus, which is, where is the thinking now we're going to put in more high density people living in a place and you've got no bus service there. School systems are like overloaded. Like there's no place for these people to go when you've condensed all these people into a small parcel of land. I find it like crazy. I don't understand it. And I do feel that there needs to be a buffer between the houses that are on Plessis to the ones that they're building. Like there has to be a buffer zone and not the 4 feet that they're asking for. I have 2 hydro poles already in my yard that how are they going to access the back space? Like that's their roadway to go through the back to get the trucks through in order to fix the lines. And I already have hydro issues. So that becomes a real thing. And I really feel if they want to build against our properties, they need to put a fence. So that I have a pool. I don't want my pool to become the free zone because they want to have some fun and they can't. Because I mean, I don't want them in my yard. I'm sorry. I mean, it's my space. I paid for it. I worked hard for that, to have that space. So my other concerns were, like you've always said, there should be like housing against the different places. That's not like housing against my place. That's growing higher than it needs to be. So if the pipeline has a 50-foot barrier, why would I not have some type of barrier against my back of my fence to the properties? And yeah, and I'm really concerned about the traffic flow going in and out for the safety of the kids that do live there. We're not all seniors living in this blocks. There are lots of young people living there that, want to have families. Now you can't play in this area because now you're congested. All the buildings all together. Where would you like the kids to play? On their driveways? Like no safety issues looked at in this. As far as I'm concerned, my thing is more about safety. And I don't see it with the big complex like this for the families to actually enjoy their space. So if they're thinking about putting these back, why can't they take some of the forest out then and push these houses further back? And I really don't feel these apartments being at 4 stories is fair to the people of Shady Pine either, or Shady, whatever the area is. I think these should be no taller than 3 feet too, like 35 feet. Because they too all have houses in the back there, which obscures their properties too, right? And nobody has done a sun study on how's that going to affect the backyards with all these tall buildings in this back south end. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So you right now, Bernadette, you don't have a fence at the back, right?
I have a fence, like a 4.5-foot fence,
Okay.
which is law for when we were living there with pool.
Right.
But now with all that people coming through,
Yeah.
it's going to have to be 6'6" to make sure that nobody jumps into the pool and drowns, right? Because then I'd be held liable for that, right? So it becomes a real catch. And I'm not the only one with a pool in my backyard. There's 2 properties on that block that have pools in the backyard with the same height of fence. So
Does Vince have a fence? I should have asked.
Vince has a fence same height as mine, 4.5 feet. Yeah. Chain link.
Chain link, okay.
And mine's a chain link too, with a slats on the side where the pool goes through. Yeah. So it becomes a real issue, like it's not gonna be tall enough now, the fence, all the buildings going in there.
Right.
It doesn't meet spec, so then it's gonna cost me, why should it cost me money to put a fence up for something they need to build?
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
I'm glad, go ahead and ask.
Thank you.
I calmed down then.
No, fair enough. No, fair enough. Okay. This is your house. You're saying it's, you therefore need to, your understanding, this is not on you to answer this, but since you're talking about it, it's on you. It's not on you, but you thus, there would need to be a higher chain link fence.
There would need to be a higher fence that people can't climb over.
Yeah.
Because bylaws, when you've got such close condensed spaces with people in the zone, the fence must be 6 foot at least. And I have the whole length on the one side, now they wanna put a house against me, so the whole length on the other side needs a fence too, up to 6 feet, so it needs an L-shaped fence up to 6 feet. Now, I've already done my backyard that goes from my driveway into my backyard, we've already put a sliding 6 foot high fence, knowing that this was coming through. So our costs are gonna have to be this 6 foot high fence on a half-acre lot, which is not cheap money. You know, so if they want to build, I feel that they should be responsible because it's their stuff that they're putting in, that they put that 6 foot high fence to their costs. Because of my pool, but I'm also saying for the neighbor that also has a pool would be the same for him. Now, he's got 3 sides he has to cover, right? Because now you've got, the other guy has 3 sides that need to be covered at 6 feet. So.
Thank you.
You will.
Thank you very much.
Up next in opposition, Dan Dykon. Apologies if I mispronounce. Up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name.
I need to spell your last name again, Jack.
IACHUN. I live at 7 Wavecrest Cove. Just
What was the address again?
7 Wavecrest. So where do I put this in?
Oh, you were missing. That's the submission you've already sent to me, correct?
Yes, but they don't, it's,
They do have a copy, but yeah, we can check the screen share.
I'll also put it up. Okay, I'm in opposition. As you can see, I've got a little presentation that I put together. It should be noted that this development is an extension of the original waterside development that was started back in, well, it was started before 2011 or 12 with the approvals and all sort. The subject parcel is surrounded and abutted by primarily, I'm going to say over 80% single family homes with an estimated value of $34 million. Each one of these property owners has a significant investment and should have a say as to what is being built, as they are the ones that live there. We're the ones ultimately that live there. I think that gets missed in this whole message. Developers, city, but how about the citizens? And here's the reasons. The original proposed waterside does not conform to complete communities. It doesn't. In regards to the lack of retail or commercial services to support the citizens in their day-to-day life. In the original development plan, Waterside Estates, who's the same developer here, Terracon / Waterside, there was to be retail and commercial component at the corner of East Dougal and East Savoy. But that has changed to R2 duplex housing, which was more profitable to the developer. The immediate area lacks these amenities like stores, restaurants, doctors, offices, daycares, etc. Therefore, all of the citizens within the existing and proposed development must drive by car to get to these services, which is 1.5 kilometers away, which is closest place is Giant Tiger on, if you want to call it on Regent or on backing onto Pandora. That's the closest retail store. The current waterside area already has a good mix of housing from 196 apartment complex, multi-story condo, and I should qualify that. Sorry. Apologize. I don't have a PowerPoint. This is the condo unit right here. That property should never have been on that street. At the back of my presentation, it goes, I'm going to say I had the pleasure to go against this development because I live right across the street from it. And when you read all this, I'm not going to go into it. Council has probably read it. That building doesn't belong on that street. Bottom line, it doesn't belong there, and it shouldn't have been there, but it got put in. So just go back to my presentation here. Ooh. Sorry. The current, I go back to that, sorry. The condos, there's two family homes, bungalow condos at the south end of the development and single family. There is no need for the proposed high density zoning located at the north and south ends of the proposed development, as the entire development, which is the existing and the new, already has high density located along Dougal with 3 4-story buildings with that have 196 units. The current proposal lacks the detail and does not address what the city envisions under recent communities, the aspect of aging in place. That's just one thing. No mention of seniors housing or whatever. I know that you can't tell the developer or whoever buys the lot what tenure to put there, but if we're going to talk in complete communities, maybe it needs to be a variance or something in there regarding that. The current proposal, when compared to the October 2023 proposal drawings, has eliminated that green space that was mentioned by the other applicants that strip along the others on the east side, east side, backing onto Plessis. That's been removed. There was some trees there. But maybe just a couple in that parcel that was portion that was removed. The area lacks consistent transit, very limited. The residents primarily rely on personal vehicles to travel. I've included something. I just went on to transit website to go to Kildonan Place. It takes, what was it here, a half an hour or more. There was one option, which I found, I guess, a little interesting or funny. Oops, sorry. Here's it's 33 minutes. This other one down here in red, walk to KP. Well, what kind of transit, what kind of option is that? That's right off the city website. That's an option, walk. Anyhow, here you got others where you got to walk to go to Region, where you got the access for transit. I've never used it. I've rarely seen the bus in the neighborhood, and I've lived there since 2012 or 2013, sorry. So it's limited. And to get to City Hall, it takes over an hour to get, and then multiple buses. I think it's 3 or 4, 3 buses. Okay. over my limit. The proposed development will add high-density housing with 194 units at the north parcel, 131 at the south parcel, for a total of 325, which is 60% higher than the existing waterside development with no supporting services. The proposed development of high-density apartment-style buildings located at the north and south end parcels, along with the most recent addition of 2 industrial parks, the Plessis along Plessis, the Plessis Business Park and the Plessis Commercial Center, which is just off, Plessis Business Park is just off Camille Cease. And then the new one further to the south is the Plessis Commercial Center, are coming on stream in 2023-24. This will add higher than normal traffic volumes along Plessis, both north and southbound, leading to potential unsafe conditions on Plessis at the new access point. And I've just included that. Here, one thing I noticed is like the Plessis Business Park, they talk about where the access is. You can get to Dugald and you can get to the to number 1, and it's going right through along with all the people right around here, right along Plessis and Shady Shore, the new proposed site. Sorry. Sorry, apologize. Should have a PowerPoint, but anyhow. The new development should match the existing neighborhood character that belongs, being single-family homes, and consideration as it relates to the special boundary conditions should comply. I might just add, just sitting here today for 5 hours, listening to the other presentation by one of the other developers, Qualico, and how they were to match their residential, the single family on that one, the existing, and they're matching. But R1 over here, the single family, they're going to put single family. Why isn't it being done here? And we're in a tighter spot. No services, no nothing, period, compared to what that development's got. The subject area is located within the Louis Riel School Division, and there is no school in the immediate area. Therefore, children get bused 14 kilometers a day, an hour travel time to school. It should be noted that there is a school within a 2-minute drive just on.
Anyone wish to move extension? Aye. All right, we'll have a 2-minute extension.
Okay,
No.
9:05.
Well, we'll see when we get to it.
It's been a long day and he needs a little bit more time.
Yes, and I got my card built, so.
Oh, you're kidding. Are you kidding me?
Parked on King. Hey, whatever. However, okay, I'll just keep going here. I'm gonna speed along. However, there is a school just over on Bernays there, which is in the River East Transcona, but we're not in that. The whole idea, not in my backyard, of developments should be planned and be thoughtful, consideration along with the meaningful input by existing residents. We tried that, I think. They are the ones that ultimately live in the community. The current proposed plan is incompatible with the character, context, and build form of the surrounding buildings or dwellings and established area. The location of the proposed high density parcels located at the north and south are nowhere near an active transportation or transit route. Does not follow complete communities. With 3, 4, 5-story structures being proposed that may back onto existing homes at the north and south ends of the parcels. Have shadow studies been done? I don't think so. I know I saw another project just the other day, shadow studies, and I think actually the Qualico one did a shadow study too. The proposed road extension of Shady Shore width is smaller than the current portion. As you turn south and go down from north to south, it's narrower. So And it's not a regional street or a collector street. High density units at the north and south end of the development are allowed. If they're allowed, this will lead to higher traffic volumes along Shady Shore and may lead to congestion on the street with on-street parking, because apartments and that, they tend to park in the street. We see it daily. Based on that, what has occurred in the current Waterside, they park in the street. With the extension of Plessis, Shady Shores East to Plessis, this will become a shortcut for vehicles to avoid waiting at Dougal and Plessis when traffic backs up, heading eastbound. This potentially could lead to higher than normal traffic.
Extension of Councillor Wyatt?
1 minute.
Traffic volumes, yes, and safety concerns. Was a secondary plan initiative ever considered? Summary, I personally don't believe that after three meetings with Landmark and the developer and that have listened to the comments or ideas put for the residents. Did a traffic study was mentioned, but we couldn't get a copy. Proposed rezoning presents public hearing is not compatible with the surrounding area, with 80% being single family. When we purchased our property, we paid a premium where we live based in comparison to lots backing onto the industrial park. Single family lots should be similar in size to what is currently in Waterside and on Plessis. On the line, I'm not gonna, okay, in general, home is one of the largest investment a person makes in their lives, and they just want some certainty as to what is going to be built in close proximity to them without any surprises and any potential issue. And this proposed development presented by it is still a surprise. And I will say, everything's about location, location, location.
Thank you.
I've written them all down.
We are allowed to ask, that's the end of the presentation, if I may. We would like some more time, but we're at this point. If I may ask the question. Is there anything you think is been missing so far that you think should be added to this conversation? Put it that way. Since we're in the question and answer period.
I think, okay, just one thing. We heard earlier today, the property on Pandora that sits on a major regional street on a corner, the restricted height, 2 stories. Oh, hang on, they're right across from an industrial zone property. So why are we trying to stuff high density at the north and south end? That's it. Like, the logic isn't there from sitting here today, which was a good experience.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, I don't. Thanks, Ann. I've written it down.
Okay, thank you.
Up next in opposition, we have Trudy Campbell. You'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation after you state your name.
How do you spell your last name again, Trudy?
Like Campbellson.
Okay, good. Okay. And your address?
It's 30-290 Shady Shores Drive.
Yeah.
So my name is Trudy Campbell, and I currently live at 30-290 Shady Shores Drive. And the reason I say currently is because I used to live at 1-908 Headmaster Row. And when I first moved back to Winnipeg in 2014, and I'm a single woman now, and so I came back to Winnipeg where I was born and raised, and I came back to Headmaster Row. I bought a condo in Headmaster Row, which in 2015, whatever it was, I don't know if it was Landmark or not, but a development came and they put a 4-story apartment block up right in front of my condo. So that did it for me. I had no sun and no privacy below me, above me or to either side, which is why I ended up moving to where I live now, which is 30-290 Shady Shores Drive. And I'll show you, this is where I live now. And I bought this place for the trees, and I bought it for the sun, and I bought it because it's a bungalow condo. And if you say condos don't work, bungalow condos like this for seniors,
Airline condos, yeah.
they are like hen's teeth and people want them and love them. So would I love a development like what I live in right behind me with the trees in the background? Wouldn't that be a dream? Because that's why I bought it, for the trees. Thank you for trying to save the trees, by the way. And I mean, we used to have deer and fox, and those are all going to disappear anyway. I acknowledge that, and I understand that the city has to grow. I get that. But I also find that, you know, you can have lower profile, higher density where I am. I would prefer that because I'm a single person living here. If you put all those 5 stories, 4 stories right there, there's my son, there's my view, there's my privacy by myself on a deck. As it is, this public pathway that's there, it's a very, very busy pathway with people and their dogs. And they literally can see me and they can make eye contact with me, see me on my deck, say hi to me. And I can hear all the noise, all the basketballs, everything. And I don't mind that. I'm a little bit okay with that. What I'm not okay with is is not having everything that I bought this place for and to have it taken away from me. Again, it's not compatible, like I say, with everything that everybody said. That I also talk about diverse communities. Wouldn't it be nice if the whole piece of land could be diverse within retirement, people like me, you know, growing families in the center, and maybe young people who are going to go to work and to university and everything like that. This is the 2 stories that's at the other end, and that's the forest behind them. That's all going to be taken away. And the 2 stories are 2 stories. They're 28 feet, not 35 feet. And when I saw this last plan today, when I see that, you know, the last time I saw it was 2 4 stories. And I remember when I'd actually called Brennan the other day and I just said how upset I was about the 2 4 stories that I saw coming my way. And he said, oh, we've always told you there's going to be 4 stories. And I said, yeah, but we've always told you, you don't want any of that 4 stories there. So I don't really believe that that we've been listened to. So what they heard, maybe what he said, what we heard was maybe from the city, but not from us. The other thing I don't like and I didn't like is that this is how the city or whoever put the variance bylaws or whatever they want to be putting up there. They put it in a ditch on Dugald Road, risked my life to take this picture. And because you couldn't park there, I got home and zoomed it. You can't read a darn thing on it. It's all blurry. This is from this is the only public notice they gave. And we don't have enough, like there's not enough time to have people to have opposition. If you're just going to put up a public notice like this where people can't even access it or see it, it's in a ditch with water.
Where was that put up?
Dugald Road.
On Dugald Road.
And I asked why.
You were sure there was no other signs?
No, nothing. And I asked Brendan that specifically. He says, oh, we only can put it at the edge of the property where the development is going to be. And I mean, there's lots of edges. This is the only one they picked, was inside a ditch with water on a busy road that I couldn't park at. So I don't like how the city sometimes tries to, I don't know if it's the city, I don't know what it is, but it's that. I'm also concerned about gas line safety. I live there. If you're going to be pounding in piles next to the gas line, there has been gas line incidents that have happened, like in St. Albert, Alberta, other places where people have done that. I'm concerned for that too. Other than that, like I just said, if you could keep it more low profile, I am not opposed to building the city, but please keep it beautiful and please keep your citizens in mind, because I've already moved once. I really don't want to move again. I'm proud to live where I live. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I've written everything down.
Other questions?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Trudy.
In opposition, we also did have Louise Bohm and Jay Stewart. However, it doesn't appear that they are in the gallery.
Car and stayed in the car.
Okay. So that concludes those pre-registered to speak in opposition. Just to confirm, is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we can move on to questions for the administration.
I'd like to bring the applicant back up and have a discussion and go from there.
How does this affect the rotation of the questions? You're saying you have no questions?
Well, it'd be an open forum. If a question comes up, the applicant's here. I'll ask the public services. So I've got some suggestions that I'd like to bring back for changes. I think some work needs to be done. I want to run some stuff past the applicant to see if they're willing to work with us on that and go from there. Otherwise, I think we're wasting our time.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, we'll bring the Applicant forwards to speak in rebuttal to comments made. Have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. No new information is permitted. Donovan Daves and MacLeod.
Thank you, committee. I appreciate all the presentations that were made, and as always, may not be evident, but we are empathetic to the difficulties with doing new things in a city, in a growing city, and the change that occurs. And it's not always purely benefits that happen. There are always some impacts, and that is the nature of a city growing, and we don't treat that lightly. So definitely, we do listen carefully and do our best to mitigate and explain and converse best we can. So I wrote 10 topics that came up. That's usually how we try and respond, as on a topic basis. There was a fair bit of talk about that south end, that multifamily site, and the earlier drawings as that progression in design and conversation occurred. That similar to what we heard today, there isn't a real administration, I'm not pointing fingers, but typically doesn't want those buffer spaces as was evidenced today, like those spaces that were referenced at that south end on the east side was not wanted. So we removed it, but a fair bit can be done, and it kind of goes to the process here and the details we talked about that are to come. As those sites get sold for development, then they're going to come with certain restrictions. There's going to go through plan approval. There's going to be lots of conversation about what's acceptable and not acceptable. And so it can be difficult for people to appreciate that there are more steps to come. Certainly when we talk about setbacks at that south end, absolutely, there's opportunities to design the site so that, you can reduce that impact on people who were there first. And it doesn't take away a development opportunity, but maybe there's some setbacks we can address. Traffic study, there's no problem in forwarding the traffic study. I think we got a request over the weekend. So there wasn't, we didn't think it made sense to send it on early Monday morning before the hearing, but that certainly can be made available. And then shadows, of course, again, with plan approval, when you actually have a plan that is proposed to be developed, as opposed to just a plan that's to try and help decision making at this early stage, then you could do a shadow study. We do them all the time, and we can show that a development does or doesn't meet standards. And that standard, by the way, is not guaranteed no shadow. The standard is 5 hours of continuous sunlight for each residence. So change happens, and it does come at a cost to some, and we try and minimize that. The bungalow condos to the west, we should keep in mind, there is I think it's about 30-foot pathway existing before the forest, or maybe the forest comes within that 30 feet. And then we had proposed no forest there, as I think there may be a misunderstanding. We proposed 110 feet more, so another 140 feet. And then you're into the site development. And again, when that site is designed, probably the building won't be right at the building or the edge. So you're looking at probably about 200 feet of separation. So we think that's significant at that side, less so at the east side, admittedly. Diversity was mentioned as a value, and of course we value that. We've noted that in our presentation. I think the policies note that, and so to get diversity in a neighborhood, the best you can do, of course, you can't socially engineer, and you can't restrict. So you can accommodate, and you can provide different opportunities for different people to live in different places. If we only had single family homes, then we would only have people who could afford single family homes, for example, and or those who didn't choose to, or didn't want to live in a single family home. So what we're proposing is diversity, and will accommodate diverse choices. There was some concern about the posting. We followed city standards, just so everybody's aware in the room. The city tells us where that poster is supposed to go. We put it where it's supposed to go, and then we don't always set landmark anyway in terms of with our clients that we go above and beyond that. We let people know by email. Everybody who's participated, we commit to them early in the process. You won't be taken by surprise if you give us your email address, we'll tell you to expect those posters. And we'll even tell you how to come and oppose at a public hearing, because we believe in the process and being transparent. So we did our part. Gas line safety, of course, is highly regulated, and anyone who's constructing in the area would have to follow all protocols for construction and whatever your gas line has in place in terms of setbacks that we talked about earlier. So we've put our best foot forward. I think it's good to remember that these developments, particularly significant size that have different components, involve a lot of players, not just the 3 people sitting here. There's teams behind us. There's this group. There's the planning department, the public works department, the water and waste department. It takes a lot of players, and there's hundreds of regulations to try and get to a new neighborhood, especially an infill neighborhood, and one that's kind of odd shaped like this one is, with the fingers and the long north to south, and it's at the end of the line. So there's a lot of effort that goes into trying to check all the boxes it takes to get a neighborhood. And so for us, this isn't the end of the line for this committee. It's not the end of the line either, I don't think. And for all the departments, it's not the end of the line. There's other departments, legal and so forth, that are all going to weigh in and form up how this neighborhood ultimately is created. And we'll do what we can, and we're doing what we can in terms of our part. What you've got before you as a committee is our best foot forward. And if there's tweaks that are needed, then let's do it. Let's figure out how to tweak it. Matt, you've got 4 minutes.
Just wanted to expand a little bit on the South multifamily piece. This is something that in our presentation, it was noted. The western portion, the western 250 feet would be 4 stories, and the eastern 150 would be 3 stories. So again, very much that step down process, as well as there is that buffering of the preserved trees. That certainly is playing with creating an inclusive community. It's something that is very much promoted within complete communities, something that we want to check the boxes of certainly hitting those density targets and hitting that affordable housing and the range of housing that is available for people. I think, what else did we have here? With respect to the green space at the east end, something else just to keep cognizant of, it was something that we pulled back and put in, consolidated in with our western PR, expanded that to make it a much more of a usable space.
Which space, Matt?
So there's reference about a previous eastern PR, north-south.
Eastern PR, oh yes, okay.
Yeah, and so it was much more narrower. It was also constrained by drainage and engineering. And as Donovan had noted, SEPTEP design restricted us from really having it. So we made our space much more bigger, much more usable on the west side. And felt it was important to have that sort of much more active and usable space. I think that's it. I do have some comments on the ACG report that we could get into at a later point, or if we want to do them now.
There is no later point.
That's gonna be information. What I want to do is to get some more information, again, due diligence, but I want to get some design work done between now and the next meeting, because I want to prove something, but I don't want to approve what we have here today. So, but appreciating that you want to see something, but I'm also hearing from the residents, and I guess I'm supportive. I can tell you what I'm supportive of. I'm supportive of the R1. I'm supportive of the R2. I'm supportive of some height rightly placed. I'm not in support of height wrongly placed against single family. I'm supportive of what the administration has requested, which is to save that forest, because I think we have to start taking these things into consideration. I don't like these long linear paths, because no matter how you build them, they're still not safe, in my opinion. They create a corridor situation, and frankly, you're spending money on an AT path there. I think that's a waste of money. I think it'd be better spent. What's interesting is that we spent a lot of time talking here and then we thought we got a playground literally 100 yards away or less in an existing park that was built. But the path, as was pointed out, I think by Brendan, was the pathway dead ends in literally at the top end of the playground. You know, if anything, we're gonna put money, if we're gonna do anything, is to extend that walkway to the playground and tie into the existing playground. I don't like the idea of the amenities kind of shoved in behind there because the one-on-one basketball will echo, residents will get complaints. Amenities with sitting areas, that will be kind of a hangout for certain ages. It's kind of hidden. I'm not excited about that. So this is what I'm just gonna suggest. I'm not going, even though the traffic study said we gotta do something at Camille Sis. I'm not gonna do anything with that. I'm not gonna do anything with Plessy and Dugald here. That's bigger issues. The right-hand turn for other plans coming forward. What I'd like to do is say that I know our public service has requested a down zoning at the top portion. I'm prepared to leave that zoning in place if as long as the design is brought forward showing two-story buildings with proper setbacks. I like to see a plan. The plan you have is fine with, you show the setbacks, but I like to see the setbacks on the plan, if you follow me, rather than on the chart. So either two or three two-story buildings running north and south, and with the proper setback as required by the city, in that area on the, I guess it would be the eastern side of the property. I'm prepared to support a density right on Dugald Road. So you have 5 stories elsewhere on the property. I'm prepared to support 5 stories in that little block that, I don't know what you would call it, like an upside down heel, right? And then one below that would be a 3-story, but and then potentially what I have here is potential 3 stories on the, if you could see it, on Shady Shores, facing on Shady Shores. You won't have the same densities, but at the same time, you've got a massive parking lot here that basically is a sea of cement without much landscaping. I'd like to cut the pathway, north-south pathway in half. Okay, so I'm showing you guys, cut the north-south pathway in half. Take that dedication and move it over to here to save as much of the forest as possible. No AT path back there, no amenities. There will be still an AT path connecting through east-west, still an AT path connecting through east-west from down at the bottom here, okay? But what I like to see, and even though it's not part of your plan, I like to see the AT path, this AT path somehow connecting up with this one down here via the park, right? This leads to the park. Okay, some sort of connection, because the reality is the playground is there. I'm not going to build another playground. I'm not going to make you build another playground. You've already got a playground the residents in the area raise money to build. You're not connecting to it. And the new people in this area will want to walk to it. They got to stop now at basically at a field in their existing residential development. So that AT portion obligation that you have now running north-south, moving it into that obligation to tie it over there. I would like to see a design, a pork chop design as referred to by Mr. Cook for the access to Plessy. And in terms of the southernmost portion, what I could support is, you know, I would prefer to see the buildings running east-west, not north-south, with a road access to those buildings coming down off of the main road, following along the western side of the treed area, if you follow me. Okay, so you got your treat areas here, right? The road is coming down along the side, the outside of the treat area. Yeah, the eastern side, thank you. With your buildings running east-west, and that opens the site up to light coming through. The residents aren't looking at a wall. And that towards the bottom end, you're probably looking at 2 stories because of the tightness of the site, but towards as you move to the top, you could probably step up to 3-story buildings. In other words, 1's 2-story, 3-story. I like to see that as part of the design. If you mentioned one of your delegations here mentioned doing steps in the building, I'm open to looking at that in this area. And that would basically ensure that the buildings are flanking the backyards. So they don't have people facing into their yards. People would be either facing north or south. And at the same time, you could have 2 stories stepping up to 3 towards the park line, if you follow me. Sidewalk, in light of the fact that the R2 is going to have deeper yards, I'd like to see the sidewalk on both sides of the main thoroughfare. Except for that portion of Shady Shores down at the bottom, which is going to be, I think, an AT corridor coming out to the first dog lake there. But the rest of it being sidewalk on both sides. Because otherwise you're going to have people walking on the street, even if you have it on one side, people will still walk on the street. But that'll allow depth to your property. You can do possibly some creative stuff there with the R2. R2 is, what are we limited to in R2 in terms of density?
I think in this concept, they're going for duplexes for their R2, so.
And the height on the duplexes, 30 feet?
35 is about
35, okay. So I'm prepared to keep that in light of the fact that there is a buffer already because of the gas pipeline. So 35 feet on that side. Which in theory means you could potentially put a 3-story with a main door garage, but there's going to be a buffer going on the up and down. On the R2. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I want to save that green space area that the city's referred to, and I agree with the planner about and I also want the developer to be a good neighbor in sense of 2-story backing on to 2-story. You heard from a lot of residents who've been here a long time. I'm not going to speak to all this again because I'm going to speak to it again in September. But I would like to see just this flushed out a bit more so we can see what we're looking at. I other than one open house, I went to all the open houses, participated. I know the information was forwarded to the planning department, but in the future, if I'm sorry to come, that'd be great. I think, did you come to one?
I did not know.
Yeah. And then that's where we could get more dialogue going when we do that, if we come. But I was there and I heard from the residents over many times, first at the library, then at the hotel. I'm not gonna suggest that we have another connection and that you lose a lot on Plessy. Okay, which is what the planning department wants. I think the connectivity is paid.
Did you mean AT connection?
Yeah, because they want to take another lot of, I would actually recommend that the existing AT connection in the middle be narrowed to reflect the existing AT connection at the south end. Okay. Because it seems wider in the middle. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. What's the width of that southern one?
It's standard city width.
Which is?
6
meters for a 3.5 meter path.
8 meters?
For a 3.5 meter path.
So that's 8 meters, that bottom one. It would have to be, I guess, eh? And the top one is more than 8 meters.
We made it wide for set type.
Okay. Well, it's gonna connect right through now, so. I agree with the planners as well. It'd be nice to have elevations. I realize that you sell product, but I also realize that you do business with a lot of different people, and it'd be good to get some elevations generated. So that we kind of have an idea. Don't have to hold you to it, but it would be nice.
You were talking about general elevation with regards to shadow.
No, I'm talking about elevations in terms of what the facades of the building will look like, the form of the building, the materials being used, the stepping of the building, if you like, you know. In terms of, so it's not just a flat wall, but there's some texture to it, I guess. You know, that's what I'm referring to in terms of elevations. Yeah. Well, those are some high level thoughts. I mean, what you heard the other hearings, there's, you know, thoughts in terms of bike parking, issues of electric charging vehicles. These are things that I think is just a no-brainer to start including because it's coming. And I think it's just a marketing feature for anybody who's building multiple family, especially if you can get federal money for it. And provincial now, from what I understand. So, and I just want to know, like, I hope that you're open to this because I realize maybe it's not the same division of the company, but it was the same, in many ways, the same company who developed Waterside in cooperation with yourselves. And I like to see the area. It's a tough piece of land. It's a narrow pencil, for lack of a better term. And the market has changed, and I was surprised that you came in with the R1S. I thought that was going to be R2. But now that it's on R1S, it's kind of late to, well, you can re-advertise it, I guess, but you know, I would have supported that on the east side. But now that is left. Anyway, those are my thoughts. That those are what I'm requesting be brought back to the next meeting if the developers are amenable.
Is that which, is this on record, that which you want brought back? Yeah, it would be
correct if the developers are amenable. It's a form of a big question. Multiple questions.
I do have a question before we move any further motions. This year. I'm not asking about any further information. I believe it was mentioned because we had literally a separate public engagement segment to this. Can you tell me again how many people had interaction in this process? Not how many were contacted, but how many were involved in some sort of public consultation process?
As a matter of process, it will need to be either Donovan or Matt.
I was gonna ask that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, all right.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, could you restate your question?
Sure. How many people were involved? How many people were engaged in that public engagement?
Hundreds.
And how do we say there were hundreds? How are they engaged? Were they open? How many open house meetings? How many did you have?
We had 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
How were they contacted?
Mr. Chairman, are you wondering about our sufficiency of our engagement process?
Well, I guess the questions speak for themselves, kind of thing. I'm putting that into question by asking questions about them. I believe this was mentioned before. I just want clarity on this. No problem. As we move forward, this lies heavily on Councillor Wyatt. And he's looking for some compromise in this process, including today. This communication protocol thing was today is one, from what I gathered and what I heard, is also an expression of that public consultation process. This meeting today, again, is part of Councillor Wyatt's process by which he comes to these ideas and conclusions at this time. And I just want to see what is part of what part of that was that public engagement process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, we have a good reputation for being thorough at our engagement processes, precisely because of the possibility of this question being asked. And also because it's good practice from a planning perspective. And we respect the stakeholders that are around, proposed changes. So we had an extensive engagement process. There is no requirement for an engagement process, by the way, for the committee's consideration. This is the requirement, a public hearing, and that is the city's process, but all of our processes are voluntary. So we also, when this committee has probably seen applications in which either nothing was done for engagement or there was an open house. And for us, that standard is too low. So we make sure that we have at least 2 rounds, typically 3 rounds of engagement, one at the beginning before we get started, a second in the middle when we have some possibilities, and a third when we're closer to knowing what we want. And this would constitute the 4th opportunity for people to participate. In terms of notification, we also do a thorough job. We directly notify people adjacent typically to a development. We take advertisements out. And then starting in round 1, if people participate and they wish to, and we make this known to them, give us their email address, we'll drop a notice right into their household at their request to notify them of subsequent rounds. So by the time all is said and done, we also advertise in local papers. So by the time all is said and done, we feel very confident about our notification effort. The participation, I would say, is high. I'm sure Councillor Wyatt could reiterate that from his presence at the meetings. We take sign-in sheets, so if we needed to know the exact number, not everybody chooses to sign in, but those who signed in, it's many, and that's why I'm confident in saying hundreds, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just add as well, before you comment, was, I didn't hear any residents here today at least speak about the 3-on-3 basketball and the park stuff. To me, it's the AT connection into the existing playground. That's an obligation that I could let go if the developer is prepared to work with us on the density stuff. And then the second part of that is that, technically speaking, special boundaries bylaw has to be changed. This goes forward. And that's significant. Moved many years ago by a former councillor who actually in one hearing at Van Hall dedicated 17% for park. And I'm not going to name the name, though I saw him today. And I guess I just want a good neighbor development where the densities are similar, when they're close. I'm prepared to compromise on the densities in certain areas and to preserve the parkland and offset the parkland that you're losing through the right of way through the north-south pencil thing, or to move it on to save as much of the footage as possible. So, and I appreciate the fact you brought a 10-meter wide roadway, by the way. It would have been a headache through there if you, a 10-meter wide right of way. It would have been a headache to have a non-collector road on that development.
Talking down the north-south portion, that's 7.5 meters.
Said 10.
I was mistaken. I was trying to. Apologies. The east-west are 10s, the north-south.
The bottom north-south looks like it's the same as the other one.
Public Works has added the clause 10 meters or 7 meters or as determined width to Public Works to hopefully massage in the best case throughout.
I would I mean, if you come in on the, I mean, I'm not going to push back on the road, but I want to see the densities. I mean, it's to me, I wouldn't want to build a development without the collector there, especially if you have room to do it, which I think you do, because it will be. I see your parking ratios are good, 1.5. I think that all of them are at 1.5. I hope you keep it. So,
Chairman, I have a question on point of process.
Shoot.
How will this work with Councillor Wyatt's request? Because from a plan, this is why I had made my comment earlier from a process point of view that the cart is before the horse in we're trying to refine these multifamily sites at the north and the south. We were asked to put buildings on the plans. We resisted heavily because of exactly this scenario, because it sets the expectation that at this point we can actually define and come back to this committee with defined plans before plan approval comes. In my understanding is the committee is trying to decide on whether a zoning is appropriate. And sometimes we find that we're asked to present a fictional scenario, right? We don't have the buyer in the room of that property. And so what the committee can do, what the administration can do is set parameters. Buildings need to be set back this far, this high, and so forth. But we're all faking it in a way to try and put that level of detail. And we have a process problem. And the request to come back with specific plans, the commitments that are referred to here are not commitments, that we don't have that.
The way we would do it is we would place on, that when we see the drawing showing the buildings. At that point, I would say within so many feet of the one property line, the height limit is this. Within so many feet of this property line, in this block, the height limit is that. We've done that before.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done it also in terms of height limits on even R2, which we could still do.
And that would actually work, Counselor. That would actually work.
But before I do that, I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because the city did make you do this, right?
Yeah.
To be able to take it back and do look at what I'm suggesting. So that I know, I could say, well, 300 feet off the north property going west should be 2-story, right? Like I need to know what's realistic and what's overkill. That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's certainly been asked upon us to provide a fair amount of detail for the multifamily. We provided renderings, we provided SketchUps that you can see in front of you with some level of parking detail that is kind of above and beyond really the scope of what we're dealing with today of a rezoning. These are matters that are more appropriate for plan approval. And I think the more that we're getting into these granular details of things that we don't know, they're purely conceptual at this point, that are probably more fitting for plan approval.
This is what I'm comfortable in saying at this very moment, is that what I'm hearing so far and your concerns, they apply to rezoning, not to variance. Does that make sense, Councillor Wyatt, to you?
Yeah, so what I'd like to see coming back then is a plan showing, if you don't want to show the buildings, the renderings, that's fine. I need to see what area of the northern property is going to be limited to 2-story and what limited to 3-story and what's limited to 5-story. I need the southern property to say what is limited to 2-story, what's limited to 3-story on the southern property. I need to see the new walkways where I'm suggesting and the tightened up and the park being preserved before I can move anything. I just want to see this based on what our administration is saying. Administration is telling me that the northern property, I shouldn't even be contemplating 5-story on Dougal Road. Mm-hmm. And I'm disagreeing with them and saying I'll contemplate that if there's compromises elsewhere as well. The administration is saying we should save the entire park space at the bottom end. That one I support.
If this was just about rezoning, I would agree completely. But because this is a variance hearing as well, it is conventional for us to consider that which Councillor Wyatt is proposing.
And I'm disagreeing with the administration that there be another connection in mid-block for ET. The one at the bottom can suffice, it's not very far. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, are you also not agreeing with our public road are you not agreeing with the public road proposed on north of the treat area?
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with that. Yeah. Are you talking about the one that's shown here? What public road are you talking about?
The connection to Shady Shore.
Oh, the connection through.
Because without that public road, we will need a cul-de-sac at the dead end of the existing road.
All right.
Which is problematic.
Connects to yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that.
Question? Yeah, clarification.
I just wanted to make sure. Everything needs to be, I think we could.
They have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just a clarification,
Yes.
when it comes to the requested changes from Councillor Wyatt, the dedication should, is the expectation that we do what the development industry is doing as 8% when we redraw the plan?
Well, my expectation is if I'm waiving the obligation on the playground amenities and everything else, you should have some flexibility there. I've always targeted
10%.
Right? But I'm prepared to work. I want to save the forest. I like you to give me a number on what you think your forest is worth.
Well,
That's right.
it's substantial and I think,
But if I'm narrowing the back of your properties on north-south, you're allowed to probably build tighter R2 and it's up and down.
The depth doesn't help. That's the problem. It's an awkward depth.
yeah, and we're taking away what would be an active space.
Yeah, but we're connecting to an existing active space, right? So that's only literally right behind. I mean,
So the request.
that's what I'm hoping for. If the target ideally, it would be great if you held to your 13. You go down to 10, then we're back to the playground requirements under the development standards guidelines or not.
Okay, well, I mean, we're really uncomfortable with the delay. And that just is what it is. I have to continue to talk about how hard it is to get new residential units and the effort that's been poured to date. Don't like the delay and don't think it's necessary. That said, we don't control that. Of course, it's at the committee's discretion to lay it over. And the committee has opportunity to lay it over twice, which, if that happens, if we come back as requested, then we're into September, and then another layover will lay us into October. And that is no longer a candidate for helping in the half targets, that's for sure. So all these delays add up. This is not an easy process. And as I already outlined, the notion over time, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago of doing this, we've migrated, Mr. Chairman, from needing to know what the general land use is, or the land use category, the zoning category is, and then relying on the zoning bylaw to tell you what you could do after that. And now we've migrated by increments that we don't really realize is we need to know every dimension of every little thing in order to decide land use. And we're really off track. And, this application is another victim of that migration. So of course, we're willing to work with the committee and work with the ward councillor in particular. In this case, of course we are, and we have been, and we'll continue to do it. But this isn't, it's not a good process.
Donovan, you're not going to get an argument out of me in terms of this. Our process has been shortened.
Yeah.
So all we see is 1, 2, 3 months. You look at it holistically, and I get that.
Mm-hmm.
You filed your application. When? When did you file your application?
We started over a year ago.
Well, when did you file your application with the city?
November.
When?
November.
So you filed this application in November and it's now June this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, ultimately, yes. But as a non-member of EPC, is it unacceptable that it takes that long? Absolutely. The back end's even worse.
It's much worse.
Right? With the legal and everything.
But
you don't have to tell me, I've seen that side of it, because
here.
I've been on that side, and it's frustrating as heck when we've contracted ours. So I hear what you're saying, you want to get the decision now, and I don't blame you, because you filed in November, and then you got a year and a half in the fall, or after this, right? Who knows what, to get your executed development agreement out of legal and everything. Not to mention land titles, not to mention then your Mylars. So, number one, that. Number two, I just think that there's a way, if the application had come forward with a little bit more, and I get it, maybe part of the process is trust, to say, well, we got to come in high so that we get bumped down low and all that sort of thing. I'm not saying that's happening here. But sometimes that's the thought by some people who apply. And that's too bad, because I think we could have saved ourselves a lot of time and energy, not necessarily here, just generally speaking. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairperson, and if I could move it forward now, I would.
And we've already,
And if it would, if I could have it in May, so it would have been in June, that would have been nice too. So
now we've already prepared for a special meeting in, for next month. Counselor White, this is
a lot of the residents who are here today, I want them here again.
So that, as soon as, I'm assuming this should be for what we've already accommodated.
Yeah.
From this meeting is, and that is a meeting as soon as possible, which is a special meeting in July.
Because the residents who go away on holidays and whatnot, regular meeting. The other one didn't have delegations.
All right. Fair enough.
Okay, and in the meantime, a copy of the traffic study to ourselves and anybody else who would like it. As long as the applicant is prepared to release it, of course, so. I'm assuming the department has it.
At this time, where are we at, Clerk Harris, in terms of format?
If there's no further questions, it would be time for motions.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'm going to lay it over. I think the instructor.
Yeah, we're, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentations.
Thank you.
You're clear with buildings in the traffic studies.
Yeah. Any further clarification?
Wait a minute. What we, to clarify.
I just wanted to clarify that he was okay with the release of the traffic study.
We indicated we were.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it, if we lay this matter over, will we see some different renderings?
We'll have to confirm.
Okay.
We need time as well.
One comment, Counselor, as much as you've noted how much time this has taken for us since application, we know that we have a need for housing in this city, and any additional layover just prevents that ability.
I can tell you right now that if you could tell me how to speed up the front end and the back end, that's your problem. The problem's not here. The problem is the administration you file the application in November and it's here in June.
That is a separate matter, I agree.
Well, no, it's not a separate matter.
If you're having.
This is your application.
But we'll only exit here in October.
Well, no, even if you get your application's out within September, October, whatever the date, you then have to get an executed agreement. How long does that take? A
There's
year?
things on either side, but we'll be here at this committee for many months.
Well, that could have been prevented if we said, look, we're gonna have 2-story homes back, you're gonna have 2-story.
And that's not the proposal, Councilor.
I understand that, and that's what I'm encouraging you to reconsider, to be good neighbors. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I don't have any else.
Thank you very much.
We
I
have
appreciate you taking it back for the consideration.
Administration has their clarifications? Sorry, yes.
Also, Councilor, I don't believe the administration is asking for a playground contribution.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, that is understood. Thank you. Anything further? Thank you very much.
I'm gonna move the matter be laid over with the hope that the said comments that I made, the comments, do you have a recording of any of them?
Well, everything is recorded in terms of written. There was a lot discussed.
What I was hoping for from the developer is the following. We'll see if the developer is prepared to do this. We didn't hear yes or no. Is that the site at the southern end, the 2-story design, multiple family, ideally running east-west. And that there'd be some allowance for stepping up towards the forest. For the forest be preserved in its entirety by moving the right of way or the north-south walkway, reducing it by half.
By half width.
Yeah. Okay. That the sidewalks be accommodated on either side of Shady Shore. I support the public services request that the southern half of Shady Shore be a road going through, connecting to the existing Shady Shore. The northern side of it, that backing on to the single family homes, Again, two-story multifamily is fine, but again, with proper setbacks, both on the northern site and the southern site. And that, there could be a greater density going to the west, along the west side, namely at Dougal Road. But again, along Shady Shores, to a maximum height of 3 stories.
3 stories?
Yeah.
Shady Shores, 3 stories. Just to confirm, the road on the southern half of Shady Shore.
On the north side of Shady Shores, 3 stories.
Sorry, no, related to the road itself. Sidewalks being accommodated on either side of Shady Shore, and then at the southern half of Shady Shore, that was the road that was connecting to the adjacent. What's the wording there?
That was a southern road.
Southern.
Yeah, running east-west, that I support the public servant on that as well.
Oh, okay.
And I take a note of the public services recommendation, which is, this should be RM. And I don't blame the public service for the time that it takes when they file, because I know you only have so many resources, and we fund our property and development department with some of the lowest per capita costs in Canada. So that's, you know, if you don't fund things, then that's the length of time. And so I want to put that on the record, so that there's not seen as a criticism there. Oh, the one other thing that I'd like to see mid-block at the walkway that's coming out is a design for a traffic table, because otherwise people are going to go speeding down that street.
That's midway.
Right here.
North and South Keg.
Yeah.
For a traffic table.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a layover,
Layover, hopefully.
with
I
the
mean,
intention that the developers return with plan showing the affirmative. Yeah.
Right, and this is the motion, this is for the regular scheduled meeting in September.
That would be September 4th, 2024. Public hearings begin at 10:30 a.m. Council building at 510 Main Street.
That'll be the first day of end of fluoridation, so. By the way, this one seems like that. Okay, so, the motion is understood by the clerk.
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Well, I look forward to getting the information, hopefully, that all partake. I hope, my hope is that, you know, this is a very tough piece of property, Mr. Chairperson. It's, you have single family on one side, you got single family on the other. Single family on the east side was not developed by Terracon. Single family associates at Terracon called the Jewish Developed Waterside. So if the thinking was that this land was going to be later assembled one way or the other, then there should have been multiple family on that side to accommodate multiple family on this site. And there wasn't. So it's unfortunate the ship has sailed in that sense. But
What do you think they should have done?
well, in the sense that you put the density along Dougal Road with Waterside. And there was no density along the east property line of the Waterside development. They developed single family running up and down. Now, this land that they've acquired was not under, my understanding was not theirs to begin with. Just only now. So that's probably why they didn't design it with multi-family. Now they want multi-family after the fact. Prepared to accommodate multiple family. It's not a question of no to multiple family. It's a question of what kind of multiple family which you're backing onto. We've said that over and over again in this community. We stepped down prior to getting elected. You did steps on and grassy right up against residential. You went 2, 3, 4. What I'm calling for is very similar. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Great. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, the motion is moved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
I'll move a layover of the other 2 items, or the other 1 item.
Just one, and just for the record, that is September 4th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m., 510 Main Street.
Which item is that?
That's the variance for the southwest corner of Dougal Road.
Yes.
Yes. Combined here.
Yep, fair enough.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Finally, that is it. Councilor Roddy moves adjournment.
Is there
Oh,
an
no,
intention
excuse
for
me.
meeting
We
business?
just move back to the regular scheduled meeting. This ain't gonna be any easier, but let's just go.
Just take, I can take a health break for.
All right, we'll be back. And this is, we adjourn, the hearing is adjourned.
All right.
Do you have anything to say about the hearing portion?
It's later.
All right, so we don't want to close the hearing?
Yeah, no.
All right.
I believe the intention is a 5-minute recess and then come back for the final two items. One is a per capita grant. And the second is the new business motion related.
All right, and we are returning to this regularly scheduled committee meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. This June 24th, 2024, we just had the hearing portion. We just wrapped that up and we are returning to the report items. What do we need to do from this line? Jason Schreiber, City Councilor for Elmwood East Kildonan. I am here with Russ Wyatt, the Councilor for the Transcona Ward, and Clerk Harris, we have quorum.
We do have quorum.
All right. And where do we go from here?
We'll just need a suspension of the rules to hearing a business item.
So moved.
All right, motion carries.
Okay.
I'm gonna move that, for the Jewish National Fund, which I attended a gala on Thursday, that $2,000 go to assist. Goes towards the Ethiopian Women's, cooperative here in Winnipeg, as well as, work overseas and there's many new members of, in Transcona from Israel who live here in our community, and happy to support the work of the JNF, both locally and internationally, through the community fund.
All right, motion is being heard and that is the motion. Motion carries.
Aye. I'll move adjournment, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Clerk Harris, for sticking it out with us here for 10 hours like that.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
I thought it would be longer, actually.